Bundles are finally here. Fucking A, dude. We're gonna do it with Fallout. Hold on a second. Oh my god, I'll be right back. goodbye, goodbye. I wanna swim away, but don't know how. Oh, we've got to do this shit. We've got to Ladia. Oh, we're going to do this. Oh, you guys don't know I've been waiting so fucking long for this shit. I love that we have the Fallout mashup pack though. Oh. Oh, I thought I saw it. I was like so fucking... Better have the bundles, damn it. Hold on. What? Oh, we ain't playing my balls here. Sometimes it feels just like I'm falling in the ocean. Let the waves up and take me down. Let the hurricane set in motion, yeah. So you got top blocks, top blocks. Where's the bundles at? Oh, we're not doing this shit.
Together in the same inventory slot. Different items normally don't stack together, so you can end up wasting space by only having a few items in each slot. A bundle lets you pack those items together, so there is no wasted space. You can only access this right now in beta and preview, so it does work for iOS, Android, Windows, Xbox, and PlayStation. Sorry, Switch, there is no beta and preview. Turn on the bundle experiment when creating a brand new world. As always, this is very much in experimental, so when creating a brand new world, you're going to have to scroll down to the bottom, and right at the top we have bundles. Lets you create and use the bundle item. This needs to be turned on. So a bundle only fits one stack, usually 64 items, but it can be a mixture of many different item types. So we have a bundle inside of here. You could put 64 cobble inside of here, but you're not exactly saving your space. It can be a combination of items that does add up to 64. It doesn't have to be 64. It could be 30, 20, 45, 53, etc. So if we put this inside of here, you'll see that we've now just saved 4 spaces, and they're all inside of here. This is brilliant. By the way, right-clicking takes these out, and you can just drop them in like this. You can also pick up your bundle and tap on these. I'm still learning these, but I'm super excited about this. You can insert items into a bundle directly in the inventory, as I've just shown you. Bundles have a tooltip that shows the items inside. If a bundle has less than 8 item types inside, the tooltip will show all of them. So if we come back to here, grab our bundle, let's say we had all of these inside of there and hover over it, you can see all the items, right? Let's say we stop.
Oh. Ah.
Started grabbing these. This is a total of 8 different items. Now let's see what happens if we then start adding these, you can see some of the items are no longer visible. As I've just demonstrated, otherwise the tooltip will show the top 2 rows of items and the others will be hidden below. So, like I said, you'll see the first 8 of these. Let's grab these. So how many have we got inside of here? We've got 8. As we start to grab more of these, the latest ones we've picked up are now visible. Again, if we pick these 4 up, you're going to be able to see these 4 right here, which we can. If we do it again, you can see here, those are the last items that we picked up. But trust me, it gets better. Now, we have different platforms, so listen carefully. You can select any of the visible items, pull out the bundle. Use the scroll wheel on a mouse, the right stick on a game controller, or tap on a touch device. Now, I do have some gameplay of touch device, and I actually think it's even better than controller or keyboard and mouse. So what I've just showed you there is if we start scrolling with a keyboard and mouse, let's say I wanted to take out the redstone lamp, I can. Let's say I then want to take out the stairs, I can. Let's say, oh, I found my redstone, I need that. I can take it out. Let's say we needed the chiseled, great. I need my red sandstone there, take that out. I would like my mossy. It's absolutely brilliant and incredibly flawless. So although this has taken many years, it's definitely been worth it. Oh yeah, and not to mention, the recipe has changed. This is your brand new bundle recipe.
What?
You are going to need leather and string.
What?
Open up this, put this in the middle, and put the string on top.
Wow.
Now, this was the old recipe. It did require rabbit hide. And I'll be honest with you, I did prefer this, but this is going to make it so much easier early game. Now, we did get a small note from the developers, and they said, developers note, the original prototype for the bundles were much more expensive to craft and used rabbit hide, which is only available in certain biomes. So, the player had to explore to get their first bundle. In this version, we made it cheaper and something that you can craft at home in almost any biome. We want it to be easy to get bundles in a new world, so you can use it in your early adventures. Now, this makes total sense. Don't get me wrong, the developer notes makes sense. I'm just a little bit sad, a little bit salty that rabbit hide doesn't quite have its use that was once promised. We have another developer note. I'm quite enjoying
I don't think I'm allowed
these.
to. I think
They
everybody
said,
else is.
developers note, in the original bundle experiment, you could only pick the top item. We got a lot of feedback that players wanted more flexibility when taking items out. To address this, we put a submenu inside of the bundle, which has never been done before in Minecraft. Now, you have seen this throughout today's video so far, but when selecting an item to remove, the bundle item going to have to scroll down to the bottom, and right at the top we have bundles. Lets you craft and use the bundle item. This needs to be turned on. So a bundle only fits 1 stack, usually 64 items, but it can be a mixture of many different items.
Bundles, yes.
So we have a bundle inside of here. You could put 64 cobble inside of here, but you're not exactly saving your space.
Craft and use the bundle
it can
items.
be a combination of items that does add up to 64. It doesn't have to be 64. It could be 30, 20, 45, 53, etc. So if we put this inside of here, you'll see that we've now just saved 4 spaces and they're all inside of here. Now this is brilliant. By the way, right-clicking takes these out, and you can just drop them in like this. You can also pick up your bundle and tap on these. I'm still learning these.
Oh, hold on a second. Hold on. Probably wasting our time telling them on this, but oh well. kinda told you I wouldn't be wasting my time.
Into a bundle directly in the inventory, as I've just shown you. Bundles have a tooltip that shows the items inside. If a bundle has less than 8 item types inside, the tooltip will show all of them. So if we come back to here, grab our bundle, let's say we had all of these inside of there and hover over it, you can see all the items, right? Let's say we started grabbing these. This is a total of 8 different items. Now let's see what happens if we add this and then start adding these. You can see some of the items are no longer visible. As I've just demonstrated, otherwise the tooltip will show the top 2 rows of items and the others will be hidden below. So, like I said, you'll see the first 8 of these. Let's grab
look at
these.
you.
So how many have we got inside of here? We've got 8. As we start to grab more of these, the latest ones we've picked up are now visible. Again, if we pick these 4 up, you're going to be able to see these 4 right here, which we can. If we do it again, you can see here, those are the last items.
Oh, fuck
we
you.
Up.
You can't
But
stack
trust
them.
me, it gets better. Now we have different platforms, so listen
Oh,
carefully.
shit.
You can select any of the
boat?
visible items, pull out the bundle. Use the scroll wheel on a mouse, the right stick on a
can't hold the
game
tools?
controller, or
That's so
tap on a
stupid.
touch device. Now I do have some gameplay of touch device, and I actually think it's even better than controller or keyboard and mouse. So what I've just showed you there is if we start scrolling with a keyboard and mouse, let's say I wanted to take out the redstone lamp, I can. Let's say I then want to take out the stairs, I can. Let's say, oh, I found my redstone, I need that. I can take it out. Let's say we needed the chisel, great. I need my red sandstone there, take that out. I would like
I
my
love this shit.
glossy. It's absolutely brilliant and incredibly flawless. So although this has taken many
There's
years,
so much space.
it's definitely been worth it. Oh yeah, and not to mention, the recipe has changed. This is your brand new bundle recipe. You are going to need leather and string. Open up this, put this in the middle, and put the string on top. Now, this was the old recipe. It did
Please tell me
require
you could put
rabbit hide. And I'll be honest
so
with you,
simple.
I did prefer this, but this is going to make it so much easier early game. Now, we did get
Oh,
notes
yes.
from the developers, and they said, developers note, the original prototype for the bundles were much more expensive to craft and used rabbit hide, which is only available in certain biomes. So, the player had to explore to get their first bundle. In this version, we made it cheaper, and something that you can craft at home in almost any biome. We want...
Hang on a second.
developer notes make sense. I'm just a little bit sad, a little bit salty that Rabbit Hide doesn't quite have its use that was once promised. We have another developer note. I'm quite enjoying these. They said, developers note, in the original bundle experiment, you could only pick the top item. We got a lot of feedback that players wanted more flexibility when taking items out. To address this, we put a submenu inside of the bundle, which has never been done before in Minecraft. Now, you have seen this throughout today's video so far, but when selecting an item to remove, the bundle icon shows that item poking out of the bundle. So if I was to grab every single one of these, I then wanted to take out a diamond block, you can see it. The diamond block is there. Trying obsidian is there. Obsidian. You can see netherite scrap. You can see quartz.
Oh, right on. Oh,
Quartz.
cool.
Now I need my diamond block. Now I need the scrap. So it's brilliant. The concept is absolutely fantastic. When holding a bundle in your hand, you can empty it onto the ground. So if you grab every single one of these items, and if you wanted to make a mess in your friend's house, you are able to do that. Grab this, grab the bundle in your hand, on a keyboard and mouse, right click, and every single item is going to drop on the floor. Now here is the gameplay that I recorded on my iPad, and I'm telling you now, for iOS and Android players, the touch controls of this is absolutely incredible. It's seamless. You're not going to waste a bunch of time trying to tap and click and take things out. In fact, like I said, it's easier. You tap on an item that you want to take out, and then you tap it somewhere else. I tapped on the wind charge. I tapped on the diamond blocks. For me, it was just so easy to do on touch controls. So in case you're panicking that it's going to be difficult, it actually isn't. But be aware, with anything new, there are some known issues. The bundle recipe may not appear as a suggested crafting item, but can still be crafted. When moving items on touch devices, the wrong item icon may appear briefly, which you have just seen in that gameplay there. Features and bug fixes, blocks. Let's read the changelog. First thing, TNT block is now split into unique instances. We have TNT and underwater TNT. This is not a new block. This is a reference to the TNT available in Education Edition. We also have this change, which is related to blocks JSON and Jumping eagle with timber. And then we have this. The following block names are now considered outdated in blocks.json from format version 1.21.30 onwards. So all of these are now obsolete. They're doing these changes just to make things a lot easier technical-wise for creators. Gameplay fixes. Fixed an issue where end gateway portals could teleport some players incorrectly. We have a bug report. This was reported 4 years ago and has been an issue in all of these versions. I did notice on this though that these were starting to duplicate a little bit. Anyway, if you've been having these issues with the end gateways, it's now been fixed. And here is another example. When they go through this portal, it literally just teleports them to the original main island. That's not meant to happen. The /camera set command will now run in the correct order when an existing camera interpolation is running. General, adding input glyph support in the name tags displayed over the entities, items, fixed blocks items turning into an incorrect variant when importing worlds older than 1.5.0. Education Edition, fixed material reducer recipes not working with some flattened blocks such as andesite or terracotta. Mobs, the breeze no longer has a minimum distance required to attack a target. We have a bug report. Breeze becomes peaceful towards targets within a short range. Now there was a video of this. If you got up close and personal with a breeze, they become your best friend. Now I can promise you, that's not gonna happen anymore. You get up close and personal with a breeze, it's like, ooh, get away. It's gonna escape from you, so you can't just get in their face to prevent being attacked. After many years and requests, parrots can now imitate endermites, and they did fix parrots not imitating drowns, and it should now work. Sounds. Basalt deltas now
Oh.
the All Worlds tab to Worlds in the All UI play screen, which is preview only.
Weird.
Pretty cool change. The hardcore heart displayed on Worlds in the new play screen now animates when Worlds is hovered. Preview only. So you have to be in preview and you have to switch to the brand new UI. Now, if you've been having a lot of issues
It's
with
just
this over the
stupid
past like
though.
couple of months, I can tell you I have all of these worlds that go back to 1.20.20.20. I had to delete a bunch. It's not as laggy anymore. Now, if you hover over a world that's hardcore world, you can see the small screen is now animated and pulsating. Just a small visually pleasing change. Beacon title text is no longer different from other containers in the Pocket UI. This is for iOS and Android. Previously, those where crafting category tabs would not be visible in Pocket UI after hiding the recipe book in Classic UI. The arrow from the Stonecutter screen is now visible all the time, just like in other similar screens. So, Pocket Edition players, this arrow was missing in certain screens. Fixed an issue where items' durability and storage bar was incorrect size and placement on certain screens. They added hotkeys to take screenshots in-game on controller and keyboard. On mouse/keyboard it's F2, on controller LB plus RB, L1 plus R1, L button plus R button, obviously referencing different platforms there. Vanilla Parity fixed mushroom farms in Woodland Mansion that incorrectly spawned dirt instead of forced dirt. The following blocks have been brought to parity with Java Edition for Redstone Power. Now on Java, they are messing around with Redstone in the latest snapshot. Now it does say Minecraft Mangrove Roots now powered, Minecraft Beacon no longer powered, Minecraft TNT no longer powered, Minecraft Sea Lantern no longer powered. When mining Top Snow with a Silk Touch enchanted shovel, Top Snow is now dropped in an amount corresponding to the number of layers of the block. We have a bug report. Reported back in 2019, been a problem in all of these versions. If we watch this video, if they use a Silk Touch shovel on this, they're meant to get layers, not snowballs. But on top of that, you're meant to get the right amount back. So this is 1, so I will get 1. This is 2, so I will now get 2. This is 3, so on and so forth. Let's do this again. So this is 4. However, if you do this with 8 layers, you will actually get the block rather than the layers. So if we do this, you can see here, it gave us the whole entire block. Last but not least, technical updates. Let's read the changelog. If you're interested in the technical side of Minecraft, there has been a bunch of API blocks and editor changes and much more. The link to the changelog is down below. It's been quite the chaos this week for Minecraft. At least we're ending on a positive note. Grab yourself the bundles, have a little bit of a mess around with them. If you don't like something, make sure you leave your feedback. Have a wonderful day, and please remember to buy yourself the Echo plush. Come on, guys. You're sitting there looking at you. We gotta get...
Hello, I'm Xtlacat, and it's official, I'm a Java YouTuber now. The very biggest Minecraft Bedrock exclusive, quite literally, has finally come over to the Java version of the game. And so with today's snapshot and preview, I can tell you about the next update for Minecraft, which is one to watch if you're a Java player, because it has so many features that have come from Bedrock and console. But it's also one to watch if you're a Bedrock player, because they've changed the bundle quite significantly and made it cross-platform. This is one of the preview experiments. The second is for Redstone, and the third is for Minecart. This is one to be excited about regardless of which version of the game you play, because it's going to make Minecart great again, something I'm very excited about. And I'm also very excited to say that, did you know, Mojang have actually explained their decisions behind each of these three experimental things. So let's talk about what's going on there, and then finally what's going on over here, because it is obviously a big deal for Bedrock players. So first things first, let's talk about the bundle. In as brief time as possible, Minecraft have said that the original prototype for the bundles was much more expensive to craft, as it used rabbit hide, which was only available in certain biomes, and so the player had to explore to get their first bundle. And in this update version, they made it cheaper and something you can find in almost every biome. This actually is slightly harder to get, if you believe it, because Nether is very easy, but Stream can kind of be difficult sometimes. You have to wait till nighttime. So getting your first bundle is probably not happening on your first day, but almost certainly totally by your second, and this is the crafting recipe. You can make it just from your little crafting grid right here, and you have to do it, it's not shapeless, you have to do it in a particular form, just like this.
That's so
Here is
stupid.
my bundle, which I can now use to store all my early game items. This is my chest full of things that you get exclusively in that first day of Minecraft. You know, you pick up all these random things from around, and it's nice to have a place to actually store them. So here's how it works. You can throw them inside of your bundle by simply hovering your bundle over them, just like this. On touch devices, it's even easier, in my opinion, and you can store up to 64 distinct items in there, and this is something which is kind of nutty, in my opinion. You can also take out items out of order if you really want to, and I really feel like the bundle is an incredible new UI for a feature that was much needed, in my opinion. And so yeah, throwing things in and out of this is very great. Seeing that bundle UI slowly fill up is also kind of nice, and this is a great example of an inventory management feature, which Mojang kind of backed down from, but have later worked out a good design goal for, and I actually kind of like it. And ultimately, that is a good thing, but I also think a good thing are the redstone changes on the surface. This is one that is dividing the community massively, so if you're not already familiar,
You can bundle, you can carry the bundles inside the bundles. That's a good thing.
And so Minecraft have said they're going to remove those random elements by using this as a simple circuit
That
diagram.
is so fucking cool. Hold on.
That's pretty cool. By the way, did you also know they changed the redstone torch in this update? They haven't
That
really
is so
explained
fucking
why,
cool.
but there's the redstone torch. Looks slightly different now. What do you think about that? Let's put it in my bundle, actually. By the way, I also, one last thing I should mention right here. I had it in my inventory, so we'll just have to give myself another one. But basically, fun fact, if you have a shulker box, I know this is the logical question, can you put a shulker box in a bundle? Well, theoretically you should be able to, but not actually in reality. You cannot, even though it is one item and you can store individual items in here, you cannot put the shulker box into a bundle, but you can put the bundle into a shulker box, which I don't think there's much of a need to do so, unless you have severe inventory organization issues, and so in other words, I'm going to be doing that soon. But redstone, it has changed to remove randomness in theory, because this diagram right here shows you how there is a path of 2 between this first piston and a path of 5 between the next one, and so before what was happening is there was
I think that's so
randomness
stupid they're doing
deciding
that though.
whether one piston would trigger or the other, but now the piston which is the shortest distance away, or the technically correct way to describe this is with the strongest signal strength, is the one that will activate first. And so now when we trigger the redstone circuit, it will always be the left one. And if we do the same, but we move the lever to the right, now it will always be the one to the right. However, they've done something controversial in how they've decided what should happen when it's perfectly midway in between, and that is that it will work randomly. So Minecraft have decided to remove randomness from the pistons and from the way redstone works by adding randomness officially. That sounds like insanity, right? And ultimately, I think a lot of people are very mad about it, but the defense that they gave is that randomness in redstone isn't usually wanted, but they've used it here to make things deterministic when it makes sense, and sometimes it doesn't make sense, and we don't want to have a hidden state. Right now, it's based on location-based hashes, they say, which determines the order, and so the way it would work before you turn on this experiment is that it would just be random based on the position in the world, which is not actually random. It's in that position, but that position might change from machine to machine, and so this is a determined, this is a guaranteed random 50-50.
I'm just happy we got the bundle though.
Is pseudo-random better than real random? Is something that I
hopefully that's got to be fixed. Someone will catch it.
but for now, we just have to say that this is what Mojang are experimenting with. It's an experiment, just like the villager trades, and you saw how well those things went. And so, speaking of how things go, let's talk about minecarts. Minecarts are awful, especially on Java. I feel like on Bedrock they're at least usable. But look at this speed without powered rails. It's awful. So here is how minecarts work. They've actually made some
You don't know
changes
the
to
happiness I have in my heart.
So this is something fun here. Here is a little gap in the track. It's 2 blocks wide. I can jump over it, do a sick little. Oh no. Okay, we're fine. I'm gonna survive this. So as you can see, you can jump over gaps a little bit better now. That's one of the things that they say they've been working on. But am I trapped here permanently? I think I might have to give myself some. So just give me some. There we go. Like 12 of those. Anyway, so they decided to make minecart speed actually controllable by the player. Right now, minecart speed is being locked, but now after this, with the experiments, you'll be able to type /game rule, and then I believe it's minecart max speed, and then you can set it from 8 down to 1 if you want to. What would that even look like? I need to do this now. Okay, so here's what a minecart max speed of 1 looks like. Who wants this? So if you really feel like you want to nerf minecart, you set it to 0, you can't. It has to be 1 at the minimum, or you can set it to higher than 1, and what this Nation, welcome back. Close enough. I really have to say I love that they're experimenting with this, and at a bare minimum, and in case you're curious, like, so why didn't they just double it themselves? There's one of two reasons. Either this is going to be entirely meant as a creative person-only feature. Let's double it again, by the way, just to really be fun here, right? But either this is meant as a creative-only feature that is going to be used exclusively by Mac makers and stuff like that. I forget how worthless it is with Cloud Rails here. So either this is designed exclusively to be used by Mac makers and by people who are playing around commands, or the second possibility is that they are going to change the speed, but to make sure they don't mess up existing contraptions, existing worlds will be stuck at 8, and you can change this yourself somewhere in the settings, in the same way that if you want to, you can turn off Insomnia, or you can set the player sleeping percentage. On Java, that's how things work. On Bedrock, it's a little bit different, so that's why I'm a little bit more cautious. For now, let's set this to 320, and it didn't feel that much faster, did it? You know, let's get a minecart on some serious speeds by going around this. This might make me a little sick if I do this wrong. Oh! So, you can do it by itself, too. I think it will, right? Oh, that's so cool. Let's set it even higher. You know, we have to, right? What does 1,000 look like? Honestly, I don't think any faster, but I set up this as just a little thing to see what happens if we let go of the minecart at that speed. And the answer is, goodbye, minecart. It was good to see you. So, yeah, minecarts can now do insane things if you want them to, and I think that's absolutely nuts personally.
Yeah.
And maybe you agree with that too. So this is something that's very, very exciting. I'm looking forward to seeing the applications for this, and I hope that Mojang just does the same thing and sets the speed to 16 and says,
finally!
Set it even higher.
I'm so fucking
A
happy.
better idea yet, if you let me cook on this one, if you don't want to affect existing worlds and you don't want to have to make it a setting that people have to change themselves, if you just want this to be a back-end thing, what if there was a new rail type in the same way that iron rails are slower than gold rails? What if there were copper rails that were supercharged and could take you up to 16 or 20 or probably not 300 speed? Although, you know, why not 300 speed? That was so cool, and I want to do that again, and my life is empty until I can do precisely that. And so if you want to help, can you put minecart, can you put rails and fences? You probably can't. Anyway, one of the interesting things that I want to say is that that is something that I'm excited about, and it's something that presumably will also become Bedrock. Speaking of things coming to Bedrock, this is something that I feel like we have to address at least a little bit. Minecraft have added quite a few Bedrock features to the Java version of this snapshot. Indeed, the Bedrock version has been having quite a few parity snapshots recently, not parity previews. Look at me, I'm a Java YouTuber already. I'm calling them snapshots even when they're not. But there's been quite a few parity previews, including stuff like Rarity, which, if you want to see, by the way, has now fully paritied the other direction. Wait, let me just, you know, we'll do it live. Right in here we go. If we take a look at my, this is a video from the next example, but if you look, here is every single rare item from Java, and they've got the exact same rarity systems as Bedrock. They've decided to make parity in this, taking from Bedrock back to Java, taking from Java to Bedrock and then back to Java, the same with the new banner patterns. Cool things to see, and so hopefully that means that the other stuff is coming in reverse.
Oh,
but yeah,
dude,
there's one
do
big thing, which is that, yeah, Mojang have decided to take baby squids, dolphins, and big salmon and port them all over to this version of the game. Why would they decide to do this? The answer is, funnily enough, I had a conversation with someone from Mojang recently, where maybe about a year ago, where they were like, yeah, we sat down.
I love IDX Waycat. I can't wait to spend all eternity with these people.
And salmon came up as one where it's like, you know, would that upset Bedrock players? And there is a part of me that says precisely that is the case, and another part of me says, you know, what does it matter to me? I'm a Java YouTuber now. Look how great it is underwater here. But more seriously, I do think the dream end state is, yeah, you can take the Bedrock features and put them on Java, and the other way around. But my biggest issue is it seems like a cool feature from Bedrock to Java rarely does this. But if this is the plan state, you know, this is where they're going from here onwards, heck yes. If every time there's a cool Bedrock feature, they actually port it to Java rather than just removing it from Bedrock, that is awesome. I made the commitment a while ago that if they remove Big Salmon from Bedrock, I would stop playing the game, and I'm pleased to tell you that I don't need to have that as my commitment anymore. But I also would like to say that there are lots of cool Bedrock features that were removed, and there are lots of cool Bedrock features that, you know, I made a whole video about precisely that I wish the Java developers would consider looking at because they could make their version of the game. I feel like, you know, everyone always says there's...
Dude, you don't know how happy I am. I can't wait to see the mashup pack on this.
The amount of features that come from Bedrock to Java when it suits them is a little bit higher
salmon. I love salmon.
That extra slot properly over to Bedrock. And so I hope that this is the start of them doing
Oh, fuck
things like
you.
that. But what do you think? I would love to hear your thoughts down below. Also, wow, look at this. I always forget that you get a different cape with your Electra. I think it looks so cool right here. I hope that you enjoyed today's video. I hope you found it to be useful. I want to play around with minecart so bad right now. Oh, who's going to stop me? Okay, let's try this one more time. We'll make sure we go this way around. Wait, I don't even know. You know, let's just speed up the minecart to Mach 10. And then whee! Oh, okay. No, that looks painful. Maybe we have to go slightly higher. Okay. This time, this is the one. I put a little bit of a lower rail, and then I'll raise it back up. In fact, I'll make it go like up a little hill, just like that. Yeah, there we go. Let's see what insane things we can do now. Go, minecart, go! You've got my entire fate resting on your shoulders. Okay, this is exciting. I'm so hyped about this.
Hello, I'm IBX Toy Cat. I love him. That's my brother. I wish I could meet him in real life. I am so fucking happy you guys don't know.
Welcome back, everyone. My name is Echo, and after 4.5 years... Hello!
Hello, I'm IBX Toy Cat. IBX Toy Cat.
Hello, I'm the Toy Cat. Just stop me. Okay, let's try this one more time, but we'll make sure we go this way around. Wait, I don't even know. You know, let's just speed up the minecart to Mach 10. And then whee! Oh, okay. No, that looks painful. Maybe we have to go slightly higher. Okay. This time, this is the one. I put a little bit of a lower rail, and then I'll raise it back up. In fact, I'll make it go like up a little hill, just like that. Yeah, there we go. Let's see what insane things we can do now. Go, minecart, go! You've got my entire fate resting on your shoulders. Okay, this is exciting. I'm so hyped about this. Whee! Oh! Okay, almost. I had something there.
Oh, the heads will go. Yeah.
So I'm going to rapid fire 3 interesting things about the Bedrock version of the game, which of course I don't play anymore. One, there was a new update which came out yesterday, 1.20.1.21. Love the name, but only did one thing on the bug fix, and it was the fact that they are fixing realms, but then realms went down again today, and now we have 4 days that many people haven't had access to their realms. This, in my opinion, is quite significant because it's a monthly subscription you pay, and so to just lose 2 days of something, Minecraft's going to have to, I would say, compensate people. The minimum would be, you know, like refunding those 2 days or giving people 2 more days.
I love this fucking button. I love you.
So that's something interesting. But the other interesting thing is that there is, in fact, the fun fact is that there is a brand new preview for Minecraft Bedrock. It duplicated a lot of the things from this Java snapshot. However, it also has a few unique things. I would love to show them to you, but obviously it hasn't come out for me on the Windows 10 version of the game. And also, I'm a Java YouTuber now, so I'm up to go make 100 days of hardcore video over the next couple of hours. It's going to be really great. I'm looking forward to opening to land when I die. But yeah, please keep watching.
know, right? Woo! This is Christmas for me. The bundles. I'm experimenting with vegetarian cranberry. Hold on, y'all. I'll be right back. experimenting like a
tell you about the
motherfucker.
next update for Minecraft, which is one to watch if you're a Java player because it has so many features that have come from Bedrock and console, but it's also one to watch if you're a Bedrock player because they've changed the bundle quite significantly and made it cross-platform. This is one of the 3 new experiments. The second is for Redstone, and the third is for Minecart. This is one to be excited about regardless of which version of the game you play because it's going to make Minecart great again, something I'm very excited about. And I'm also very excited to say that, did you know, Mojang have actually explained their decisions behind each of these 3 experimental things. So let's talk about what's going on there, and then finally what's going on over here, because it is obviously a big deal for Bedrock players. So first things first, let's talk about the bundle in as brief as time as possible. Minecraft have said that the original prototype for the bundles was much more expensive to craft, as it used rabbit hide, which was only available in certain biomes, and so the player had to explore to get their first bundle, and in this update version they made it cheaper, and something you can find in almost every biome. This actually is slightly harder to get, if you'll believe it, because leather is very easy, but string can kind of be difficult sometimes. You have to wait till nighttime, so getting your first bundle is probably not happening on your first day, but almost certainly by your second, and this is the crafting recipe. You can make it just from your little crafting grid right here, and you have to do it, it's not shapeless, you have to do it in the particular form, just like this. Here is my bundle, which I can now use to store all my early game items. This is my chest full of things that you get exclusively in that first day of Minecraft. You know, you pick up all these random things from around, and it's nice to have a place to actually store them, so here's how it works. You can throw them inside of your bundle by simply hovering your bundle over them, just like this. On touch devices, it's even easier, in my opinion, and you can store up to 64 distinct items in there, and this is something which is kind of nutty, in my opinion. You can also take out items out of order if you really want to, and I really feel like the bundle is an incredible new UI for a feature that was much needed, in my opinion. And so yeah, throwing things in and out of this is very great. Seeing that bundle UI slowly fill up is also kind of nice, and this is a great example of an inventory management feature which Mojang kind of backed down from, but have later worked out a good design goal for, and I actually kind of like it. And ultimately, that is a good thing, but I also think a good thing are the redstone changes on the surface. This is one that is dividing the community massively. So if you're not already familiar, redstone right now on Java has quite a few random elements in, and so Minecraft have said they're going to remove those random elements by using this as a simple circuit diagram. Oh, look at the hitboxes, by the way, that's pretty cool. By the way, did you also know they changed the redstone torch in this update? They haven't really explained why, but there's the redstone torch. Looks slightly different now. What do you think about that? Let's put it in my bundle, actually. By the way, I also, one last thing I should mention right here, I had it in my inventory, so we'll just have to give myself another one. But basically, fun fact, if you have a shulker box, I know this is the logical question, can you put a shulker box in a bundle? Well, theoretically you should be able to, but not actually in reality. You cannot, even though it is one item and you can store individual items in here, you cannot put the shulker box into a bundle, but you can put the bundle into a shulker box, which I don't think there's much of a need to do so, unless you have severe inventory organization issues, and so in other words, we can do that soon. But redstone, it has changed
That's
the
hilarious.
randomness in theory, because this diagram right here shows you how there is a path of 2 between this and the first piston, and a path of 5 between this and the next one, and so before what was happening is there was a semi-randomness deciding whether one piston would trigger the other, but now the piston which is the shortest distance away, or the technically correct way to describe this, with the strongest signal strength, is the one that will activate first. And so now when we trigger this redstone circuit, it will always be the left one. And if we do the same, but we move the lever to the right, now it will always be the one on the right. However, they've done something controversial in how they've decided what should happen when it's perfectly midway between, and that is that it will work randomly. So Minecraft have decided to remove randomness from the pistons and from the way redstone works by adding randomness
48, 49, 50,
That
51.
sounds like insanity, right? And ultimately, I think a lot of people are very mad about it, but the defense that they gave is that randomness in redstone isn't usually wanted, but they've used it here to make things deterministic when it makes sense, and sometimes it doesn't make sense, and we don't want to have a hidden state. Right now, it's based on location-based hashes, they say, which determines the order, and so the way it would work before we turn on this experiment is that it would just be random based on the position in the world, which is not actually random once it's in that position. position, but that position might change
5,
from
6,
machine
7,
to
8,
machine,
9,
and
10,
so
11, 12,
this is a determined, this is a
22,
guaranteed random
23,
50-50,
4, 5,
whereas
6,
before
7,
it was
8, 9,
pseudo-random. Is pseudo-random better than real random? Is something that I feel like a lot of people are kind of getting
4,
up in arms
5,
about.
6,
But
7,
for now, we
8,
just have to
9,
say that this is what Mojang are experimenting with. It's an experiment, just like the villager trades, and we saw how well those things went. And so, speaking of how things go, let's talk about minecarts. Minecarts are awful, especially on Java. I feel like on Bedrock they're at least usable, you know, but look at this speed without power rails. It's awful. So here is how minecarts work. They've actually made some small changes to the way they make jumps. So just for something fun here, here is a little gap in the track. It's 2 blocks wide. I can jump over it, do a sick little, oh no, okay, we're fine. I'm gonna survive this. So as you can see, you can jump over gaps a little bit better now. That's one of the things that they say they've been working on. But I might have crash here.
hold on, come in. Arg! Matey, arg! I said I was coming. Oh. Huh? I know.
For the fridge,
Hold on. The bundles, you can stack a lot of items and different items, and but you can't like you can even take some the bundle can have stuff in it, and then you can put it inside of another bundle, which lets you have more room. I love that. Love you. God bless you. Love you. Good night.
Permanently. I think I might have to give myself some other blocks. So you know, just give me some. There we go. Like 12 of those should do fine. Anyway, so one of the interesting things is they've decided to make minecart speed actually controllable by the player. Right now, minecart's max speed is 8 blocks, but now after this, with the experiments, you'll be able to type slash game rule, and then I believe it's minecart max speed, and then you can set it from 8 down to 1 if you want to. You know, what will that even look like? I need to do this now. Okay, so here's what a minecart max speed of 1 looks like. Who wants this? So if you really feel like you want to nerf minecarts, if you set it to 0, you can't. It has to be 1 at the minimum, or you can set it to
Those are
play
cool.
at 1.
They look like water
and what
jets.
this will mean is that you can do the exact same thing we just did, but much faster. So what does say 16 look like? So doubling that minecart speed. Here is what 16 looks like. Doubling that minecart speed. Let's go on the powered rails. And wow! Minecraft Console Edition, welcome back! Close enough. I really have to say I love that they're experimenting with this, and at a bare minimum, I think it's like, so why didn't they just double it themselves? There's one of 2 reasons. Either this is going to be entirely meant as a creative person only feature. Let's double it again, by the way, just to really be fun, right? But either this is meant as a creative only feature that is going to be used exclusively by map makers and stuff like that. I forget how worthless it is without powered rails here. So either this is designed exclusively to be used by map makers and by people who are playing around commands, or the second possibility is that they are going to change the speed, but to make sure they don't mess up existing contraptions, existing worlds will be stuck at 8, and you can change this yourself somewhere in the settings, in the same way that if you want to, you can turn off insomnia, or you can set the player settings presented. On Java, that's how things work. On Bedrock, it's a little bit different, so that's why I'm a little bit more cautious. But for now, let's set this to 320, and it didn't feel that much faster, did it? You know, let's get a minecart on some serious speeds by going around this. This might make me a little sick if I do this wrong. Oh! So, long story, will it do it by itself too? I think it will, right? Oh, that's so cool. Let's set it even higher. You know, we have to, right? What does 1,000 look like? Honestly, I don't think any faster, but I set it this a little bit to see what happens if we let go of the minecart at that speed. And the answer is goodbye, minecart.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
So yeah, minecarts can now do insane things if you want them to, and I think that's absolutely nuts personally. and maybe you agree with that too. So this is something that's very, very exciting. I'm looking forward to seeing the applications of this, and I hope that Mojang just does the same thing and sets the speed to 16 and says, but if you want to change it back, you can, or set it even higher. Or a better idea yet, if you let me cook on this one, if you don't want to affect existing worlds and you don't have to make it accessible to change results, if you just want this to be back-end thing, what if there was a new rail type, the same way that iron rails are slower than gold rails? What if there were copper rails that were supercharged and could take you up to 16 or 15, or probably not 300 speed? Although, why not 300 speed? That was so cool, and I want to do that again, and my life is empty until I can do precisely that. And so if you want to help, can you get Minecraft, can you get rails on that? Probably not. Anyway, one of the interesting things that I want to say is that that is something that I'm excited about, and it's something that presumably will also be coming to Bedrock. Speaking of things coming to Bedrock, this is something that I feel like we have to address at least a little bit. Minecraft have added quite a few Bedrock features to the Java version of this snapshot. Indeed, the Bedrock version has been having quite a few parity snapshots recently, or parity previews. Look at me, I'm a Java YouTuber already. I'm calling them snapshots even when they're not. But there's been quite a few parity previews, including stuff like Rarity, which you can see, by the way, has now fully paritied the other direction. Wait, let me just... we'll do it live, right in here. If you take a look at my, this is video from Excel. Okay, but if you look, here is every single rare item from Java, and they've got the exact same rarity systems as Bedrock. They've decided to make parity in this, taking from Bedrock back to Java, taking from Java to Bedrock and then back to Java, the same with the new banner patterns. Cool things to see, and so hopefully that means that the other stuff is coming in first. But yeah, there's one big thing, which is that, yeah, Mojang have decided to take baby squids, dolphins, and big salmon and port them all over to this version of the game. Why would they decide to do this? The answer is, funnily enough, I had a conversation with someone recently, where maybe about a year ago, where they were like, yeah, we sat down, we had to work out what features from Bedrock were going to come to Java, and salmon came up as one where it's like, put that up set Bedrock players, and there is a part of me that says precisely that is the case, and another part of me says, you know what does it matter to me? I'm a Java YouTuber now, look how great it is underwater here. But more seriously, I do think the dream end state is, yeah, you can take the Bedrock features and put them on Java, and the other way around, but my biggest issue is it seems like a cool feature from Bedrock to Java rarely does this, but if this is the plan to stay, this is where they're going from here onwards, heck yes. If every time there's a cool Bedrock feature, they actually port it to Java, rather than just removing it from Bedrock, that is awesome. I made the commitment a while ago that if they removed Big Salmon from Bedrock, I would stop playing the game, and I'm pleased to tell you that I don't need to have that as my commitment anymore, but I also would like to say that there are lots of cool Bedrock features that were removed, and there are lots of cool Bedrock features, I made a whole video about precisely that I wish the Java developers would consider looking at, because they could make their version of the game. I feel like, everyone always says there's one Minecraft, but at the exact same time, it's clear that the amount of features that come from Bedrock to Java, when it suits them, is a little bit higher than the reverse. All of the very most important parity differences, including, what's this? Can I have an inventory slot? The biggest inventory management thing you could do to bring parity is to bring that that extra slot properly over to Bedrock. And so I hope that this is the start of them doing things like that. But what do you think? I would love to hear your thoughts down below. Also, wow, look at this. I always forget that you get different takes looking at Electra. I think it looks so cool right here. I hope that you enjoyed today's video. I hope you found it to be useful. I want to play around with minecart so bad right now. Who's going to stop me? Okay, let's try this one more time, but we'll make sure we go this way around. Wait, I don't even know. Let's just speed up the minecart to Mach 10. And then wee! Oh, okay. No, that
54, 55, 56,
maybe we have to go
57,
slightly higher.
59.
Okay. This time, this is the one. I put a little bit of a lower rail, and then I'll raise it back
60.
up. In fact, I'll make it go like up a little hill, just like that. Yeah, there we go. Let's see what insane things we can do now. Go, minecart, go. You've got my entire plate resting on your shoulders. Yeah, this is exciting. I'm so hyped about this. Whee! Oh! Okay, almost. I had something there. I think this video was meant to be about Minecraft news when it started though, so I'm going to rapid fire 3 interesting things about the Bedrock version of the game, which of course I don't play anymore. One, there was a new update which came out yesterday, 1.21.21, from a name that only had one thing on the bug fix, and it was the fact that they are fixing rounds, but then rounds went down again today. It has now been 2 full days that many people haven't had access to their rounds. This, in my opinion, is significant because it's a monthly subscription you pay, and so to just lose 2 days of something, Minecraft's going to have to, I would say, compensate people. The minimum would be, like, funding those 2 days, or even 2 more days, because you're paying for an online service you can't access on top of all of the other problems, so that's something interesting. But the other issue is that there is, in fact, the third fact is that there is a brand new preview for Minecraft Bedrock. It duplicated a lot of the things from Java Snapshot. However, it also has a few unique things. I would love to show them to you, but obviously it hasn't come out for me on the Windows 10 version yet. And also, I'm a Java YouTuber now, so I'm off to go make a 100 days in hardcore video over the next couple of hours. It's going to be really great. I'm looking forward to opening to LAN when I die. But yeah, thank you for watching, and I look forward to seeing you in my next Java Edition video with my big set.
Oh, the little weapon.
That is not one of our bunnies. Lost wild bunny. Well, here's how big it is. Doesn't scream either. I'm surprised. It just must feel at home here. Get to eat yet.
Cute bunny.
Maybe she will know what to do with it. I don't think you can eat yet. Maybe she will know what to do with it.
Jesus.
That is not one of our bunnies.
Name above
That is a
all.
wild bunny that has wandered into our bunny. I have no idea what to do with this. Our bunnies are Flemish giants. This one is just wandered
Let
in.
me see if this guy is.
Grand Theft Auto 6 fans have started freaking out as GTA 6's supposed release date is leaked online. We'll be talking about what they're talking about and a whole lot more, all in this video today. So I have even had people reach out to me on Facebook and X, or formerly Twitter, regarding this. So I
Just say Twitter, dumb shit. Oh. Dude, I'm pre-ordering Call of Duty. Oh. Minecraft bundles. Minecraft bundles. I'm obsessed. My eyes are having orgasms. God damn it. Where's Waddles? Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Snapshots are back, and even more so, the bundle, the beautiful baby, has been so many years, is finally here. But instead, we kick off today's snapshot video in the dead of night.
I'm writing Echo Filter, IPS Toy Cat, and Waddles the same thing.
Here. Give ourselves a little bit of night vision and look around for a minute, and I don't really see too much going on. But inside of that chamber, and I've been testing this for a little bit of time, inside of that chamber there are bats. So in today's gigantic mega whopper of a snapshot, we're going to dive into it here together. Tap like before you forget. Bats. Bat spawning has been changed. You see, previously, Minecraft Spawn's most unused feature of all time, the spawn of this guy was limited to below Y63. In a world opposed to 1.18 Caves and Cliffs update with caves and cliffs that go way higher than the ocean level, I mean, it just makes sense to open up a bat spawning across the world. So how this is going to work, pretty straightforward. If the area is dark enough for a bat to spawn, then the bat will be able to spawn. That could mean, theoretically, on the surface, inside of some kind of room you build, or quite literally anywhere. Okay, alright, let's address the skin. It's been weeks on months, actually, of a dry desert of no Minecraft snapshot, but oh, it doesn't matter, because today's snapshot changelog. Look, guys, I'm so excited about this, I can't even talk correctly. Today's snapshot changelog, alongside literally 200 exactly bug fixes, let's just jump right in. Crafting table. We place that buddy down, we slide into the crafting table with one single piece of leather and one single piece of string, and oh my god, it's beautiful. And it's definitely warmer than than it ever was before. That's a new texture. I can't believe I'm saying this, but this has been into the making. The changelog even takes note of it. It has been into the making since 2020. The world was so different back then. Maybe not, definitely not better, but different. Alright, this is insane. Now, if we take the bundle and I right-click on something like I used to, it actually swaps. They completely swapped and flipped up the controls of the bundle. Instead, you're going to left-click on the bundle to insert an item. If I right-click on the bundle, once I have an item inside of it, then I'm going to take it out. Now let's go ahead and do maybe say a little bit of scavenging, because the bundle, after all, it's like for early game inventory management with such an affordable, in fact, way more affordable than ever before recipe. I mean, they listened. With just one leather and one string, you could make this easily on day number 1. Anyways, inside of the inventory, with the bundle, I hover over something and right-click on it, and it goes inside of the bundle. Right-click on another thing, and same old deal. More and more things will slowly start to queue up inside of the bundle. If I can put something in it, like the bundle is too full, listen. Yes, this sound design, it's on point again. Now, take a seat, take a seat.
I didn't think it was going to happen today, but I'm so glad it did.
Because the new UI, oh my god, that's good looking. Look at how nice that is. Now, if I go ahead and, let me see if I get this right. If I right-click on the bundle and hold down, no, I definitely didn't have it right. Alright, if I hold down Shift and right-click on the, okay, well, that moves to the hotbar. Alright, well, if I use the bundle, okay, always I love diving into new Minecraft features because, I mean, it's like a learning curve, right? I don't know how to do this stuff. Bundles. There's brand new controls right here. The controls have changed. Use left-click to put an item in the bundle, right-click to remove it. When the tooltip is invisible, use number keys and the mouse to select different... Alright, so menu stacking. This is the first time this has ever happened in Minecraft history, but inside of the bundle right here, if I scroll, there we go, it's so intuitive. If I scroll, and let's say maybe select, like, I don't know, the poppy, then I go ahead and right-click on it, the poppy is pulled clean out of the bundle. The order that the items are in inside of a bundle does not matter anymore. That means for real this time, you could actually use a bundle for inventory management, like condense a bunch of stuff down into one spot, place it down, and then just scroll through and take out whatever you need. Now, the bundle's capacity here is still going to be only one stack of items. A stack of items is defined differently for every different type of item. For example, cookies, they stack at 64, that's a full stack. On the other hand, one single netherite sword, that's a full stack of swords. Something like snowballs, they stack in 16. Well, then 16 is a full stack. I don't know. You tell me about this. I'm sure we're going to be talking about the bundle quite a bit more in the next few weeks. Maybe should they reconsider this one, at least when it comes to different tools, like say 3 tools, or maybe 4 tools. Yeah, multiples of 4, that's a good number. Maybe 4 different tools up to them can go inside of the bundle at a single time.
40,
you know though, it just feels so surreal that the bundle
40,
is actually here and
32,
like in
42,
the game, kind of partially in the game.
48,
It's weird though. It only seems to have one texture. It used to have both.
51.
Now I would love to write my love letter to the bundle all day long today, but we've got a lot to talk about. Special little thing. If there's anything you'd like to see more of in this snapshot, then request it down below. I'm going to make a follow-up part, and I'm probably going to make it on whatever you guys want to see the most. Next up, beautiful, beautiful banner patterns. Look at how good they look. They popped up in this video that I posted like 2 weeks ago, Minecraft preview, and they made it over to Java. Ooh, it's toilet paper. But I mean like toilet paper in a nice and warm, loving way, right? Like creeper face toilet paper. Who doesn't want to live white with that leg? Okay. Let's move on. Back on the main menu. This is the first snapshot for this new version. One big thing that I forgot to say that isn't going to be what you think I'm going to say. Experiments. The bundle is technically still its own experimental toggle. Minecarts? Redstone? Killing. Alright, so next up, we should talk about the change.
At Wholesale, we take a unique approach to teaching the art of filmmaking. Our students work on projects designed around the industry. They're planning and executing a production and handling post-production aspects of editing and sound design.
Change that surely, definitely isn't going to get anybody heated in a big debate. No, definitely not Redstone. Alright, so in the world of Redstone, inside of this snapshot, we've got some different updates happening. First things first, Redstone, when powered, will only update a block if that redstone dust would power the block. So in other words, like, to be clear here, not that the redstone dust would have ever powered that copper lamp, but that copper lamp, it's not going to be triggered by any kind of block update here. Because, I mean, clearly, in this situation, the redstone dust would be sending the power over to that copper bulb, not copper bulb number A right here. Again, not that this situation would ever work, it's just kind of like the easiest way that I could think of to show this one out. Redstone powering is now going but there is a little bit of randomization. You see it? However, now, if I put the power source closer to something, then whatever thing that power source is close to is going to get power first every single time, no randomization at all. Doesn't matter how many times I flip the lever, the piston on the left right there is going to accept. On the other hand, if I flip this over to the right here, then the right piston is going to accept every single time. On the other hand, the original situation that we had, if we have the thing that is triggering the power equidistant, meaning same number of block spaces away from whatever that thing is, then you're going to get that whole randomized thing. Oh, look, it's flawless this time. Where were you like 1 second ago? Alrighty, so redstone changes, they're all experimental. I can't stress this enough. And we have developer's notes. I don't remember this ever being a thing in the changelog, but I kind of love it. A little bit of a developer's note on redstone. Randomness is not usually wanted. They're trying to go ahead and make this make a little bit more sense. This screenshot below, aka the experiment that I just ran, that the devs are now stealing from me and putting on the changelog, yeah, it's kind of showing it up. Stealing from me and putting on the changelog, yeah, it's kind of showing it up. Related to this redstone stuff right here, and it's probably going to do you guys a little bit more justice if I just show you the changelog, you can read it, so I don't like butcher it and make it more confusing, but the order in which a line of wire changes. Let's say we have a line of redstone dust right here. On that line of redstone dust, it's pretty long here, I have a power source right here. I go ahead and light that. The order at which the redstone dust changes, the thing that closest to wherever the power source is going to change when the air goes around it first. Even though graphically, visually, everything's turning on at the same time, this one is changing first. Now, this whole word change that I'm using here, aka block update. They basically the redstone wire that is changing right here. Well, these blocks right here, if they would get a block update, probably wouldn't in this situation, but if they would, they would get a block update before, say, this block right here. Because it's so far away from the power. And it all kind of goes back to this whole, like, experiment right here that I was just showing you, where the power is coming from and which one's going to be powered. Yeah, this is really interesting. I wouldn't have seen it coming down from a million miles away, even if you led me to that destination with a line of redstone dust. I just would have never seen any of this in the snapshot. God dang, it looks like these next couple of months leading up to 1.222 are going to be interesting with 3 experiments. 3 experiments are beautiful, but before we take a look at the 3rd experiment, let's take a look at the focus of Minecraft 1.21, the trial chamber, because we have updates. I've been waiting for this change to hit Java for weeks on weeks on weeks, but the trial chamber has quite a few changes inside of it, and these changes, they include rented components, rented roofs, new traps, and even more. The breeze. First up, there was a little bit of breeze cheese method, where you could essentially run up on the breeze, be really close, and it would just cancel its attacks and never try to attack you. Well, the attack still definitely cancels, and it tries to find a farther spot. But if it's trapped and it can't really find that farther spot, as you can see right there, it will still attack. So this will all amount to very subtly, but still definitely the case, the breeze will be a little bit more challenging in combat. Now, speaking of in combat, while you're running around the trial chamber, maybe even this time if you're a little bit more clever and you bring a bundle with you, clearing up your inventory. Well, if you're a little bit forgetful, if you only brought the bundle that's on your shirt, well, no big deal, because we have a brand new performance here. The Hopper Barrow combination is free. Essentially, around this structure before, you would have found random chests sitting there that you could drop your items into if your inventory was a little full. Well, all of those random empty chests have been removed and instead replaced with a Hopper Barrow combo. It's essentially the same thing, like you run up and drop items inside of it. You're not going to find loot inside the barrels ever, but it's still pretty cool to see. Yes, now the one that I've been waiting for, let's see if we can find any of the brand new encounters or traps inside of the structure. Right off the bat, inside of this one, it doesn't look like it. Yeah, it definitely doesn't look like it. Structure number 2, I did a quick look, and it's not here either. But oh baby, structure pneumato trace, and here we are. Good luck, or maybe bad luck. Alright, so this is one that I showed off in a short right here, but it is dead. Deadly, and it is maybe what stair spike is. Right here, this is just a random staircase. If I walk down here and look down, oh boy, that looks a little bit dangerous. If I go ahead and maybe just say plummet myself all the way down, like, ooh, if I was in survival, that would have been no bueno. That's a pointed drift zone right there. We got a little bit of ladder leading us back up, but right here, it doesn't even matter. You gotta like remove the block right there to get out of the trap. And I guess that block too. Now this little trap right here, it is in a random hallway that will have a little bit of loot at the end of it. So it's like if you figure it out, you're not rushing, being a little cautious. Maybe it was worth it. Oh, I love that one so much. Encounters, new structure components to keep in mind. some
me it'll
point in the
stop.
future video. For now,
The doors will stack.
item rarity, and another change that made its way
Okay,
over to
good.
Minecraft Bedrock a couple of weeks ago. Item rarity has been adjusted over here on Minecraft Java, and I believe is in parity with Minecraft Bedrock and what's going on right now. And now after this video, if you'd like to see a full list of all of the items that have been changed, check out this one. I'll leave a card on screen, but a couple of notable ones that are bigly changed. First up, the Elytra, which I don't think I've ever seen this cape like that, at least in game, but the Elytra is now epic rarity. Same with the Dragon Head and the Silence Armor. Epic rarity is the most rare
Oh,
item
this,
in the game.
I'm
or
using
most
the
rare category of
texture
item.
pack
And
out
yeah,
of the
I mean, it kind of
Biohazard.
makes sense, especially for Silence. So that thing is straight. Golden Apple. The Golden Apple has been devoted to just plain old common. I guess it's because maybe it's like crafted. Meanwhile,
Get
this
the
one
fuck
is
over.
great. Now, funnily enough, the changelog said they increased the Trident's rarity, but I swear there was a change in 1.21. Maybe I'm having like early onset disease. I swear in 1.21 they made this thing epic rarity or whatever, but now it's the blue color, which is kind of fitting, you know. Kind of a cool one here. The Sniffer Egg. The Sniffer Egg now has a special rarity, which, by the way, there's some bugs in the snapshot. I couldn't see my hand for a second. It was freaking me out. Hey, speaking of uncommon, we have uncommon on uncommon on uncommon. There are so many different uncommon ones, including a lot of discs. Let's move on to player safety. Okay, the snooze fest of changes here today, but I guess maybe essential or whatever. You go ahead and pause the video right here if you want to read it, but, you know. Alright, now look, this is my YouTuber apology. I messed up. I shouldn't have done it. It's screwed up. I didn't think about it, but I should have put this with the redstone one. Whoa, right off the bat, whoa. Snapshot season is always my favorite season of the year, but brand new Redstone Forge model plays it down in the world, and whoa, it's way more chunky and blocky than ever before. Look at how good that looks. That looks amazing. Now, as you can probably see, it still gives off a bit of a light. I don't think they changed any statistics or anything with it, but like, whoa, it's just a brand new model. That looks so good. Please do that to the normal torch. Yeah, so if you were wondering, the normal torch is same old, same old. The soul torch as well. I guess maybe if you want to like say leave the classic one, leave that torch alone. But this looks like 2024. Heck, you're going on 2025, and baby, it just looks so good. At least the soul torch, please. But wow, look at how good that looks. You place it on the side of a block right here if you were curious. Yeah, Look at how good that looks. That's amazing. In the world of listen changes, listen. Oh, it sounds so good. Please, please, please. That's such a good sounding block. Oh, it sounds so good. Please, please, please. That's such a good sounding block. Allow us to have a different block with that sound. Probably not copper grade because, I mean, it sounds coppery, right? But why not maybe an iron grade block? Like, you make it with like the copper grade or whatever, the block, I don't know. But we could, like, get that sound in survival. Come on, iron grade. Like Sabrina, please, please, please. And while we're talking about textures and everything like that, we have a bunch of texture stuff, including some shader changes right here, post-process effect and definitions. And yeah, those beautiful, the brand new Redstone Forge models. They're so good. Now this texture stuff, it actually goes on and on and on. Like today's chainsaw, there's a lot here. This is crazy. Legitimately, I don't think there has ever been a snapshot that is so big that isn't for like a new major release, like the first 1.21 snapshot or whatever. This stuff is insane. Alright, so next up, I'd like to take another look at experimental changes. So just as a reminder, if you want to check these out in your world, you need to enable this experiment. If your world is created already, you cannot enable minecarts. Minecarts inside of this update have gotten some experimental changes. Okay, so first up, I propose maybe some updates to the rail texture. Like they did the Redstone Forge right there, make it a little bit more 3D. I feel like it's time, right? Like, make that pop up a bit. Anyways, for my first change of the day, all we're going to need to do is set up a simple small course here and have it make a turn. Maybe have another power station at the other end so we can bounce back and forth. When I place this minecart right there, check that out. When you place it in the rail, it kind of like bounces up and down a little bit different. I suppose maybe let's get this one out of the way real quick here, but let's say I had a rail line right here, and then inside of this dispenser I was queuing up a whole bunch of minecarts. Then let's say I went ahead and powered this, the dispenser will drop the minecart down now, that's fine. But unlike before, if there's a minecart close to the dispenser, it just won't really try and place the minecart down. This failure to place is going to happen if there's a minecart on the block or partially on the block. When this error happens, the dispenser will just spit out the minecart. Alright, so check this out. Place the minecart down, power myself, go on the rail, and... Alright, my POV didn't change. But there's a catch. Pause the game, options, accessibility settings. Scroll around in here until we find something with a minecart. Rotate. Minecart, turn that on. Alright, so talking about the accessibility settings, check this out. Oh, it turns with the minecart now. It turns with the minecart now. change of all time. It's here. Okay, so this is crazy. Game rules. Minecart max speed. By default, this is 8 to we can now go ahead and change this all the way up to 1,000. Okay, so you know how minecarts work previously. You know, there was like a little booster. You do like, I don't know, 3 rails or whatever that you basically have for max speed. That would mean if I'm in a minecart, you know, and I hit this rail right here, then I go ahead and boost up and, you know, I'm like a little bit faster. Well, with that max speed rule set to 1,000, that means I could use my minecart system and move potentially up to literally 1,000 blocks per second. What is this? Oh, that's quick. That looks so quick. But maybe not quick enough. Let's add some more power. Then let's go ahead and get on this thing. And I don't know what this is going to look like, but... Oh, yeah, that was insane. I mean, it was so short. Very short-lived turret, right? But I definitely sped up. Hold on, I have an idea. So theoretically here, I should be able to just boost myself on a continuous loop, right? Like if I maybe get rid of that stop station right there, go ahead and go like this. This might be a terrible idea on camera, by the way. Yes, but theoretically I should be able to jump on this minecart. It's getting survival, just be a little more immersive, right? Jump on this, and I have a loop right here, so I should speed up. And I speed up, and I... oh my god. Look away from the screen right now, guys. But it works. I'm going, like, a little bit quick. Okay, that's enough of that. It definitely works. Maybe the better way to show this off would have been just let the minecart do its own thing. Yeah, that's definitely the better way to show that off. The minecart is speeding up to, like, eventually 1,000 blocks per second, I think. Wow. That's pretty trippy, man. That's insane. Now, another crazy thing that the minecart is going to do here is it's going to jump a little bit better. So this is kind of actually perfect. If I maybe set that up and I have that, I think that should do a jump right there. Let's see, maybe pick it up a couple of blocks later. I don't know how this is going to work out. I haven't tested it yet. And for the heck of it, maybe we'll try and like jump up a block like that. Again, I don't know if it's really going to work, but we'll see. We'll go ahead and acquire quite a bit of speed with this minecart too. But anyways, oh, it worked. It jumped so much better. It went so quick, but it worked. Let's test it one more time right here. Just a simple jump, but it goes up and catches so easy. You know, I bet I could make a almost continuous loop thing. Solid block right there. I have a powered rail on the jump. Now that's going to go and jump up. Oh, this is so fun. This is the most fun Minecraft update of all time. It speeds up, it jumps. Oh, it's seamless, it's smooth. The turn, it takes it so well. Wow. Minecarts are... I mean, they did it. Now, all of these minecart changes are all experimental changes, and they might not make it into the game, so don't get your hopes up too much, but yeah, they know that some of this stuff might break contraptions too, so yeah. Also, the attention to detail with this one, chef's kiss right here. No rail grinding sounds are played if a minecart is flying through the air. Nice. Hold on, and they'll tilt a little bit better when they fly in the air too. So let's see. There's a... Okay, it's going too quick. Let me just go ahead and slow this back down. Before we move on, let's see if we can see what they're talking about when it comes to this visual boost. Here's a minecart right here going a little bit more of a realistic speed. It's going to turn, it's going to go. Max speed is 8. It's going to go up and... Whoa. That was smooth. Loop that back one more time. Oh, that was smoother than like silk touch. That's crazy. Yeah, so big snapshot. I can't remember if I mentioned to you guys that this is a quite large, ginormous even snapshot. So I want to wrap it up today with a little bit of aquatic changes right here. First thing first, the dolphin. And a thing that I didn't know wasn't a thing. There are baby dolphins in the game now. I genuinely didn't realize that wasn't a thing on Minecraft Java. What I'm curious about here is how in the world would I say acquire a baby dolphin? Like if I give you that, then you want to like swim away, right? Maybe if I do the cooked cod, no. You just want to swim away. That's definitely a new salmon, right? Maybe it's like salmon. Maybe I can give you salmon. No, I don't think that's doing anything. You all just want to swim away. So I propose another change. Maybe like the raw cod will go ahead and let us breed the fish, but if we were smart and cooked the cod, then it really loves the meal, so it goes and leads us to the ocean treasures, right? Another new baby mob that is in the game now is the baby glow squid, the baby squid. This kind of came out yesterday and everyone started getting hyped, but yeah, they're in the game now. Unfortunately, there is no way to breed these mobs. Again, I propose maybe like cod or something. Let us breed the squid with cod, because then you could actually make a squid farm if you went through the effort, which would be so cool. And Bedrock Gang, you're not so cool anymore. You quit that flexing energy and that attitude. I don't care about it. Salmon, it comes in all different shapes and sizes now. That means in the river. Look at how large that salmon is. I didn't modify this thing or anything. That's not burning the oil. Look at how large that is compared to a squid. Oh, what? Yeah, there's size variation on the salmon now. When you find the salmon in the wild, it's just going to be like different size. sizes. You have the classic one, sometimes you have gigantormous ones. Now my question here is, if I take this buddy out, okay, that's like one salmon, maybe literally, well I guess it's one salmon is one salmon, right? Maybe we shouldn't multiply it, but I don't know. I don't know, man. That's pretty crazy. I can't believe how large this snapshot is. Minecraft's future, oh, it's looking spicy. And so you better believe it, over the next couple of weeks, it's going to be exciting. Lots of new content to dive into. It would make my day and warm my heart greatly if you decided to join me on this big journey. Tap the like button, subscribe for more videos. Down in the description are all of my socials, my Instagram, IRL. It's been me, Waddles, and I'll see you all tomorrow. Matt, look, my socials, my Instagram, IRL. It's been me, Waddles, and I'll see you all tomorrow. Man, what a great day.
Oh, amen to that, brother.
Snapshot 24W33A is out. It's for Minecraft 1.21.2, and this means that we're getting another minor update jam full of content before 1.22 drops. This one comes with over 200 bug fixes.
I want to play on a normal seed. God, I'm so happy. Woo! It's a lot more simple, but with the bundles, but I got an idea for them. Where my bundles at, bitches? Oh, that's right, huh? Yeah. Oh. Well, I will. Bundles, bitches, come see me. Get your ass over there, you motherfucker. Damn honky knicker bitch. Oh, this is that one. What? Yeah, this is that one. Fuck, it's been a while. I need to go. I'm gonna build my bundle first. My first bundle. Okay, so we got lots of beefs. Oh, what? Get your ass over there. Oh, fuck yeah. Woohoo! You know what, can you do it this way? It sucks you can't put him. Oh, what? But it's full. If you need to make room, though, you can always go like that to make room for something else. Okay, we are going to, you know,
from God.
Entitled, you must answer. I want the truth. You can't handle the truth.
Maybe we should chug on over to Mamby-Pamby land where maybe we can find some self-confidence for you, you jackwagon.
Coming to you live from his battle cell high atop Bethel Church, the most heralded, the most despised
Shorts need to be
talk
stackable
show
though,
in
fucking
all of
damn
human
it.
history. This is the talk show Hell
You got
Hates.
bundles, I can
This
screenshot.
is Pastor Mike online.
You motherfucker knew. Damn you.
Hello, coming to you live from our top secret broadcasting bunker. This is the talk show Hell Hates, and I don't know why my buttons don't work. Let me try this one. Having a good time already today. It's good to be here today. I don't know, ran into some kind of nasty virus yesterday, and yeah, it was pretty bad. So let's forget all that. I tell you, I'm having an awesome time here. I mentioned this the other day. I bought a copy of 1526
43.
William Tyndale Bible. Now it's what's called a facsimile, which means that they scanned the pages
43.
the way they are. They scanned them and they put them in book form, and I am eating it up. I love it. I also mentioned to you that I bought when we were in Ohio, going to all these Amish stores. They had a copy of the Septuagint, which, if you remember, was a copy of the Old Testament translated into Greek. This was done about 300 years before Christ. And what's interesting to me, I can pick up on some of the Greek words in here, but it also has an English translation next to it, so you kind of know where you're at, what you're reading, and what you're looking at, and so on. And let me do this. I don't remember if I showed you this or not, or if I mentioned this. But in the book of Daniel, if you remember, in the modern translation, they took the phrase Son of God and replaced it with a son of the gods. Or, I think one translation says one of the gods. Which, that's stupid. That I can tell you, if you are reading Greek and you come upon the word Weos, O-U-I, Weos, yeah, O-U-I-O-S, or Omicron, Upsilon, Ipsilon, Omicron, Sigma. I still remember some of that stuff. You come across the word Weos, that means son. So how is it that you can read in Hebrew the phrase son of the Elohim or whatever,
and then just omit the phrase son and just go with, it's one of the gods. It's one of them. And that statement in itself angers me. Nebuchadnezzar's looking in the fiery furnace, then just omit the phrase son and just go with, it's one of the gods. It was one of them. And that statement in itself angers me. Nebuchadnezzar's looking in the fiery furnace, and he says, it's just one of the gods. Nothing to worry about. Let me find verse 25. Okay, I found it here. Kai Ipen Ho Basileus. Basileus means king. Where the word basilica comes from. Let's see, verse 25. Pyros. Oh, pyros is fire. Pyros is fire. Yeah, you're yeah. Pyros. Kai. Diaphora. Diaphora, something like that. I don't know what that is. Estin in Altois. Kai. Oresus to Tartu. Here we go. We are, let's see, we owe something to you, Son of God. Son of God is what it says. I don't get it. I don't know why they have to insist. Oh no, it's the son of the gods. Because Nebuchadnezzar was like this pagan, and like that's what he knew about. He didn't know anything about a son of the god. He only just knew like sons of gods and so on. He worshiped multiple gods. I've heard that as an argument before, and it's a stupid argument. It's like listen, when you're standing in front of Jesus Christ one day, you're not going to mistake who he is. You're not going to go, are you one of the gods? Are you one of them? Because, I'm supposed to meet with Jesus. Where is he? You're going to know who it is. Every knee shall bow. So, now, one of the points I want to make today, and then I want to pick back up on this yoga thing that we were talking about Tuesday. I'm looking in my Tyndale New Testament 1526. And it's a beautiful, beautiful text. I mentioned, I think in church Sunday afternoon,
In that fresh getting up morning, very well,
of Tyndale's Bible
right on,
sold
King Jesus, right
for
on.
£1 million.
No
It was
man
bought by the
cannot
British
hinder
Library. They paid £1 million for a Bible. I'm telling you, this book is more precious than gold. Amen. And what I want to do with this is just to show you, because you're out there and you've got friends, you've got people on Facebook, you've got people on social media
I've got
that are going to
friends
hound
in
you.
high
They're going to try to
places.
throw things at you, and they're going to throw questions at you that they don't think you can answer. And because you don't have an answer, that means they're right. Obviously, because you don't have an answer, that means I'm right. I win the argument because you don't have an answer, and that's not true. One of the things I want to do is just to show you that God has maintained His word. So if I say The words of the Lord are pure words, as silver, tried in a furnace of earth, purified 7 times. Thou shalt keep them, O Lord. Thou shalt preserve them from this generation forever.
Yep.
If I say that verse, and I say that means that God promised, He swore that His words would abide forever, that there would never be a time when His words became so totally corrupt that they ceased being the Word of God. Because as you know, if it's wrong, it ain't the Word of God. Period. And one of the things that I've tried to show people over the years is the consistency that culminates in our King James Bible. The consistency of, what Greek text is used, what Hebrew text is used, and how that text was translated over the years. Tyndale, this is back before television, radio, and cell phones. So Tyndale, all he needed was a desk, some paper, some ink, and a few candles. And he could sit there for hours and translate the text of the Bible. And that's what he did. He took the Greek text and he translated it into English of the day. Now, and there are verses that have been in dispute over the years. Not with me, but the other side of the aisle, the people over there, they dispute certain verses like 1 John 5:7, which I showed you the other day. That's in Tyndale's Bible. Then there's the other one where Philip is called by God to go and witness to. You're gonna like this. This would be interesting how Tyndale referred to the eunuch. Okay, let me read that part to you. Let's see here. The angel of the Lord spake unto Philip, saying, arise and go toward. I can't really read that. I have to get used to this. Jerusalem, from Jerusalem unto Gaza, which is in the desert. So he arose and went, and behold, a man of Ethiopia, which was gelded. And later on, it does not call him eunuch at all in here. It says in, I don't know exactly what verse this is, but it says, the gelded man answered Philip. Gelded means he's a eunuch. Okay? I just thought that was kind of interesting. So, the gilded man answered Philip and said, I pray thee, of whom speaketh the prophet this, of himself or of some other man? Philip opened his mouth to begin at the same scripture and preached unto him Jesus. Now, we're going to run into one of those verses. That every single one of the modern translations, including the Swahili Bible, has taken out. Acts chapter 8, verse 37. Verse 37. There's no verse markings in Tyndale's Bible. So anyway, it says, and as they went on their way, they came unto a certain water, and the gelded man said, see, here is water. What shall let me to be baptized? Now that you can tell that is that they said that phrase differently in 1526 than they did in 1626. What we find, let me put it up on the screen for you. That way you'll have a frame of reference. Acts chapter 8.
Dude, it's about fucking time, though. That's one of the things I was trying to do, is check, check the
feedback, and voila, here we are.
YouTube notifications.
So right about here, and the King James says, and as they went on their way, they came into a certain water, and the eunuch said, see, here is water, what does hinder me to be baptized? Well, apparently the way it was said 100 years before that, what shall let me to be baptized? Philip said unto him, and him is spelled H-Y-M, here. Philip said unto him, if thou believe with all thine heart thou mayest. He answered, saying, I believe that Jesus Christ is the Son of God. Hallelujah! That is exactly what the King James says.
Hallelujah.
I believe it. That's the verse. That's missing.
Hallelujah.
Why is it important? Because if you take verse 37 out, you have verse 36. And as they went on their way, they came unto a certain water, and the eunuch said, see, here is water. What doth hinder me to be baptized? Take out verse 37. Go directly to verse 38. And he commanded the chariot to stand still, and they went down both into the water, both Philip and the eunuch, and baptized. They've taken out the fact that you have to believe who Jesus is. You have to. Because if you don't, then there can be no salvation without faith. It's that simple. No faith, no grace. Faith, lots of grace. You believe that Jesus is, was, always will be. You believe the truth that you are not worthy and never will be worthy.
No.
And yet Jesus Christ is
Created in His image, you're more than worthy. It's a disrespect to His image.
laid down His life willingly. You for me. Greatest war story that could ever be told about a soldier is the story of Christ who took all of His enemies on Himself and took them down to the pit, never to be seen again. Christ rose victorious 3 days later. All the sins, all the handwriting of ordinances that was against us was laid on that cross, nailed to that cross. They are not against us any longer. Amen. Amen and amen. Some more. Let my battery run out. My little noise maker here. So buckle it up here and get it working. My cord.
shit.
Got it? Alright. Now, let me, let's get some PowerPoint going here. Hold on. Uno momento, por favor. Yes. Where, yeah, we'll start right here. Any other gospel? You've heard me over the years. If I'm to be remembered for anything, I would like to be remembered for, number one, being a staunch believer in the one true gospel of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. That is, by grace are ye saved through faith, and that not of yourselves, it is a gift of God, not of works, lest any man should boast. Hallelujah. That's what I would like to be. Secondly, for the promotion and the promotion of the pure Word of God. I can't help but believe what I believe. I remember several years ago, Ron DeGonia asked me to come to his church when he was living down in southern Missouri, back where there in a place where there's literally a deer under every tree. Yeah. But anyway, and I told him that I was going to preach this particular message to King James. He said, Michael, he said, I don't mind anybody using any kind of Bible that they want to, as long as it's a King James. And I went, well, okay then. He had invited another church to come to hear me, and this other pastor was a Southern Baptist pastor, and so I'm giving a presentation on the translations. I'm showing, it's one of the early ones I did. It's my wife's favorite one, where I show, here's what the King James says, here's what the NIV says, here's what the King James says, here's the NIV, but it has it missing. Here's the King James. It's missing out of the NIV and all the other ones. And so I, did that, like, 15, 20 verses, just one after another. And I remember at the end of the service, Brother Ron asked this pastor, this Southern Baptist pastor, to lead in prayer. And I'll never forget, he prayed in his prayer that God would show me the truth. That one day God would have mercy on me and show me the truth. And I knew what he was getting at. He was thinking that I make all this stuff up about the Bibles because I can tell you, he probably went to seminary. And if you go to seminary, I'm telling you, they will mess your head up. Getting here, doesn't it? Anyway, that's what I want to be known for, is sticking with the Word of God, sticking with the pure gospel, and if I detect that somebody's trying to slide something in along with that gospel, or as a replacement for that gospel, or a replacement for the Word of God, I'm going to do something about it. I'm going to say something. I'm going to do something. You better stand back, because is I'm going to open up a great big can of King James on somebody. I can tell you that right now. So, this is what the Apostle Paul said concerning the gospel that we believe in. And again,
year after year, abrasive toothpaste can damage your teeth, while black can leave.
Hello and welcome to Expeditions, a Mod Runner game. We are recording.
Game right, love him.
we accept God's gift through faith. We are saved.
He kind of seems arrogant now. Hate to say it, but seems at least. I don't like to accuse people unless I know for a fact.
On cue for election season, we now have a monkeypox global emergency.
Mpox has been reported in the Democratic Republic of the Congo for more than a decade, and the number of cases reported each year has increased steadily over that period. Last year, reported cases increased significantly, and already the number of cases reported so far this year has exceeded last year's total, with more than 14,000 cases and 524 deaths. Today, the emergency committee met and advised me that, in its view, the situation constitutes a public health emergency of international concern. I have accepted that advice.
Alright, you guys, what's going on? We finally got the bundles, fools. What's up? Hey, what's going on? Don't forget to subscribe to the channel. I'll subscribe back to you. Yeah, oh yeah. Dude, I've been waiting so long like everybody else. For the bundles, dude. This is my most coveted product of Minecraft. Did you sub? It's like early Christmas and shit. Oh, okay, you subbed. I subbed you. Yeah, I did. I subscribed to you just now. What sucks is I've been noticing I'll be subscribed to some people, and then I'll go back and see their channel and it says subscribe. Like I've just subscribed so many times. I don't know what the fuck. You got Minecraft or what? Dude, I am on this shit, dude. I am on this shit. Bundles are just fucking awesome. Yeah. You excited about this? The bundles and shit? And it's one of these leathers. Instead of the rabbits, I wanted the rabbits. They could still put the rabbits in there, but I won't say how I got an idea for merging. Dude, I am so excited about this, dude. I'm gonna be live streaming for 10 hours. I'm over here just murdering these fucking cows for one apparent reason. Bundles, bitches. I'm slaughtering. It's a slaughterhouse over here. I'm cutting these cows' throats, taking their leather, cutting their ass cheeks off, shoving it down their throat, getting my motherfucking bundles up in this bitch. Nigga! Put a green check mark. It's cool. No. Fact. Fact? Did you mean to put fact? Or fuck? I'm murdering cows now. It was going to be the rabbits, but they didn't. They could still put the rabbits back in there. I'm slaughtering cows. It's a curious. I have nothing more. I got my fun rules. Yeah, shit. Look at that. All late. I'm slaughtering chickens. Only because I want to put them in bundles and shit. Scale 1 to 10, I give it 100. What do you give it? True or dare? True. If you're doing what I think you're doing. What's the truth? Let's make some more room. That's so genius. Review. What did I say? I don't understand. What were you trying to say though in that comment? And thanks for stopping by. I'll be right back, y'all. Y'all. least they joined the channel, thank God. I'm gonna try the, what's that? It's the experiments for the, I don't know, I kinda wanna do the, zombie one. 2078 or whatever.
Children, blood, for the remission of our sins, once we accept God's gift through faith, we are saved. You don't need a bag of silver. You don't need a bucket full of gold. You don't need to sacrifice your own children. You don't need to give God your firstborn ram or anything like that. Simply trust God. Because after all, trusting yourself got you where you are now, didn't it? So anyway, when it turns to bringing something in a church or a
We're gonna
ministry
do that. We're gonna go to,
or a person's personal life. This person says that they go to church. They go to
2078.
church. They go to PowerPoint church. They go to PowerPoint church or Centerpoint church or Crosspoint church, or they go to such and such community, or they go to Praise Fellowship, whatever. Whatever church they go to. At some point, and I'm just going to say this, more than likely, it's going to be led by women. Please forgive me for having to say that, but I have to say it. You don't see a lot of men on Facebook with their body all contorted, wadded up like a pretzel, and saying, I have Jesus on my mind. You just don't see it. understand, when you pastor a church for, it'll be 30 years, yeah, December of 1996, so this year it's 28 years. By 2026, I'll have been here as pastor for 30 years. When you're here 30 years, and you invest time, you invest money, you invest your labor, everything that, all the things that God has gifted you with, when you expend all of that on certain people, certain families, and so on, and then the devil comes in and brings in some sort of discord, some way of dividing us up, and then those people leave, and you never see, you know you're never going to see them again. Now, I will say that more than likely with some pastors, it's a money thing. Oh dear, they tithe good. We're not going to get that money. Now, I will say that more than likely with some pastors, it's a money thing. Oh dear, they tithe good. We're not going to get that money anymore. Oh, that's not going to be good because I was going to ask for a raise. With some preachers, that's how it is. But the good preachers, they labor, they toil, they pray, they worry. They go through a lot just trying to take care of the families that they have in their church. When the devil brings something in, to try to sow discord among that, it hurts us. It does. But it's the life that God called us into. So Paul was right when he said, "But I fear, lest by any means, doesn't matter how it is, as the serpent beguiled Eve through his subtlety." Isn't that amazing that the word subtlety has the letter B in it and you would never, ever know it? You'd never know it's there. So your mind should be corrupted from the simplicity that is in Christ. For if he that cometh preacheth another Jesus, whom we have not preached, or if you receive another spirit, which ye have not received, or another gospel, which ye have not accepted, ye might well bear with him.
That's
You'll
thing
go
about
to
this
their
too.
church, you'll listen to them on Facebook or on whatever social media platform they're on. You'll go to them, you'll listen to them, because they tell you what you like to hear. They'll tell you all kinds of things, and you'll say, I like that Pastor Mike, but I know this guy, he's not so uptight on things that I do. Listen,
Maybe because he doesn't care.
God calls us, preachers, to be uptight about what you're doing. Okay? Because we know, and I'll be honest with you, in some cases we know through personal experience just how deadly sin is in a person's life, or just how deadly an evil influence is in a person's life. So let's say you've got a friend, they live in town, same town you do, you found each other on Facebook, you have a little get-together at Starbucks or Panera Bread, whatever. Here, in this area, it's St. Louis Bread Company. Panera is a St. Louis-based company. And over a bowl of soup and talk all the time, and kids have swim overs and stuff like that. Then you find out that this gal, she goes to such and such church. Oh, that's great. And then you find out she's going to talk you into yoga. She's not going to start that. practice yoga. I'm telling you, yoga is as deadly, I mentioned it the other day, as having a Ouija board in your house. Why don't you just go out and get a pack of tarot cards and start laying them down and do divination by them? Why don't you just do that? It'd be a lot easier, a lot less sweat involved, because the end road is the same. It will pull you away from the truth of the gospel, and you don't understand how it'll do that, because you say, after all it is exercise. Let me tell you something, just in general, that I know about the Hindu religion. In general, the whole of the Hindu religion is about works. And I'm not kidding you. It is about exercising. It is about the condition of your body. If your body is strong and your mind will be strong, then your heart will be strong. And if you are strong enough, then the gods are happy with you. If you are weak and you don't do the exercises and so on, then the gods are not happy with you. That's at the core of Hinduism, is a strong body, a strong mind, a strong will. I got a father-in-law who's laying over in the hospital right now. Can't hardly get up and walk. He just had surgery a week and a half ago. He's struggling. I'll tell you that right now. If you were to tell me that he needs yoga, or he needs to focus on his mantra, he needs to work on mindfulness, I'm going to tell you to go jump in a lake somewhere. What he needs is the hand of God through faith, and trusting that God always knows what the right thing to do is. God always knows that. We don't understand God sometimes. It's because we're not God. And we won't be. Now, I will say that when we die, or if we are translated into heaven, we'll understand by and by. Right now, bad things happen. We don't get it. We don't like it. There's not anything we can do about it. It is by God's grace alone that things that happen in our lives, whether it's someone who is just born, by the way, my nephew, my sister's youngest son, Taylor, had a brand new baby boy this morning. His name is Tatum, and you got to know my sister. She's pretty tall. I'm tall. Matthew's tall. My sister's boys, the oldest boys, something like 6'9", 6'10", something like that. Well, little Taylor, her son that just had a baby boy, little Taylor's like 6'8", 6'9", something like that. My dad was 6'7". So this boy, they had to do a C-section because, I don't know why, but anyway, he's 5 pounds, 5 ounces. Okay? About the size of a banana muffin. Okay? That's about how big he is. So a little boy comes in to our family, and we're rejoicing, and we're shouting, hallelujah, Lord, and all that. Okay? But then, I have a father-in-law who's in the hospital, and we are praying for God's best. But you know, I hate to say it, there's a chance he may never walk out. That happens in life. 4, where Paul said, another gospel, any other gospel, any other gospel. 4 times. Why? Because 4 is related to the gospel. It is related to the real gospel. Therefore, it is related also to the false gospel. And in this case, Paul mentions the exchange of grace to get another gospel. In other words, God offers you, I love this, God offers you the gospel without merit. There's nothing that you do, have done, or will ever do that will merit God's eternal grace in your life. I am so adamant about that. I love it. I need to know that God cares about me enough to give me His grace and His mercy and His pardon absolutely for free. It cost me a dime. It cost God the life of His only begotten Son. I remember when Matthew was little. My son Matthew. And I would think about what Abraham did, taking Isaac, thinking that would happen, stick a knife in his chest, kill him. And I just believe that God's going to raise him back from the dead. And I would look at Matthew and I'm going, God did it. And so, second of all, listen to this. You are exchanging grace for works. Now, if you're taking on the real gospel, you're trading works for grace. You've learned that doing things your own way will not give you merit with God. It will not earn you points. It doesn't give you bonuses. It doesn't, and believe it or not, there are quite a few people in the fundamentalist movement that they may say they don't believe this, but they sure act like they believe it. They dress a certain way, fix their hair a certain way. The men and boys all dress a certain way. The ladies and girls all dress a certain way. They do this, they do that. They have this for their family, that for their family, and I'm not knocking any of that. I am not knocking one thing of it because I like it. I like it when God's people look and identify with a holy God. I love that. But none of that gets them into heaven. None of it gets them any better merit with God. And I'll tell you this, God loves the sinner who's been beaten and pounded and tossed around all their life. And God has pulled them out of a horrible pit and saved them. God loves that person as much as He loves the young man that's grown up in a godly home and his dad is a preacher of the gospel. He was homeschooled. He's a good worker. He's a good husband to his wife, a good father to his family. God loves them both exactly the same. That was given to us in the parable of the prodigal son. The son went out, blew his dad's fortune, lost everything that he had, feeding the swine, the Father loved that son as much as he loved the firstborn son that didn't do all that to him. And you know what the firstborn son did? He went and complained to Dad. Dad, I've been here all along. I've served you. I've not taken anything from you. I've not asked for anything from you. I've done you well over the years. I've proved my loyalty to you. How come you throw him a dinner and you don't throw me a dinner? You know what the Father said? He was dead, now he's alive. He was lost, now he's found. I gotta move on, but anyway, you exchange grace for works. You're deciding that, you know what, grace isn't sufficient to save my sins. If I do nothing, I think God expects us to do something. So I'm going to exchange the gospel of free grace with another gospel that includes works of some kind. I marvel that you're so soon removed from him that called you into the grace of Christ unto another gospel, which is not another. It's not good tidings. It's not. There be some that trouble you and would pervert the gospel of Christ, and they will. They are perverts. But though we, now look at this, though we or an angel, look at that word. You know what I think? I think that's going to happen. I think an angelic entity of some kind is going to come down and offer to this world a different gospel. That's exactly what I believe. Why not? What happened with John, what's his name? Smith? Joe Smith? From the Mormons? It happened with them. It happened with Ellen White. An angel showed her the Ten Commandments in heaven and showed her that the fourth commandment was glowing brighter than the other 9 commandments, and the angel told her that yes, Christ did die and nailed the commandments that were against us to his cross, except for the 4th one. You have to keep the 4th one. You have to work the 4th commandment in order to be saved. You're changing in grace for works. What if you don't make it on Saturday? Or what if you got to fix your car on Saturday? Give me that stuff.
Exactly.
Though we are an angel from heaven, preach any other gospel other than that which we have preached unto you, let him be accursed. Underline that word. Let him be accursed. As we said before, so say I now again, if any man preach any other gospel unto you than that ye have received, let him be accursed. 4 times. Now, oh, foolish Galatians, who hath bewitched you, that you should not obey the truth, before whose eyes Jesus Christ hath been evidently set forth, crucified among you. And by the way, people, Christ has already been crucified. You don't go and have a meeting and crucify Christ all over again in the Catholic Mass or the Latin Mass or whatever. If it's a Mass somewhere where they're talking about this is Christ now, this is his blood, drink the blood, eat this food that's been offered to idols. God said don't do that. That's a different gospel. It's not the same one. Someone bewitched you. Someone used the power of a spell. Cast it on somebody.
hide.
Bondage. People have been in bondage. I don't like it. And if you've ever been in bondage before, why would you ever want to go back? Once you're made free, stay free. Live free or die.
Hard.
I believe in that. Whereunto you desire again to be in bondage, ye observe, notice this, the observation of days, months, times, and years. Now, let's see here. Yeah. See this? This is in Turkey.
Alright. Oh, that's nice. I think that is Istanbul.
If I remember right, this at one time
Byzantine.
was a Greek Orthodox Christian cathedral, if I remember right. Now it has been bought out, taken over. It is a Muslim mosque. I can't remember the name of it. But notice the four turrets. 1, 2, 3, 4. What do you suppose those represent? The week and beggarly elements, days, months, times, and years. I guarantee you that those are oriented to point north, south, east, and west. I actually saw this in Kilimambogo, Kenya, when we were out there preaching meetings for Pastor Kilonzo out there. Godly man. Love that man. And I noticed that there was a mosque in that town that wasn't lined up with the road. You know, most churches, houses, buildings are lined up with the direction of the road. But this mosque was crooked. And I pointed this out to Brother Mike Hudson, who was with me. And I said, Mike, see how that mosque there is turned? He said, yeah. I said, do you know why it is? He said, no, but he said, but now that you mention it, yeah, it is. It looks pretty odd. I said, it's because their worship requires that they face a certain direction when they pray. And I said, it's actually part of elemental witchcraft. And he said, I didn't know that. I said, it's because you don't read books on witchcraft. Not saying that you have to, just saying that's why you don't know it. But that's what they believe. They believe that they have to be facing a certain direction in order for Allah to hear their prayers. There is no Allah hearing their prayers. Sorry, but he's not listening to their prayers. It doesn't matter if you're facing it perfectly. Doesn't matter. This God cannot hear and answer your prayers. So now, let me read something that I've had in my notes for a while. And the article is called Holy Yoga. Hallelujah. Holy Yoga. Yeah, that'll work. Ready? Holy Yoga. It's a 12-page article that I found on the internet. Yeah. And the article starts out by saying, can yoga be embraced for the glory of God in Christ? Well, the answer is no. Now this is by
I gotta check out
Pastor
the
Joe
New Dying Light game. What?
Suozo. Pastor Joe the Bozo. No, Pastor Joe Suozo.
Hold on a second.
Alright, so this is very interesting. We just got a news today that Techline might be working on a new Dying Light game. I
know, right? Sounds crazy, sounds very unreal, but it's actually the truth. Techland has officially registered for a new trademark with the name Dying Light the Beast. Hell, I'm not even kidding. When I saw the name, I thought it's 100% the Next Story DLC. I mean, if you guys have been active on my channel, then you would know who this beast really is, as I've mentioned this in my Story DLC 2 leaks video. But my friends, when I looked up on the official website where this trademark was registered with the name Dying Light the Beast, I found no mentions of this being a DLC. Heck, the name also doesn't mention Dying Light 2, but just says Dying Light. So could it be the next game after the Story DLC 2? But it's hard to say if it's a DLC or a new game. Or maybe it's a standalone DLC that does not require the base game. But by the looks of it, all I can say right now is that it most likely is a new game. In fact, even in the Story DLC 2 leaks, it hints towards a sequel, and that just fits perfectly with the Beast title. Seriously, you need to watch this video if you haven't already. The link will be in the description, and that will explain you why the title is called The Beast. Another thing that supports this is the fact that the website has no mention of any of the past DLCs.
Thank you,
like
come
it has
again.
Dying Light, it has Dying
Thank
Light
you,
Bad
come
Blood,
again.
it also has Dying Light to Stay Human, but no mention of Dying Light the Following DLC or Dying Light Bloody Ties DLC. This simply tells you that Dying Light the Beast is most likely a new game. Like, I'm not even kidding, there are no records of any company ever registering their DLC on this website. Everybody has simply only registered a new game. Also, please don't confuse this new fantasy game that Techland is working on with this Dying Light the Beast game. Because my friends, both games are different and the fantasy game has nothing to do with Dying Light, making this news even more exciting. So, I don't know how to feel about this because this news just randomly dropped online. And no, Techland has not officially announced it yet, and they will most likely keeping this a secret for a future announcement, but because they registered this new trademark, the listing was revealed on a public web page containing all the trademarks, patents, and copyright materials. Also, this trademark was just registered 3 days ago, so it's a possibility that we might not hear about it soon. But my friends, it sure has got me really excited for what's to come for us Dying Light fans. And I know for a fact you guys are going crazy in the comments below. That's why I say make sure to subscribe to this channel because I keep you guys updated with everything Dying Light. Also, become a member to support this channel so I can keep bringing you content like this for you guys.
Thank you,
now,
come
I'm actually
again.
really hyped for this because after we saw the Story DLC 2 leaks, I had really high hopes for this game. And obviously, knowing we are getting a modding support and tower raid in the future, it looks like the comeback of Dying Light 2 will happen very soon. Also, I wanted to give you guys an update about Techland appearing at Game 2 will happen very soon. Also, I wanted to give you guys an update about this game. And obviously, knowing we are getting a modding support and tower raid in the future, it looks like the comeback of Dying Light 2 will happen very soon. Support and tower raid in the future, it looks like the comeback of Dying Light 2 will happen very soon. Also, I wanted to give you guys an update about Techland appearing at Gamescom. Basically, Techland community manager has confirmed that they will be at Gamescom, but they won't have a booth there, and they will most likely be behind the closed doors. Meaning, it's possible that they might not announce something at the Gamescom because whatever they do in private behind the closed doors with investors, influencers, and the press. But still, don't be disappointed because Techland has done similar thing in the past during E3 2019 event, and after this, a lot of the press were allowed to write an article regarding what they saw during the private meeting. So if they plan to show something during Gamescom behind their closed doors, then we'll most likely get an article telling us what they saw, and you know I will cover that news as soon as it comes out. So this will be it for the news. If I get more news related to this, then you will get an updated video on this channel. Also, please let me know in the comments your thoughts about the Dying Light Beast, and I will see you guys in the next video. Till then, stay safe and watch out for the Beast.
Easy guys, here I am on my way home to the UK with my pilot, Mr. Beast, and suddenly Beast had an idea for a new video.
I just bought this private jet, and now it's crashed.
Here we go again. I didn't remember much of the crash. Maybe I blacked out. When I came to, I went to check for Beast. Nowhere to be found. Damn it, Beast. I swam towards a nearby life raft, conveniently left right next to the plane, and climbed aboard. Then, I blacked out again. Day 1. Waking up in the inflatable raft, the plane had vanished, and I was stranded. With an island in sight and a curious hammerhead shark circling, I struggled to paddle towards the beach. I began scouring the sandy shore. It was teeming with crabs scuttling about, but I had no idea how to catch them. Following the tutorial, I scavenged resources and made my first basic stone tool, survival box displayed hunger, health, thirst, and some mysterious SPF value. It even boasted a list of my current skills, though it lacked a step counter. A knockoff Fitbit for stranded castaways, no doubt. Stabbing a crab with my knife, I skinned it and started a fire to cook the little critter. But as it turned out, I needed wood for the fire, and kindling was in short supply. And after some wood and kindling scavenging, lit a fire. The setting sun left me feeling unaccomplished. I plucked a nearby coconut, but confusion gripped me as I pondered how to crack it open. Did I need to select my knife? How did this work?
I need to go
Many
back to
in-game
the
hours
home
passed
though.
as I tried to figure out how to release the coconut from my grasp. The tutorial was frustratingly unhelpful, and as night fell, I faced the possibility of using this coconut for the next 99 days. Through the night, I aimed to build a shelter, needing an axe and fibrous leaves. It was a relentless but I persevered. Day 2, with the rising sun casting a warm glow, I knew it was time to address a critical issue, a reliable water source. Coconuts had been my go-to, but I soon learned a peculiar lesson about moderation. Consuming more than 2 coconuts in succession was a surefire way to achieve brown trousers. I remained vigilant. My ever-tightening inventory space was an ongoing thorn in my side. I repeatedly found my backpack bursting at the seams, forcing me to dump many items on the sandy floor of my makeshift camp. The situation became even more dire
Oh no,
as
you
an
don't, please.
unexpected storm rolled in. Realizing an opportunity to catch some water, I frantically worked to complete the water still. After brief success with the still, my tutorial guide nudged me to craft a hammer following the storm's departure. It was a familiar scenario by now, requiring yet more fibrous leaves. Day 3. Amidst numerous discoveries, I stumbled upon a peculiar plant named PP. Its purpose remained a mystery, but I couldn't argue with the benefits of having a large PP stuffed in my pack. I worked with a miserable plant named PP. Its purpose remained a mystery, but I couldn't argue with the benefits of having a large PP stuffed in my pack. I worked diligently through the miserable.
Fucking hilarious.
Bits of having a large PP stuffed in my pack remained a mystery, but I couldn't argue with the benefits of having a large PP stuffed in my.
It's fucking hilarious. Get the fuck out of here, niggers. Honky cunts.
Me to craft a hammer following the storm's departure.
No, you faggot. Get over there.
Tomorrow. I frantically worked to complete the water still. After brief success with the still, it was a 30. Its purpose remained a mystery, but I couldn't argue with the benefits of having a large piece.
What?
Stuffed in my pack, in a mystery.
Woman on the other side of the island said he needed needed to use I'm gonna put it down. I'm like a small field mouse.
Stuffed in my pack. I worked diligently through the miserable storm, gathering wood. I also learned that placing palm fronds in the water still increased the amount of water it generated. With my trusty hammer in hand, I embarked on the tutorial's final lesson, crafting a wood foundation. Uncertain about its placement, I opted to keep it near my belongings. The persistent beeping of my watch reminded me of my need for food and water, but the fading daylight forced me to leave the task for tomorrow. Day 4. I woke up early, and I no longer had the tutorial to guide me. When the sun rose, I started gathering fibrous leaves, grabbing them whenever I saw them. Some plants on the island were growing back, which meant more leaves for lashings later. I went on another, damn it, I'm starving, coconut run, feeling super hungry. I also thought about what to build next. Making a base didn't seem right. I had nothing to put in it, and far-off islands awaited my adventures. I could build a raft, but why would I make one when I had the inflatable one? I decided to give the raft
I'm gonna
a
have to
try.
do that on
After I got the wood I needed, I had too many things in my bag, so I left some things on the beach. I found that I could craft things from materials lying on the ground as long as I was close enough. The raft I made could have been better, but it was my only choice. My watch beeped, reminding me to stay cool and drink water. Finding shade helped. The SPF value on my watch showed when I was getting too much sun. Lesson noted. I kept collecting materials for my raft, excited to explore new places. Day 5. With the dawn of a new day, hunger and thirst were my constant companions, and I knew the routine well. Another coconut gathering mission.
You motherfuckers.
Once the vital task was complete,
God
I
damn
returned to
you.
my ongoing project of building the raft, dragging it to the waterside whenever I needed to add another part. As the hours passed, I continued to gather wood and fibrous leaves, aware that my persistent food shortage needed addressing soon. Then a peculiar discovery unfolded on the beach. A starfish-like creature I named Mr. Hansi. Naturally, my instinct was to try eating it, but this option was quickly ruled out. However, my gaze soon fell upon a more practical choice, a crab, a feast for the making. Before retiring for the night, I added the crab to my supper. Day 6. I combed the beach for crabs, but luck wasn't on my side. As I searched, an unexpected illness struck. I didn't know why, so I pushed on with my hunt for sustenance, continuing the raft project, gathering wood and hunting for fibrous leaves. Ultimately, I secured a crab for dinner before retiring for the night, still oblivious to the danger lurking from a painful sting. I'd been touched by Mr. Hansi after walking over him. Unless I acted quickly, I might die. Day 7. A new day began, and I woke feeling hungry and weak. A coconut provided some relief as the sun rose before working on the raft. The large rocks on the island piqued my curiosity, but the knife proved useless in collecting anything from them. Persistent hunger and frequent watch beeps drove me to scour the beach for more food, to no avail. However, I couldn't ignore the increasingly low state of my health. Remembering how I fell ill the previous day, I browsed my consumables, looking for any healing items. There was an antidote. It was worth a shot, I suppose. I tried it. It needed a coconut and a PP plant, but my health remained alarmingly low. Perhaps I was too hungry to heal. Day 8. Upon waking, my health appeared even worse. I explored my watch's options, searching for answers in vain. I pressed on with the raft project, settling for a 2x3 design. My next challenge was learning how to sail it. The crafting menu presented various boat components, including canopies, anchors, sails, rudders, and motors. Steering the boat took precedence, so I set out to craft a rudder. Sadly, I lacked a lashing. More fibrous leaves. My watch's reminders of impending doom beeping in my ears. Day 9. My health hit a desperate low this morning. On a positive note, I finished crafting my rudder. A new toy provided a brief distraction from the looming threat of death. However, my elation was short-lived as I struggled to attach it to my raft. Did it need to be in deeper water? Frustration mounted. I ate all the coconuts I could find, but I knew I had to ration them to avoid running out. Scanning my crafting list, I spotted fishing items. A spear, requiring just a single piece of wood, seemed worth a try. Surprisingly, I quickly caught a sardine, a fish I'd seen all over the coast. One step at a time, though, I had to figure out how to take them off the damn stick. After figuring that out, I had a feast of sardines. My health bar began to rise. Thank you, Island Jesus. I continued to devour as many sardines as I could cook until sundown. Day 10. I spent most of the day faffing about, gathering wood, and trying to figure out why I couldn't attach anything to the raft. Perhaps it needed to be in deeper water. Maybe not. Day 11. Today I realized I needed to add raft flooring to build projects on the raft. Unfortunately, I faced a resource shortage, particularly cloth for the sail and stones for the anchor. After watching the raft drift off on the ocean tide a few times, this was high on my priority list. In the meantime, I passed the hours cooking sardines. This was a slow process, limited to one fish at a time. While cooking on a technical survival, I couldn't help but notice a neighbouring island, adorned with numerous shipwrecks. It sparked my curiosity, but my raft wasn't seaworthy yet. I'd have to bring the life raft back into action. Day 12. As the sun rose, I used the inflatable life raft. I needed stone and cloth. I had no map, but I found a compass from the life raft, which confirmed that the island I had glimpsed was to the northeast. My plan was simple: paddle out, find the resources, and head back home in a southwest direction. The journey was bumpy but uneventful. I safely reached the neighbouring island's shore. I explored a shipwreck, but had a close encounter with a big shark in the shallows. I quickly retreated to the safety of the shore. Whilst being crate from the shipwreck contained engine parts and a jerry can, they were of no immediate use due to the limited space in my backpack. I began scavenging the island for sought-after stone and cloth. After a successful search, I gathered as much as possible, with only one interruption. The biggest crab I had ever seen. I elected to run rather than fight. As I prepared to leave, a sudden thunderstorm struck. I went for the safest option and waited it out. Once the weather had cleared, I set my course back for home, paddling southwest. I finally reached my home island just after nightfall, relieved and thankful to be back home. Day 13. I was low on food and water after yesterday's mission. I focused on essential upgrades to my raft. I built a sail and an anchor, positioning them so everything was at arm's reach. The approaching storm delayed my fishing plans, but I patiently waited for it to pass. Although cooking one sardine at a time continued to be a bit of a time sink. Day 14. Eager to test my new raft, I set sail for Northeast Island, where a cluster of shipwrecks awaited exploration. One of the first finds was a red storage container, but upon inspection, I inexplicably suffered a mysterious poisoning. Bewildered, I decided to pass on it and continued exploring. My attention shifted to Mr. Krabby Two Fingers. A heavily armed. My attention shifted to Mr. Krabby Two Fingers. A heavily armored crab. A dense confrontation unfolded, with the crab delivering a painful jab to my ankle. Ultimately, I emerged victorious as I landed multiple stabs, causing the crab to explode. Gathering its meat and materials, I loaded them onto my raft. Returning to my home island, I prepared the sizable chunks of crab meat I had obtained. However, a cooking mishap occurred. Confusingly, the game seemed to shuffle raw meat in with cooked meat stacks in my inventory, which led me to consume raw meat inadvertently. It was a valuable lesson to exercise caution when dealing with the inventory wheel. Subsequently, I was struck by food poisoning, leading me to vomit all my water. I reached for a big pee-pee to alleviate my condition. With my illness cured, I returned to bed. Day 15. After recovering from last night's food poisoning, my first task was to catch myself a good sardine breakfast. My little corner of the beach had turned into a makeshift junkyard, but it was my home for now. As I finished cooking the last sardines, I noticed it was almost lunchtime. This led me to an important realization. I had yet to explore the 4 different cooking devices in the crafting menu. The fire pit, the fire spit, the hobo stove, and the smoker. With no prior knowledge of their functions, I made an educated guess, assuming the one requiring the most materials to craft was likely the best. So I began constructing a smoker. However, the decision presented a new challenge. My home area was already quite chaotic, and adding more foundations only made it worse. My construction efforts had become a freestyle experiment with the parts I had on hand. Day 16. Relentlessly, I gathered wood from my island. During this process, I discovered that the yucca plants actually drop a ton of fibrous leaves. I've been struggling to find these for days. This made me feel so stupid. However, there was another silver lining to this, when one yucca plant yielded a sapling, hinting at a potential future farming project. For now, my main goal was to finish my current home, which resembled a combination of a porch and half a house. This structure would serve as the perfect place for a new meat smoker. Despite being short on materials, I set up the fire, realizing that another trip to Northeast Island was in my near future. Day 17, I returned to Northeast Island, collecting rocks for the fireplace and other available scraps. After gathering everything I needed, I returned home and completed the smoker. The smoker was quite impressive, as it could cook up to 5 pieces of small meat simultaneously. This was a significant upgrade from my previous cooking setup. Day 18. This morning's catch was impressive, and I decided to put my new smoker to the test. It didn't disappoint. With the day ahead of me,
I love this guy. I love his accent. Oh, I want to see if he's got hour videos.
Embarked on another trip to Northeast Island to explore the shipwrecks. I was growing more confident and eager to explore, yet the raft's mechanics remained a challenge. I could only sail forward. I often dragged the raft or waited for the tide to carry me away from the shore as I rushed between the sail and the rudder. My backpack filled quickly from all the shipwrecks I visited, forcing me to store excess items on the raft, making it unstable and unable to turn me around. Eventually, I had to leave the surplus items on the beach, hoping I could return for them the Unsure about how dangerous they were, it was a
I love
challenging
it
journey
from
as my
Big Ross,
raft drifted
Big
in the
Ross.
heavy swell, but I returned safely. The need for storage was becoming increasingly apparent. I began to worry that some of my supplies might disappear if I left them out too long, although nothing on my island had despawned yet, but I focused on improving the raft for now. During the final hours of daylight, I crafted a plank station so I could make a start on that the following day. Day 20, the first night of the day, I focused on replenishing the tools from the previous night, which were essential for cutting wood. I had a small stash of coconuts to make a quick and easy meal. Only 2 were left, so I presumed I'd be safe in drinking and eating both. Wrong. A sudden flash of warmth on the back of my leg surprised me. I didn't want to waste the final piece of coconut. Twins. I checked for a screen. Coast was clear. Fortunately, my pants had taken the brunt of the damage, but I'd lost precious water and my dignity. The day continued with me feeling humiliated, but I made progress in improving my raft storage. I constructed a container shelf and added the 2 containers I had found from the various shipwrecks on Northeast Island. I hoped the cargo solution would prove more reliable. Day 21. I decided to craft a tool belt despite not knowing what it was for. I was hoping it could provide extra storage for my tools. Sadly, all it did was provide some hotkey slots, so my backpack space remained limited. Battling through another storm, I journeyed to Northeast Island again, using the additional storage containers on my raft. It was starting to function as a miniature cargo skiff for collecting resources. Day 22. I continued to raid Northeast Island, collecting wood and a few sardines. I was struggling with the raft again, dragging it off the rocks as I could only sail forward. A redesign may be required.
Oh, I love these ones. I don't like the
Today I would explore a new island to the south. I scoured the beach
that
for
should be
rocks
mandatory
and
to have
bagged a handful
the
of toe-biting crabs along the way. That
shovel.
was supper taken care of. I found an extra storage crate in one of the local racks. Back home, things were starting to look a bit more chaotic, which was fine as long as I remembered where everything was. Day 24. Today I decided to construct a second water still since the one I had barely sufficed. I intended to build some farming plots with yucca saplings to increase fibrous leaves and consequently flashings. I opted for plank plots as they offered greater water capacity compared to the wood ones, despite the slightly higher wood cost. I figured this would be beneficial in the long run. My next project involved improving the raft. I aimed to create a reverse sail to enhance maneuverability in tight spots. Day 25. I continued enhancing the raft from the previous day by adding more storage container shelves, significantly increasing the raft's cargo capacity. Eager to test the new upgrades, I set sail towards the east, venturing to a new island. My goal was to map all the local islands, and while collecting resources, I encountered 4 for the first time. It proved quite challenging due to its speed and special flying abilities. But eventually, I managed to defeat it. Flying abilities. But eventually, I managed to defeat it, obtaining rawhide and meat as my reward. Thanks to the new sails, I found maneuvering was easier as I began my journey back home. Day 26. Having a reverse sail on the raft was undoubtedly useful, although the obstructive sail masts affecting my view from the rudder were quite frustrating. I couldn't see where I was going. Another redesign was already on the horizon. Today, I aimed to explore several shipwrecks. I encountered a few tiger sharks in the water around the shipwrecks, and I was unsure about how to deal with them. My spear couldn't reach them effectively from the raft. I cautiously entered the water to test the shark's reaction. The thing seemed fine initially. However, I chickened out due to having no idea how much damage they could inflict. After throwing my only spear at one of the tiger sharks, I retreated to my makeshift shelter. At least I managed to loot a storage container from the shipwreck. Tiger shark pursued me for a while, spear still lodged in its side, and I wondered if it would hold a grudge in the coming days. Upon returning to the island, I considered expanding my base. I loved my half house. It was time for more comfort, even if a base didn't really have a practical purpose for my survival. Day 27. I continued expanding the base. It was awkward because the things I had placed previously were now in the way. Dismantling them wouldn't give me all the materials back, and I couldn't move them without dismantling them first, so the base would have to be built around them for now. Day 28. I was low on food, so I went on a supply run in the raft, heading to towards Northeast Island once again, which still had some natural palm trees left. As far as I knew, trees didn't grow back, so I needed to keep exploring new islands to find the resources for my building projects. After stocking up my raft, I returned home and resumed work on the base. I also set up some solar-powered lanterns I had salvaged from the nearby shipwrecks, providing much-needed illumination during the night. Day 29. I made significant progress with some new technologies. Work on the base was in full swing. My shelter was no longer a mere half-house. I even added a roof. I crafted a regular shelf, even though it seemed more decorative than practical, and there was no way to place items on it effectively, not without some wang. Next on the agenda was a tanning rack, allowing me to turn rawhide into leather scraps. I also crafted a fine pick, finally enabling me to gather resources from the large rocks on my island, instead of scouring the beach for stones. For now, I stored all my excess wood logs at the back of the shack. These advancements made me feel like I was making significant progress, and I even set up a bird snack. Today felt really productive. Day 30. The first task of the day was addressing the lip at my front door. I added some wooden steps for convenience. After losing my only wooden spear to a tiger shark on day 26, I made as many crude spears as possible. I considered searching for wrecks, but a storm suddenly rolled in. On the bright side, my bird snare had caught a dump chicken for dinner. Ignoring the storm, I sailed out to a previously abandoned wreck, battled a tiger shark from the safety of my raft. Success! My first shark kill. I collected the rawhide and meat. With the shark gone, I explored the wreck, finding storage crates filled with loot. I headed home as the sunset rolled in. I lit the smoker and prepared 3 large shark meat chunks for dinner. My shack felt cozy tonight. Day 31. After having shark meat for breakfast, I headed back to Northeast Island. I found a wrecked plane. Was this the one I arrived on? I didn't know. I couldn't find Mr. Beast, but managed to retrieve another storage container. My raft was already fully loaded. I checked other shipwrecks, looting their storage compartments, and enjoying my raft's newfound maneuverability. At the next ship, I found barrels. I knew I could use these for my raft base, but I needed help transporting them. I tried pulling the barrels onto my raft, but stopping them rolling around was difficult. To make matters worse, it was getting dark, and my raft was showing signs it was tipping over. I did my best to centralize the barrels in the middle of the raft, but in frustration, I knocked all the barrels in the water again. I couldn't put barrels in my inventory. How was I supposed to move these things? Even on land, the barrels eluded me, rolling into the sea. Frustrated, I tried to build a raft base, but for some reason, despite being sat on top of them, I couldn't do it. Tired and miserable, I gave up and headed for home. Day 32. That night, I had nightmares about barrels. In the morning, I set course for North Island. On the way, I spotted an intriguing structure on the horizon. What was that? A massive shipwreck. I made a mental note to explore it later on, and continued towards the land. There were numerous sharks guarding the wrecks. I tried to reduce their numbers, but they swam away, taking half my spears with them. With one shark still guarding the wreck, and not enough spears, I had to retreat for home. Day 33. I cleared shelf space on my raft by removing a few containers, placing them in a corner. I returned to North Island, encountering no sharks this time, and recovered another container of goodies from the wreck. During a brief visit to the island, I encountered a survivor from one of Mr. Beast's old videos. I collected his belongings, including his friend Wally. I take care of him now. I also gathered additional items from the beach, such as stones and a PP plant. As evening approached, I headed back home and planted the PP plant in one of my crop plots. Hopefully, I'd get to see my small PP grow bigger. Day 34. Wally found a new home on the shelf, providing some welcome company among dead seagulls and coconuts. I returned to North Island to gather more wood. I chopped until evening, filling my small shack with collected logs. Half the island was bare, but I had enough wood for my next raft project. Day 35. I cut yesterday's wood into sticks and expanded the raft's width. I used corrugated scrap for raft flooring and widened the storage shelving to accommodate extra containers. I also removed the old sails. I relocated one sail to the right and one to the left to improve my visibility straight ahead. At first I was curious if this would work. Would the raft move in circles with sails laid out like this? I added a canopy to provide some shade over the rudder on sunny days. My goal was to make the raft more suitable for long-distance cruising, with added storage for survival supplies, including a bed, a good night's sleep, and saving my progress, regardless of my location. Day 36. I headed north again to explore shipwrecks. I came across a large wreck with a number of storage containers. Soon a hammerhead shark appeared. I was better prepared with crude spears this time. The shark was defeated, lending me a few extra resources. I found tires, more barrels, and left behind as I was having flashbacks of Day 31. Instead, I focused on getting the tires back to my home island. Back at my base, I collected numerous vehicle parts from shipwrecks, although I was still trying to figure out what to do with them. I prepared the hammerhead meat for supper.
That's one thing I can do, play that game because
I built
they.
a raft base using the tires I collected. Day 37. I found a label maker in one of the racks. It turns out I could use it to name my crates. Afterwards, I headed out, bringing lashings. It turns out I could use it to name my crates. Afterwards, I headed out, bringing lashings in the raft with me. I attempted to create a raft base from the 3 barrels I had left behind earlier, and this time it worked immediately. Go figure. I added the extra base to my raft, collected more wood and fibrous leaves from the island, and returned home just as a storm began. I added another coconut to my growing stash and went to bed. Day 38. After my recent success, I headed out on the raft at first light, no longer avoiding uncooperative barrels. I retrieved more I had left behind at the shipwreck a few days ago. Once again, the barrel raft base was crafted instantly, and I expanded my raft once more. I explored the wrecks around the island, collecting more barrels for my raft, even though a passing
I gotta play
storm
this fucking
made things
game.
quite challenging. Day 39. I farmed the yucca, regularly pruning them. The longer they sat there fully grown, they weren't growing another batch of fibrous leaves. I decided to create more farming plots for fibrous leaves and attended to my daily chores, ensuring the water still stayed filled up. Palm fronds. Afterwards, I headed north on the raft, eager to explore the massive boat wreck I had spotted last week, which looked like a giant boat had crashed into an island. I encountered some finicky barrels and eventually managed to create another raft base, although it was getting late. I scavenged what I could from the island and prepared my overnight bed on the raft. Day 40. I continued exploring the island and made my way up the ramp into the giant vessel. My way up the ramp into the on the island and made my way up the ramp into the giant vessel. There was only one way to go. Up. Inside I spotted a plane. Could this be my way to escape? To my surprise, lots of gyrocopter parts as well. I needed an engine, propeller and cockpit to build this plane. I needed to figure out where to find these components. I also needed to collect a stash of food.
Can you fly that thing to another island?
Which seemed a little more feasible, and I did recall collecting a few gas cans stored at home. After a final look around the carrier, I returned home with a short list of things to find. I prepared some seagulls for the smoker, and I pondered my latest discovery. I noticed a fuel still in my crafting menu. Whilst I thought I could gather the necessary materials, I needed more clay. I hadn't even seen clay before. Probably stored near or perhaps underwater. I decided to check tomorrow. Day 41. I cautiously checked the water around my island, wary of sharks. After a few hours, I spotted a rock formation that turned out to be clay. Then, more. Later, I sailed on my raft in search of shipwrecks to loot. Decided to spend the night out on the raft.
Meet Next Playground. The entertainment system gives you. It's an all-new way to play.
Day 42. In the morning, a tiger shark circled my raft, but I fended it off and gathered some meat. I needed extra food for the plane stash anyway, so I decided to hunt more in the coming days. I also attempted to catch a hammerhead shark, but it swam away, taking half my spears with it. Returning home, I replenished my crude spears and spent the rest of the day tending to my chores at the base, farming crops, cooking food. I made bandages, even though I hadn't used them before, and added them to the raft inventory, along with antidotes and other essentials, all just in case. Day 43. This time I went to East Island and encountered what I thought was a rattlesnake. Now, for some reason, I I was absolutely convinced that one spear would be all it would take to kill a snake. Wrong. My spear started wriggling towards me. I swiftly retreated to the raft, grabbed a second spear, and located the snake again. Afterwards, I resumed gathering wooden logs. While I could have hunted boars, I found them tricky to catch, so I explored nearby shipwrecks instead. I collected whatever storage crates I could find before returning home. I had acquired a decent collection of solar lanterns thus far, which brought some relief from the nighttime darkness. Day 44. I continued working on the fuel still. Now that I had some clay, gathering the remaining materials would be easy. Once it was built though, I needed to figure out the resources needed to make it run, so I set it aside for now. In the meantime, I added a spear gun to my arsenal with the duct tape I found at my last shipwreck. Day 45. I returned to the east, back to the shipwreck I started looting the previous day. As I jumped in, with the duct tape I found at my last shipwreck. Day 45. I returned to the east, back to the shipwreck I started looting the previous day. As I jumped in, I unexpectedly came face to face with a great white shark. Taking on the king of sharks and keeping it to the trophy would have been great, but I wasn't prepared for such a fight. I salvaged the buoy balls on top of the ship, ideal for adding floats to my raft. As I tried to install them, the great white even helped me by nudging my raft into alignment. I could tell it was a great white by how far my raft jumped when it rammed the bottom. Thankfully, sharks hadn't caused any damage or flipped my raft in my game thus far. Even so, I was no fan of having my bottom rammed, so I moved the raft away from the wreck. This made even more sense as a storm soon arrived, and I wanted to avoid having the waves snap me up on the shipwreck. Upon returning, I couldn't spot the great white, so I spent the night on the raft. Day 46. As morning arrived, I spotted the great white again, but a hammerhead was nearby. I hesitated on which to deal with first, keeping my back to the wall to prevent the sharks from attacking me. But I didn't want to push my luck. I defeated the hammerhead, but its body slid down the ship's side. I wanted to retrieve it, but the great white was agitated AF. In my haste, I accidentally touched the lionfish hidden on the shadowy side of the boat. Got poisoned. Desperately, I tried to pull the hammerhead onto my raft, which nearly capsized the vessel. The raft's physics were unpredictable, and the shark seemed to pull it forward. This was a nerve-wracking experience. Eventually, I positioned the shark in the middle of the raft, half submerged above a curious great white. I skinned the hammerhead. I also found an antidote in my supply crate to treat my poisoning. With only 8 spears left, I attempted to confront the great white, unsure if it would be enough. To my surprise, the white was gone. As the day ended, I gathered more wood and enjoyed a couple of coconuts and settled in for the night on the raft. Day 47. I started the day with coconuts, as water remained my biggest survival concern away from home. Another thing I needed to improve was adding flooring to the front of the raft to prevent snagging whilst I got on and off. The great white appeared to be gone, and left in peace, I crafted another set of wooden spears and continued exploring the large vessel, finding numerous crates. My mood soured when I discovered all the shark meat I'd gathered had gone rotten, due to all the days I'd spent on the raft. I set up the bed and spent another night. Day 48. I collected the last wood and coconuts and set sail for home. The storm made the journey a bit sketchy, especially with a spare tire in the centre of the raft, but I made it home safely. Day 49. I spent the morning unloading the messy raft, roughly organising items where I could. With a sudden abundance of palm fronds, I attempted to create small piles of 4 near the water still. Day 50. I kept building my ridiculous frond piles and addressed the snagging issues on and off the raft by adding extra flooring. I expanded my farming plots and pondered what on earth I needed to put in the fuel still. Despite trying palm fronds and fibrous leaves, it remained a mystery to me. I assumed I needed to discover something new on one of the islands. On a positive note, today was a massacre for the bird snare, catching numerous dumb chickens in a row. More meat and more provisions for the getaway plane stash. Day 51. This morning I decided to examine the gyrocopter parts I found on the giant aircraft carrier, with a frame and various components. I also had a storage container filled with engine parts from previous adventures. Sparking my surprise, I managed to complete the gyrocopter. However, it required fuel to run. I thought exploring more islands to unravel this fuel equation would be worthwhile. I gathered some unique fruits, a potato, extra fibrous leaves, and a lot of crab meat. If anything, diversifying my food options on the farm plots was a good idea, as I had no clue how much food I needed for the plane stash. Day 52. Today I gathered more wood, moving on from the stripped bare northeast island. After battling a giant crab, I thought I'd be safe as long as I watched out for the armor-plated snakes. Turns out, I was wrong. Ambushed by a crazy pig, a giant hog. I hadn't realised these were any different from normal boars, but now I knew. These were super aggressive, attempting to spear it proved challenging. This pig had played Counter-Strike before and had mastered the bunny hop. He was fast. After losing my spears and my wits, I finally took it down. To cheer me up, I had my toes rearranged by a bunch of nutjob crabs on the way back. Exhausted, I decided to sleep on the raft that night. Day 53. I gathered more wood from the island. Returning home, I noticed the increased size of my raft these days had made it difficult to handle. Sadly, some of my meat had spoiled, prompting me to invent a new game of Chuck It. Olay! I cooked what hadn't gone off, clearing the supplies before the day's end. Day 54. I added even more farm plots. Today I bought a breakthrough. I discovered the quick crafting wheel, which allowed me to create resource piles instead of throwing everything into a heap. I tried making a pile of sticks, enabling me to store 50 sticks on a pile. It also worked on the logs. This was a game changer for me. I collected all the smoked meat I stockpiled, readying it for my plane journey. There was something else I found in the quick crafting menu: books. Realizing these were ideal for hanging up solar lanterns that had previously just rolled around on the ground. For the first time, the home base started to look a little more organized. Day 55. I crafted some water skins to transport water for the airplane. I headed to the aircraft carrier. It was time to assess my progress on the final food and water targets. While I achieved the water and food goals, I still needed to repair the plane with missing parts and add fuel. I was still trying to figure out how to go about this. On my journey home, I encountered a friendly visitor, a whale shark. The shark joined me most of the way home. Stranded for weeks now, I welcomed the presence of my fishy friend. Back at home, I cooked many small critters caught over the last few days. While waiting for supper, I crafted speargun arrows for my new toy. I wanted to test it soon, but for now though, it's time to sleep. Day 56. At last I solved my fuel issue by realizing the still needed potatoes. Given both the plane and gyrocopter required my newfound potato power, I initiated large-scale potato production, running the still whenever possible. Curious, I tested if I had a spare solar panel to the raft with one of the craftable hooks, and it worked. Some small reprieve from the darkness away from home. Using the new pile organization trick, I tidied up my stack of coconuts, previously stashed behind the smoker. Compared to the early days, the house was finally starting to look semi-tidy, just in time for another sunset over the island. Day 57. Today marked a big adventure. Until now, I'd only explored the islands near my starter island. Intrigued by the discovery of the large aircraft carrier, I wondered what awaited further afield. Still clueless about obtaining the repair parts for the plane, I considered the possibility of wrecks in unexplored regions. To find out, I set course south. My plan was to return north on the way back to ensure I'd find home, although I had no map or knowledge of the world's size. This was uncharted territory for me. Sailing for hours, the only unusual sight was a mysterious dish on the water. So I noted its location and continued south, intending to investigate it on the return leg. After a day of sailing, I stopped at an island to explore a wreck, then I decided to turn for home, wanting to check on the strange floating dish. I set sail just as a storm kicked in. The device floating on the water didn't seem to be a wreck, possibly a buoy as it moved through the water. With the rough weather and darkness approaching, I decided to note its position and headed home, eventually crashing on the raft for the night. Day 58. I gathered wood and supplies from the island, ensuring the journey wasn't wasted. I loaded the raft with whatever I could and made a final raid on the remaining wrecks. Hoping for a great white encounter, all I found was
The Stranded Deep have infinite resources. Resources, you fucking idiots.
Forcing me to finish it quickly before it pulled my raft into the vortex. Despite the unexpected challenge, I couldn't complain about the extra meat. I managed to my raft's base before night fell again, spending another night on the raft. Day 59. I replenished my food and water from the raft supplies, acknowledging that the new water skins, while helpful, only restored 3 bars of water. I considered the need for potential future upgrades. Heading north, I noticed a raft sluggishness these days. Any further expansion seemed unnecessary at its current size. Upon reaching home, I unloaded the supplies I'd looted. Unfortunately, on longer expeditions, much of the gathered meat had spoiled, prompting a game. Day 60. Today, I dedicated much time to sorting out loot, organizing storage, adding raft flooring, and tending to farming. I crafted numerous spear gun arrows and produced extra fuel. Prioritizing fuel for the plane, I stored everything made, uncertain about how much I actually needed. Day 60. Today, I decided to revisit the buoy to the south, reaching it by midday. Lucia the Great. This seemed like a significant event. A potential boss fight. Lucia the Great. This seemed like a significant event. A potential boss fight. Sweaty palmed, I grabbed my spear gun and cautiously jumped into the water. What the? Palmed, I grabbed my spear gun and cautiously jumped into the water. What? Sweaty palmed, I grabbed my spear gun and cautiously jumped into the water. What the is that? Inquisitively, I shot it with my arrow to see if it was friendly. The squid grabbed me. I attempted to wedge myself between the buoy and the raft, but it had arranged to tackle me into the water. I scrambled back to the raft. My health seemed okay. I started shooting the squid with spear gun arrows. Ducking and weaving, I managed to avoid some of the attacks, but not all. And as hours passed, I wondered if I had enough arrows left as light faded. Just as the sun dipped below the horizon, I succeeded, defeating the squid and obtaining a trophy and a propeller for the plane. Yet the body had despawned, along with all my arrows, and I only had 10 arrows left. It was almost everything I had. With just 1 health left, I considered myself unbelievably lucky and spent the night on the raft. Day 62. Sailing home as storm hit. To get here, I had headed southwest. To head home, I headed northeast. Despite a full day at sea, there was no sign of home. Concerned I had overshot my island, I retraced my path, finding nothing familiar. I was lost. Driven to find home, I sailed through the night, my hook-mounted solar lamps keeping me sane in the darkness. Spotting an island that initially seemed familiar, I sought signs that I'd been there before, like chopped palm trees, but nothing. Alone with my thoughts, I contemplated the vastness of the world and the uncertainty of ever finding my home again. Day 63. Continuing my journey, I sailed south until no more islands dotted the horizon. Was this the edge of the world? Turning back in a zigzag pattern, I hoped to spot something familiar, but found nothing. I stopped at a nearby island. I gathered coconuts for sustenance. Fortunately, ration packs on the raft provided temporary relief, but water remained a concern. If I couldn't find a home soon, I would have to start another base somewhere to keep going. Sailing onwards, I thought I saw a silhouette resembling my house. Heading towards it, I realized it was just the wreckage of a boat. Mirages in the encroaching night. Day 64. Adrift for days. I cracked open another coconut for sustenance. Sailing north, then west, I spotted something familiar in the midday sun. It was the Lucia buoy. Realizing I'd come full circle, I headed north past the two islands and through a storm's challenges, found my way back. Spotting my humble hut, relief washed over me. I was home at last. Day 65. I tackled chores, cutting fibrous leaves and chopping wood. Aware of future potential boss encounters, I prioritized gathering resources for more spear gun arrows, collecting as many fibrous leaves for lashings as possible. Day 66. Continuing the wood farm, I gathered logs until the raft was fully loaded, then set sail for home. A friendly whale shark followed, and as I approached for a closer look, disaster struck. I fell in the water. The raft was sailing. I watched in terror. Stamina depleting. Come on. Just in time. That was close. Having nearly lost the raft, I clung to the rudder for the rest of the journey home. Day 67. The next few days were a barrage of chores. I chopped down all the logs I collected into sticks and kept the yuccas pruned for lashings. Day 68. I used some of the wood to create more crop plots. Day 69. I focused on fuel production. I took some cans to the aircraft carrier, assessing what I needed, along with the propeller from Lucia the Great. Only two things remained, the cockpit and the engine, promising 2 more boss encounters. Day 70. With the plane fueled up, I had extra fuel to test the gyrocopter. First, I wanted to see if it could take off without exploding, and then I wanted to gauge its fuel efficiency and range. Surprisingly, I reached the North Island and got back on just quarter of a tank. I crafted 4 spear gun arrows and proudly added the Lucia Eye trophy to the front of the base. Day 71. I experimented with crafting breath boots. Eager to expand the base, I relocated the water still to the back of the base along with the other one. With a surplus of building hammers looted from all the shipwrecks, I dedicated a day to constructing the new downstairs and the beginnings of a new second floor. Day 72. It was second floor day and the start of a new balcony that would run all the way around the house. The building project began getting into full swing. Day 73. I made another wood run to fuel my construction efforts. Day 74. Had me repairing all the wood used from the day before and continuing with the roof. Day 75. Continuing the roof proved challenging as it reached greater heights, requiring the construction of scaffolding for access. Finally completed, the structure may seem roof heavy, but its visibility from a distance would aid navigation. And after being lost at sea, I liked the idea of the house being easily recognizable from a distance. Maybe I could find this house more easily. And, to top it off, the new balcony offered fantastic views. Day 76. I discovered a new island further north, collected more wood and spent the night on the raft. Day 77. I continued to gather wood from the island before setting sail for home. Day 78. After numerous wood gathering missions for the base, I ended up with a surplus of palm fronds. Finally, realizing the inefficiency of my old stacking method, I switched to a more practical This was a good day's work. Day 79. I continued organizing the frond files and crafting more spear gun arrows, preparing for the next boss encounters, without actually knowing their locations. Day 80. I stepped once again. Today's following companion, a tiger shark. I hadn't seen a great white in weeks, and was curious about their absence. I explored some wrecks in hopes of sighting one. Nothing. The storm then worsened, hampering visibility. Day 81. After a night on the raft, I skirmished with a goblin shark, bringing it to shore for materials. Despite the ongoing search for great whites, the day's exploration of wrecks yielded nothing. Day 82. With the abundance of shipwreck materials I had lying around, I crafted another water still, as refilling all my water skins was depleting all of my water in one go. Speaking of which, I wondered if there was an upgrade to my water skins. I was intrigued by the idea of clay water bottles, which I presumed might hold more water in one go. I began investigating what I needed to make them. A furnace. I put one together and placed it on my rear deck. I could probably do with some more clay, but a storm rolled in, making things difficult. although it cleared in time to a beautiful sunset on my balcony. I retired for the night. Day 83. I searched multiple islands for clay, staying vigilant with my spear gun, just in case I saw a great white. Fortunately, I found the clay I needed, but the elusive white shark remained unseen. Day 84. After spending the night on the raft, I ventured to the next island in search of clay. A persistent tiger shark disturbed my peace, prompting me to take revenge. Utilizing my trusty spear gun, I patiently waited for its charge, firing arrows until it succumbed to its fate. I didn't think the arrows did any more damage than a basic crude spear, but they proved more efficient in terms of stacking, making it easier for me to bring additional family with me. With the newly acquired clay, I settled in for the night, putting some fish on the smoker. Day 85. In the morning, the smoked fish was ready. The day was dedicated to routine tasks, harvesting yuccas and preparing fuel. I geared up for a scouting adventure to locate the remaining bosses, ensuring I had a sufficient supply of arrows, bandages and antidotes, and all the necessary provisions. Day 86. Today was Adventure Day. I fueled up the gyrocopter and embarked on a journey to explore the uncharted regions. I needed to find these extra boss encounters. As I had already spent a lot of time south due to my navigation mishap, I headed north this time, reaching a beautiful island, refueled and continued north. I noticed something on the horizon. Was it a shipwreck? A whale? A great white shark? The Meg. This had to be it, but there had to be another one somewhere. Noting my location, I continued north until I reached the last island. Finding nothing, I headed east, but yielded no results. And after refueling once more, I zigzagged through the storm until finally I stumbled upon something else. Was this a shipwreck? The Great Abaya. Making notes on its location, I set course for home. Without my sleeping bag, I flew through the night, arriving in the dark, ready to rest. Day 87. I set off in the raft with all my supplies to go to find the Meg and the Abaya. It was a simple enough journey, but it would take most of the day in the raft. I had made it to the nearest island and decided to sleep on the raft for the night. If I were to engage any bosses, I wanted as much daylight as possible. I was cutting through the spine with Lucia. I wanted to avoid fighting in the day. Day 88. I embarked on the first boss fight with the Meg. As I approached, an unexpected storm rolled in, delaying the encounter. After waiting for the weather to clear, I engaged the Meg. I started my merry jig in case this boss pulled me into the water as well, but nothing. In fact, the battle seemed surprisingly easy compared to Lucia. I felt over-prepared for this one. Securing the aircraft rudder, I postponed searching for the next boss until the next day, using the remaining daylight to handle other tasks before nightfall, like dispensing of some rotten meat. Day 89. I set off hunting for the Abaya, and a shipwreck on the horizon caught my attention. There was no sign of it, so I decided I had to dunk in and find it like Lucia. I popped a breath boost and jumped in. What was I looking for? There didn't seem to be anything here. I hid behind the ship. My gut told me to get to the raft. Maybe as long as I stayed behind this. No, I fudged it. Bleeding. It dragged me for 20 feet or more. I swam back to the raft, chucked a bandage round me, and shot it from the safety of my raft. Did this one have a grab attack? I didn't know, so I did my little raft jig, which either worked or there was no grab attack here either. It seemed almost too easy. I managed to defeat it, securing the engine part and trophy, and sailed for home, victorious from the battle. Day 90. This was a day to unwind. I completed my chores, collected fibrous leaves, filled up the stills, and placed my trophies out front. I was still missing a great white trophy, but beggars couldn't be choosers. Day 91. Or could they?
I'm going to try to find a place.
I went out once again searching wrecks. Could I find my trophy grey white? But all I could find were tigers. I moved from island to island, wreck to wreck. Surely they had to be found somewhere. I spent the night on the raft. Day 92. I continued my search for the elusive grey white. I explored wreck sites, discovering the improved clay bottles could restore 5 bars of water instead of the 3 when using the water skin. However, my efforts to find the great white continued to prove futile. Day 93. After spending the night on the raft, All I found were hammerheads, goblins, and the odd whirlwind tiger. I visited my home island to resupply. Yay, 94 and 95. I dropped a buoy ball in the water. Go and whether I meet with you. Like a wise old grandpa, I sat on my porch watching the young ball make its way off into the buoy ball. That is literally the first time I have seen anything despawn in this game. Day 96. Knowing my final time on the island may be upon me, I decided to learn some things in the game that I'd never done before. I learned to fish with the fishing rod. There are so many ways
If
to
you
catch
would like to
sardine
play a
fish.
game, you can
This
play
was
the
the
game by
most
pressing one of
entertaining,
the
but
buttons
also
around
the
the top
slowest thus far. Was
in
as
the whole
functional as a
thing.
fishing spear.
Why
On
not
day
press
97,
one on it
I made a
right?
fishing trap, which was the slowest, most unexciting way to catch sardines yet. I made many attempts to relocate it. It never really shone for me. Day 98, I made friends with a giant whale. I continued my search for a white shark, but all I could find were tigers. So if a tiger it was, a tiger it would be. I befriended the young tiger shark and tried to drag him aboard my raft. Well, that happened. It took many attempts to try and right my raft. I tried again and again to use the shark's body to flip the raft, but no joy. So close that time. In the end, the easiest way seemed to be to grab one edge and push the raft with my body, which slowly flipped it the other way. As Flipper the tiger shark was the first of his kind to flip a raft of mine, I decided he was returned with me. I did my best to center him in the middle of the raft, before finally dragging my raft back out to sea. Day 99. Flipper the shark would now live at the front of the house as a trophy, a tribute to that day I saw it myself. Again. Day 100. It was finally here, my 100th day. On day 100, I got Flipper some friends, a grouper, and a hammerhead, so he wasn't as lonely after I left. But alas, this would be my last night at the base. My first days on this island seemed like a distant memory, stuck in the cold embrace of a coconut, starving for food, almost meeting my end from Mr. Hansy. Time for home. I bid all my friends farewell. I took one last look at my home for the last 3 months and made my way for the carrier. This was it. It was now or nothing. I put all the final parts in the plane and I fired her up. I think we've got it. Winner. Now I just had to find Mr. Beast wherever he'd got to. What a story I had to tell him. It would have made a great video for his channel. That's when I heard it. What the? Beast! Once again. Easy guys, stranded in the mysterious realm of Embervale. I wake up inside a giant cowbell. This had all the indicators of a great night out, but I couldn't remember any of it. Join me over the next 100 days on a journey of survival as I attempt to overcome the challenges of Enshrouded, an early access RPG survival game. Day 1. My first task was getting familiar with my legs. I gave this ornamental barbecue a knuckle sandwich. That's a really satisfying. I gave this ornamental barbecue a knuckle sandwich. That's a really satisfying sound. With my knuckles ruined, I tried to figure my way out. After speaking to a mysterious voice inside a flame, I was told to build a flame altar, my personal shrine. I stepped outside for the first time and surveyed the lands around me. This place was vast. I could see a tall spire in the distance begging me to explore it, and a mysterious fog enveloped the lowlands. I'll have to find another way down here. I worked my way down through a cave system while the tutorial tried to teach me everything I needed to know to get started. Explosive balls for clearing earth and rubble, and a hatchet for combat and cutting trees. I hacked through a couple of ghouls and made my way outside. I started gathering stones to make this flame altar, but I was attacked. I wish people would keep their dogs on a lead. It took me far too long to figure out the building system. So long, in fact, that the...
Can you get rid of the invisible walls in Minecraft? On console. Along with each one. Set block or fill. Oh.
The sun had already set, but I had no bed and no shelter, so I had to work through the night. I couldn't hold a torch simultaneously as a tool, so progress was slow. I looked out over the horizon. More of this mysterious shroud lay yonder, some blue, some red. There was plenty out there to discover, but I had to crack on with the base. Day 2. I finished a simple 3x3 hut with a stone floor as morning broke. With a roof finally over my head, I began crafting some extra items. I only had a hatchet, so I built a magical wand for some range damage. I also needed to stop running around in my underpants. I tried to craft some simple clothes, but I needed to find tall cloth. I looked around a ruin called Longkey near my base. It had pockets of shroud around it. It turns out this foggy stuff was toxic. It had many similarities with a Nickelback concert. After I went inside, I only had 5 minutes to live. Stepping back outside again renewed my timer, but I was cautious about getting stuck in the shroud with no way to get out. I continued searching, finally plucking up the courage to creep into the shroud. There were ghouls here, and I was trying to time my parries, but I missed my window. These things hit quite hard.
Stranded deep 1,000 days.
Thank you so much for joining us, Gamers. We're back in Stranded Deep with a brand new update that just occurred not too long ago with a whole bunch of goodies. And boy, it seems like this is going to be one heck of a ride again. Yeah, we're jumping back in. Well, jumping back in, crashing back in to it. And hopefully you guys want to see a whole series of this. It's up to you. If you guys want to see more, get it faster. Like, of course, like a couple a week up here if you guys want. And yeah, definitely curious to see. I'm playing experimental, if you guys are wondering. To hopefully, oh crap. Okay. Super loud still. Does sustain no longer. Anything different up here? No. Okay. Let's get ourselves out of here. Get our raft. And then we'll get to an island and explain some new features.
Reminds me of the Under the Freeway in GTA 5.
Action with a brand new update that does nice things all of you. We're going to have to get ourselves going. We do have a shark below, so let's grab this. There's some new creatures on the actual islands, probably on the small ones, but on the big islands. And yes, there's a new board that will attack you in giant crab. That's the playing every now with no extra modded islands and stuff. Yeah, I decided just to go playing out here and set up the actual game the way they put it out, and we'll see what they. Yes, we are back in action. Let's grab this. Very important. Very important. All right, items, object, drag. Yeah, that's right. You can drag this. You can drag this too with right click. Absolutely. And drag the rock. And grab this rock too. And make yourself something out of it. Okay, let's go and grab this here. Stand right here. We can see. And hopefully, grab a stone tool. And we grab ourselves a little bit of saplings. Hopefully, find ourselves a little bit of stuff. We can make ourselves a few ropes and stuff. Oh, we're going to do a whole bunch of stuff. Just Spanish landed, and like I was mentioning, these are small crabs. You're supposed to see some giant crabs. The only way of killing them is stab them in the eye. Now, their boars themselves and the big gills. Those ones are not small ones on the islands, the small ones, but the big islands.
No, very good.
Bold is not fun. It's not fun whatsoever. They're huge. They'll attack you. Let's jump on this one. We'll check out today. We are going to change islands. I'm just going to grab some food from here. I'm trying to get as much as we possibly can from these yucca trees. Have some fun. We'll have some fun with this again. We're going to see the monsters. We have to put it. There's one of them. I want to see more. We want to see it. So many copies. I really love this game. I do love it too. Holy shit! That was pretty bad. Alright, at least there's some smile out. It's pretty good. I'm playing a random gen island map with a whole bunch of islands, which are not custom. You could always add customs if you want to, but with the experiment, it's kind of tough to do that. There's some of the trees we can knock down. This tree here, there's kind of sticks.
Yeah, we're going to have to find a
There's extras. I think I'm missing one or two.
Let's go up in here and see.
Excellent.
So what?
Excellent. Alright, good. There's some coconuts up here, I bet you. Yes, there is. I'll take you with me. Take you with me. It's almost like the game's like 60 seconds. You know, this kind of gives me, it's like you have to change islands as fast as you possibly can. This would be the one. There is treasures and stuff inside of here. Most likely you'll be able to get yourself a treasure chest or two. And then use it as storage. Nice. Get here some broken stuff. Nice engine parts. I bet you. You know why? Because I'm going to shoot some potatoes in there. Then I'll grab you. The potatoes are very important for later on. I know not important now. Be careful of those purple little things. They'll nip you. Ow, and so are the friggin' crabs. Annoying as shit. Right, press the craft menu. We're going to change islands before we do that. Alright, we're going to be changing islands right away. Just got to find one to go to. That one over there. I guess friggin' far away. Holy crap. Does that have to make it all so far away? I guess we're going to be doing that. Press the crafting menu. Alright. Just press C. Slow crafting menu. Good stuff. Highly refined knife and crafting menu. Okay. Refined knife. There we go. With the right click, you got that. Craft a refined knife. We're going to need some voltage for that. Some lashings. Now we should be able to craft it. If you actually hold down C, you can also just go back in here if you want to. If you hold down C, you're standing flat on the ground, it'll still work. Beauty. Okay, let's pick this thing up and drop this back down for sure. Okay, drop this crate here. Got some pretty decent loot, I have to tell you. Pretty decent loot. Engine parts, I guarantee you won't have any problems finding those. What we'll do is put some lashes down and stuff. We'll take the coconut and drop this here for now. The shoved in there. So, and we got a
So
couple
we're gonna
boxes,
stock up over here.
extra sticks and stuff we need.
Because if anybody
But I really want to waste
goes traveling through here in this
stuff on this
scenario,
island, just because it's gonna go quick.
then
It's my cloth. Wow. Used to be tarps, now there's still cloth. I wonder if they'll change that back up. PP plant. Damn it, that friggin' useful.
then we gotta be way up here and make a.
Good stuff on it.
Let's say Isaac from The Last of Us Part 2 is sending some people out asking for, looking for me because they want the knowledge. They found out I found where the Fort Knox gold was. It's my idea, exclusive to this channel. Sailing takes me away. Holy shit. Oh, look at that. We gotta play Last of Us Part 2. Oh, fuck. Oh, food. You're not doing that shit. Okay, good.
Now there's sharks in here.
This is the one we want to be. This one's quick, that's the tall one.
And bring some batches of that too. Just in case. Not that the knife's gonna help me out or anything, but in case I need the box.
Is that water?
Alright, that I want to stay away from. That was a purple thing I was talking about. Might have to craft a place up for night.
That's water. Holy shit, that was crazy.
Question is, can we craft it right away? Alright, well, there's stuff in there. Oh shit, no, don't drop it. Pick up. Thank you very, very much. Alright, let's grab that. We're gonna go into here. It looks like a storm's coming in, but I don't think we'll see a storm this early on. We should actually see a storm this early on.
I want to see if that'll heal. Give me 3 full food bars.
Jesus Christ, that sound. Harvesting's gone up again. We're doing good at harvesting. Take care of this up. There's also supposed to be blue reef sharks too. So I'll have to see. Sorry, dude. I force you. But yes, last time we played the girl, this time we're playing the guy. I decided to switch it because I did. Alright. Good stuff. Good stuff. Alright, we have that. We got that one. We got it. There might be one more on this side. So we'll just drop this here, and I'll do a little bit of these things afterwards. We'll put these blues in there. My question is, can we craft that? That's the big question. Alright, so you have different kind of menus here in case you're not aware. Crafting vehicles on the top. This for a lot of people. Getting this well done. Not personal like that. This needs to be level 2. Speed level 2 crafting, you do that. We're now going to make a shitty one. That is not good. Right? That's not what we want to do at all. More people find at least another crate. So it takes up 3 spaces. There is more over there. 1, 2, 3. Wow, we might have to spend the night here and grab this. This is good stuff here too. Nice. Wow. I want to make a nice raft this time around. Last time it was okay. Just a little bit nicer this time. Well, it's a 6. Okay. Pull some barrels. Are you kidding me? Starting off here. This is probably the best starter island I've ever seen. Fishes too.
I wonder, hold on.
I'll be about the same as last place. Now these fish here are phenomenal. I don't know if we can. Oh shit! No. Okay, I just lost the thing. I pressed Q. I gotta remove that key, by the way. I really have to move that key.
You know what, let me see.
Alright, so light is here. We got a light already. Let's see if there's anything hiding back here. I think it's the last one, by the way, for this water. For this air we had, I think it was a 3-shutter. And that is it, correct. Really disappointed about that knife going down there. But it is what it is. Okay, we'll take you. Find out what's inside in a second. Some more buoys right here. I need the knife for that. We can come back. Again, we still can't craft with it anyways. It's not like it's a big deal, but a lot of coral growing right into those. It's pretty realistic and nice. This is sailboat right here. Watch out for that snake. Oh, I think I heard the shark, dudes. Anything down here? Oh, there's one. Alright, that's it. There might be more. I can barely see right now. Let's get ourselves back to the beach. Oh shit, the shark on me. Okay, the shark is on me. Wow, not exactly the way we want to start on the first day. First nibble. I don't land like I know I'm on a reef, but I don't know if these guys can. Okay. He could possibly come back. Yes, it could. Wow, he's a little vicious there. Just a tiny bit. Okay. There was some really nice big fish over there. I want to go and pick some up to eat. We need coconut for tonight. It's not the end of the world. Oh my god. Alright, well, this is a freaking mess. For those, we'll bring this one over here. The more we can carry, the better off we are. Alright, so we got some tape and stuff in there. Got another engine part. Another one there, and oh, nice. So we got engine parts in there if you want to, some gas. That'll work out. We got another engine part, some leather. Drop that in there. And I did get, am I in bad shape at all? No, that shark just nibbled. That's it. You should probably look at building a small little fire. Stand in front here. Kill a crowd in a few minutes. Just give me a second here. Gotta wait for myself to get a freaking knife. Yeah, let's do this. Wait, did they change us? The left and right click. God, wait. What if someone has a problem with their fingers and a lot of arthritis? It's gonna be impossible from the start. I got fries like that. Wake up better at starting fires? Oh shit, this is hard. Hey, catch it. Wake up better at starting fires? Oh shit, this is hard. Okay, I can't just hold down. Jesus, dude. Alright, I'm gonna hold on to both hands and see if I can do this really quick. Sake. You got a physical workout for the gamer. Holy crap, dude. Bent over with both hands, flicking away at that. That's insane. Alright, we need to make another knife. Sadly enough, I can't believe I did that, but yes, we do need to make another knife. And, yeah, this here. There's a fine knife. Definitely axe would be better. We're gonna try to kill some crab and skip gotta get palm tree and stuff, so we'll try and get this. Can I get this? Yeah, grab that before it drops it. Flying into there. Make some shelter. I think I'm gonna be ahead of the game here with what I'm doing. It's gonna ask me to make a shelter afterwards. Remember, I don't need to click. So many games you need to click over and over again. This one, you just hold down. Start the next. Minus that fire, I'm not too impressed with. Just miss. Alright. Hopefully you guys can see well. I can't believe how picky right on the first one that's been on this side so much. You get some venom or something from your port. You get the stun up. I saw a crab back here. Skipped our toes before. Where are you, little shite? You no problems dipping my toes before. We're gonna have to make shelter to get saved. Some more PP. Are you shite me? The best PP island ever. There's a crab here. You barely see him, but this has a good. There we go, I got him. Pick him up. Did I take him? I did. There you go. Take him. Why? Because it can. Alright, let's go skin the crap out of this. Let's see if anything changed with this. Why is that crouching? Voice range. Drop, right click. They just don't look at these. And then hold down E to skin it. Okay, and then you cook the crab. Well, it actually recognizes that I made the fire. That's nice. Alright, you're gonna hold on to this, and then you're gonna hold to the
I would
hatch.
pick something like this.
And let this go. Now, if you need to feed the fire and you're brand new to this, we're gonna simply just got here's a little stick, hold in your hand, like this, and just that's it. Very, very easy. Alright, so this is gonna be like a mellow thing again. You get a coconut, fine. Alright, this an extra coconut. There too. Okay. This one's on this thing, so there's me. Alright, open. So
I'd make a home with some of these.
click. Yeah, I think you got to do that first, dude.
I just want to see where all the tall buildings are
There we go.
and go back to where I was.
Now they're going to cut it down again, right? Tree with the axe and chop the leaves and the things. Give me the axe. Shit, they want me to make one. I choose not to usually. That's why.
I'm probably going to do this one
So
right here.
PP over here. Let's put this down for now. Here, which is pretty darn helpful.
I prefer to be underground
So we need to make
though.
ourselves an axe. So we're going to open up here, and of course it just taught us how to do before.
Well, we'll do a little secret.
Exactly what you have. Just right click on that. So what we're going to do is
I
press
don't know,
C.
we might have to do
and make
walls
sure you build yourself that.
and just have a secret
There's
room
some
that
flashing.
lets me go all the way down
And
to the
just need some sticks. So we need two of
sewers,
those
maybe.
and a stick, which we have here. So craft this baby up. Good axe. Now we gotta go cut ourselves down a tree, which we just cut down before, but it's okay. Another one must die for us. Drop this baby down. Still haven't put the graphic in. Experimental. Beauty. Alright, craft a shelter. Yeah, that's definitely the plan. Alright, we can use this logs like this too. Chop this baby up. This is again a crude axe. Refined axe is a whole bunch better. Let's chop this again to get a bunch of sticks. Harvesting's gone up again. Look at this. All stars. As far as we have a problem, definitely got to drink some coconut. Can't eat too much coconut or take coconut without getting diarrhea. No nice way of saying it, but it is true. Alright, let's open this up here. Use it for shelter itself. Excellent. Now should I move this up a little bit? We did. Alright, these are rocks. We're gonna need ourselves another lashing, which is those things I've been getting all here, those leaves. Okay. Now I should be able to make what we need here. Perfect. Good. So this shelter here, you can actually now do well making stuff here. You can actually save from here, and you can sleep. So these are two things. Without this, you can't save. So make sure you get them. Very, very important. Right. So craft a water still, which is going to be very important. Let's do that. Let's open up this again. We'll go through water still. Right click on this. I believe this is a deep drinkable coconut. Deep drinkable coconut. We have coconut on us anyways. We still need to make one of those other coconut things, so we're going to need to get ourselves more fiber, more lashings. Look at this craft rushes. I think we can now craft ourselves a raft. That's pretty good, actually. That is pretty good. Alright, let's see what's here. And what we're going to be doing is crafting out one of these coconut flasks. You can see the first one on the left hand side. Right up there. So this is done. You can put this away in inventory, and we need one piece of cloth, which we have right here. And we also need ourselves 3 rocks. So that's perfect. Let's press C, hold down, and get ourselves still. A bit of an angle, but it'll work out. Now to feed this still, pretty darn simple. You can either use those fibrous leaves, which are making lashings, the small ones right here. Not those ones. The ones we used to have before I wasted them all. Yeah, we used all. It's the small ones we got, or you can use these palm fronds from on top. Second, utilize that for now. Just set this up so it comes off. We'll say pick up. Like that. Sometimes you gotta look away and look back to see where you're at. If you want to pick them up in bunches, definitely. There you go. Nice. This will be good. You need to fill this up. Now you have a little bit of water right there. We need to fill this baby up, alright? Now that being said, you can't just drink out of this sucker anymore. You can't just walk up, can we? No. It still is empty. Really? That was full. So you can still drink out of this thing, but before I think we played the last time with the last update, we couldn't drink out of it. Maybe they changed it back. We needed actually a coconut or a glass or something for us to do it. If that ends up being effective, we can actually utilize other coconuts and just drink it still. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Pretty safe island, I'm going to tell you right now, so you got to bring up a bunch, no problem. Walking around, you should have these snakes on the starter island, which is a middle island. There you go, this one will be fun. Let's bring this apart so I can see the hell I am. There you go. I can grab all that good stuff. Couldn't see all the yucca. Couldn't see the ground at all. It was tough to see. This is a mineable rock. Skip the sun of days wax. Craft a hammer. Now, we don't really need to. We found a hammer, but we'll have to do it for the tutorial. RC's running out a little faster than usual. Just here. Probably should have put the last one in there. Alright, let's craft a hammer up. Again, if you want to open up and see how to craft C hammer, just go to tools right here, and you should be able to see right here. So, yeah. 2 rocks. Wow. 1 lashing. We found some freaking rocks. 2 rocks. And some lashings, so we can make some of those. Hold on, see, easy. Cooking is going up too. Wow. Nice, nice. I think I'm missing one for that. We can still make the crude hammer. There she is. Craft a wood foundation. Right, wood foundation. This is crafted here, is fine. Now the metal hammer itself will do a better job than this, of course. It's not the greatest foundation ever, but it'll do the job. Tutorial complete. We did an excellent job. Plus, we I can hear the bell. Maybe it went on, but usually the bell goes off when it's ready. I don't know if we have to stand here and watch now. Might be. Alright, let's see how it's still doing. Yeah, we can drink back in this one. That is phenomenal. Oh, we're doing good then. That's great. So we got a little bit of meat. We got a little bit of stuff. We did get nipped by a shark, and we do want to go investigate all the other stuff around here. Oh, there you go, bell. Thank you. And we can also jump away. There's some big fish in this water. We should be able to survive a tiny bit of time before we have to get out here. But I'm thinking we might well just end up crafting ourselves a new raft instead of taking this baby over there. Now again, we have food inside that raft. Those rations will help us out quite a bit to survive. Extremely important. Let's grab some of these here and see if we can craft that. Where's some wood? So I think it says durability 2, if you guys are wondering. Right there it says 86% rate in this part. 67 for the knife. Gotta watch it. And as we're drinking too, very important. You use these leaves. We want to use those lashings. Or this. I know most of you do know that, but if you're brand new, it's always helpful to know what you're playing with you. Okay, that being said, let's see here if we can actually build this. We all level 2, supposedly.
Yeah, this one would be a cool place.
And there you go. So we still need more lashings. Damn, dude. The amount of lashings I need is crazy. I think I know why the others are a little more on it. Starting to realize it now. Mickey has worked for it. They're giving us a lot to work with, so that's good. Just make sure that we're seeing one of these little bunches here, this sweet stuff. And some rocks. Rocks are super important. Will keep you alive. You'll be looking for some afterwards, so if you see it, pick it up. You stack by 4, but it's still worthwhile. Oh, look at that. I forgot what that's. I think I have more on the other side too, right? Okay. I'll grab this. One full of rocks? No. And there's 2 that one here, one there. So what I'll do is I'll come right back. So that way I'll lose them. So I'll look for more fiber. Just there we go. There's some fiber somewhere else. Gotta be some more around here. It's not the biggest island, but it sure has a lot. Now the yucca will respawn itself. Usually takes about a day or 2, I think. Max, I don't remember exactly what it takes, about a day or so. It's not too respawn. The other ones, the small ones, will respawn after a day, so you have no worries with those. But yeah, very limited to what you got. Just be careful. Be very, very careful. All right, let's look at this. I'll jump off a few things here. Okay, let's see what we need to craft. We have the lashings there. And the vehicles are here. Now you can craft it here on land by just putting it down, or you can craft it elsewhere. But yeah, we're just going to build ourselves a small little raft to get ourselves out of the boat. How much does it cost for us to make that top part? 2 pieces for plank. What? There's 2 planks right over there. That would start us off. Just need to get ourselves a sail and other things done. See, I'm grabbing. I'll use a knife though. If you can. Why, hello. Thank you so much for joining me. We're jumping into Project Castaway. This game I've been looking forward to for a while. Thanks to the dev team for making this possible. We're jumping. Why, hello everyone. Thank you so much for joining me. So many updates. I think we started brand new. Okay, I didn't think Brian done, but it looks like it pushed me back. Usually we start up there. We got to start a brand new season. If you guys want to see that, you want to hit the like once a big conflict. Love to hear your feedback, any tips or tricks on that. We're going to start jumping back in this one. Guys, a lot of fun. If you know anything about this game or display with this message, I'm not mistaken. Welcome to your assigned planet. And your mission is to advance the terraformation process of this world, generate O2, heat, and pressure to do so. 175,000 TI, 175.TI, and then break your blue.
Is there any last of us today?
We're fine. We have the stuff up top left. We do.
this Unito is such a cool game.
Like it. Up here, baseball cap. It's simple. It wasn't facing problem. Thank you so much. Okay, so I took pretty much one push this part around this house. Well, I just can't help myself. We do have a little bit of scrap here left. Chance to get everything, but I think we got pretty much everything here except the kitchen and the kitchen sink stuff. We got that. Good. And oh, we've got the chauffeur. You cannot forget this. Very important. If we can't poop, no one else.
Hey guys, welcome to another Dismantle kit video. In this one I'm going to show you how to unlock the base building down in the game quite early on. As you explore, you'll get to this evacuation site area here to the right of your starting area, and you'll basically want to make your way up to this island here. It doesn't... So this will basically allow you to unlock the builder's kit. Builder's kit right here. But it does require level 9, clearly, here.
So many games.
This video is helpful. Make sure to like and subscribe, and I'll see you guys on the next video.
West Hobart Haunted House. All throughout the 80s, 90s, and early 2000s, there were...
Oh my goodness, we've got things. Uh-oh, I'm too close. My goodness, we've got things all over the place. This too. Oh. Oh sweet. Campfire. What else we got? Search the car. Hey, we didn't quite finish building our house, but I think we need to be able to make something that we can't do, which is, oh, look what do we got here. Wow. Well, can't have it yet.
I just can't help myself. We do have a little bit of scrap here left. Thank you so much for joining this game. We're back in Sunken-Land. Keep later, yes, super big update. These developers kept us really in a loop constantly of what's going on, and it's going to be dropping very shortly. Right now it's in a test phase, but it looked absolutely amazing, and I'm super excited to jump in for the first time and test this one out. I haven't done it. If you have an old save, unfortunately, null and void. Stay on what you're at right now, and you can play the older version if you want to continue. But yeah, this one obviously is going to take brand new start, and it's a must because we want to test out all the new features, right? So there's a lot of things in there, including gun assembly now. They've introduced a new gun assembly system where we need to recycle broken guns, obtain components like barrels, magazines, stock, and other kind of usage so we can actually make ourselves our weapons. And improve underwater biomes, explore underwater worlds, more visual distinct biomes, all new volcano regions, and unique visual experiences that's going to occur when you're out in there. There's still a lot of work to be done, right? Providing also valuable materials like sulfur. So we're going to have to be going there. What if you're going to need a special suit to be there? That it's very possible. I'm not sure. And enhance explorations and stage and future stories and lore and puzzles that they're going to be adding to this game. That's amazing. Really amazing. New item, added range of new items, including a large scuba air tank, fishing net, battery, and batteries, of course, guns, display board, portable repair tools, and even a bird catching net. That's going to be good because we have to shoot those little buggers. New building structures, added a new structures like roofs, triangle walls, half walls, also diagonal walls. We're going to look at all that. There's a whole bunch of stuff that we can actually go through now. Update missions. They've added several missions, mostly focused on combat to keep the action going. Balance economy too, which is something I think we all talked about for a while. Revisit all prices and item stack size to ensure a fair and balanced in-game economy. Weapons and enemies adjustments, expected changes to weapon damage, enemy damage, and health, and more. Engaging in gameplay experience, also very, very cool. There's a lot to go through in this. And then, of course, I mean, I'm super excited. I hope you guys are too, because we're going to start a brand new season of this. If you guys want to see a whole lot more, hit the like button, subscribe, all those wonderful things. Let's jump right in it. All right, here we go. We're up in Adams. Well, actually, up in the water here. Just kind of chillaxing. All right, we're going to go do some work and try and grab as much loot as possible. Looks absolutely spectacular. What the hell is that? Some billboards and stuff. Was that there before? I don't think that was there before. Right next to our starter island. This is the neutral island, by the way, if you're not aware. The survival building game. Of course, you have to go out and go to other islands and grab more resources. There's new blueprints and stuff. I think I saw new fish there. But yeah, there's new blueprints and stuff we have to go and gather now. There's a different way of playing this game. And yeah, it does respawn, by the way, if you're asking. It does respawn, and it's just depending on what you want. I left it at default, so, oh my god, my oxygen. Let's get up, up, away. Come on, please go up. I don't want to hurt myself this early. Thank you. Oh, you have to wait for the air to get in your lungs. Okay, good. Okay, was there anything else in there? I don't think there was. There might be something a little bit lower. Sometimes they hide them right underneath. No, nothing there. Just gotta make sure. Don't think there's anything in that one. Oh, there's something here. We can knock this out for some wood. There'll be wood on the island, but you're gonna want to get some of this. Castaway Island. All right, that's cool. Can I grab one more of these before? I need air. Castaway Island. All right, that's cool. Can I grab one more of these before? Get some of this. Castaway Island. All right, that's cool. Can I grab one more of these before? I need air. I want to grab as much of this as possible. We're going to also hopefully find some cloth. And cloth was a lot easier to find last time. And we did find one cloth. So cloth is useful. Fudge, okay, I need that for many things. And one cloth. So cloth is useful. Fudge, okay, I need that for many things. And including a bigger backpack, a smaller sack. A sack backpack. We're going to need that. Yes, sir, Bob. Alright, and anything here? Nothing left. We did that one just 2 seconds ago. And we're good to go. I'm just going to do a little bit of scavenging around the area. And then grab it because I know we're going to have to build a bunch of stuff. We're going to look at the mission. We're also going to look at the building and all that wonderful stuff they've added. I don't know. I hope you guys are excited. I'd love to hear your feedback on Sonic Confields. Stack size is 20 on this. Okay. What is 20, I guess, too. Okay, good. These lights. I can scavenge those up, right? Maybe I'll have to go and check it out afterwards. A little better. Alright, we're going to try and get some cloth out of these suckers. Hopefully we get one cloth. Bottom right. We also got some work gloves. That's going to be nice to add to our inventory here. A little bit of something. Says we're half naked. Yeah, we'll just go up and check this out here. We have, of course, all the stuff here. Let's put our gloves in here. These will add, what do they add to it? How much? Let's look at the bottom here. Adds an extra 1 protection. It's something, something's better than nothing, right?
Still touch next time I come back here. Not next time, but.
Is there anything else here? No. Let's go control, by the way. Let's go all the way down straight. I wasn't doing what I was doing there. Getting used to other games I used to play. That's kind of funny your way down. Just when you don't, you press space bar, get yourself back up, and definitely a lot easier when you control and get all the way down. There's a car right there. We're just gonna nail those up really quick. Again, we're gonna need all this stuff. We're gonna have to make ourselves a makeshift base to start off with before we build another one. Because it's super portento. You want to. It's pretty good. Okay, we're doing okay. Just need a little more cloth just to survive here a little bit. Come on, give me a cloth in there. Probably done. This one's not a dresser. Oh, this might be good. We might actually get some food. Oh, some cloth in there. Perfect. That's stunning. Those are the washing machines. And maybe some food in here. Always nice. You just press E to loot it. And this one we're gonna hold on. Take a little bit of a risk. Okay. Did pretty good to start off with. I'd like it up to be just a little lower part of that building so I don't forget about it and say I didn't get anything. I forgot about it. There's tons of places to loot in this area. The map is quite extensive. Oh god, I forgot. Control.
This will be my stair.
This is new. Components. Okay, that's nice. I love also you can click and hold. You don't have to go and spam the mouse. That is something that's stunning. We might get some more cloth here. Wood. There's going to be wood on the island we're going to start off with. This is a starter island. I don't know if there's any other island that you can't start randomly. You don't recommend it still. I wonder if they can put like more than one starter island. It would be kind of cool in the future. Because this is pretty much what you have to build, honestly. There's no choice in the matter. So here we are. Starter island. There's some birds you can get from there, and let's try and nail out a bunch of wood. Beautiful. Stunning. And there should be something here on the right. So now they have like a new blueprint thing too, right? So built to get some extra blueprint. Well, they had blueprints before for other things, right? To get, but this is going to be interesting to see what they've put into the game right now. Like, yeah, strawberries and stuff. I need that. There's random wood on the ground here. This will spawn back. There's my stamina gone. And I don't have a very good stamina right now. My guy's a little bit tired. I've been swimming and stuff, and it's taking a while for it to come back up. So I have to be kind of careful on that tiny bit. Let's grab what we can here on the ground while we let our stamina somewhat come up. I'm not running or anything, and it's still taking a long time to come back up. So that is a thing. We'll have to be careful for what the hell's that? Research. Okay. Blueprint study bow. Cool. That's going to force us to go to islands, isn't it? Or ground. Oh, balls. Can I leave that there? Take that. I have a hot bar that probably should wear that. What's this? Fingerless gloves. Okay. This stuff we could sell. Okay, maybe I can put this here. Yes. There. And we'll put the foods all on our bar for now. And we can put a little torch there. These are medicines. There's some bandages, very nice, and a rubber ducky, baby. Yeah. All right. All right. We're gonna look at the missions, and that's what we need to start off with. Is start looking at stuff we need to do. Right now we're at level 1, the top right, neutral island. Now we'll play neutral stuff. You can devastate and remove the people from the island if you want to. They're gonna be able to attack in the future. What it does, you put a flag down on them, and they no longer can build there and come back. So it's very nice. There's a whole bunch of factions in this game, and you'll see a whole bunch here. There's 5 islands with the mutants, 4 islands with the marauders. We have 6 islands with the slavers, 3 with the Salvation Clan, and of course the Hunter Union has only 2 islands, and the warheads. Now these will get progressively bad. Look at G77. There's a lot of enemies in these ones, so you gotta be careful. Obviously, larger islands, much larger. Here's all the building stuff we could do now. We got some different roof types. Very nice. Where's the triangle pieces for the floor? Oh, there they are. Cool. Probably put that right here. That needs to be right there. But yeah, that's pretty nice. So they add this in here. That's also there, and this is all reinforced. Different kinds you want to start off with. Honestly, you're gonna make a small little base with some wood foundations on the island. You have to expand back out to off the island, which is in the water, just to make our life a little easier. So we'll start off with a small little thing. We have a whole bunch of different crafting here. We need to do simple grills. Walls, defensive walls, and I guess we'll learn some more as we go. We also have all these blueprints we need to find. That's a stack load. We did have this before, by the way. I don't remember having a bow to find, but maybe it was there. Here's a mission right now. We have also Radio Island here. Eliminate all enemies on Radio Island. Obviously, we're not ready for that. We need to build foundations. and 4 of them to be exact. So let's build those up. Oh, it stacks at 50 wood. Okay. God, there's some stuff that might be changed here. Hold on a second. Can I just get out of this? I see something. I don't have canned foods, but we don't want to have to use it. We don't have to. Okay, I might have to clear up some of this here.
Fucking idiots. Get over there, goddamn.
I didn't realize the stacks were that good. Then also changes been made, so maybe I think it was 20 last time, wasn't it? Now it's 50. I'm still very happy. I think the stack sizes are very important in a basin, and I think they could just do that right away, right? Is that going to be part of a mission? Build, craft bed. Okay, wooden spear, discover trading. Okay, wooden chests, farm. I don't see anything about them making a new backpack. Discovered craft bow, wooden spear, and stuff. I don't see that. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm pretty sure because I have the cloth, I'm going to do that right away so I can carry more stuff on me. I don't remember where it's at, but we're going to find it. Maybe it's inside of the research table. Is that possible? Inventory. Oh no, some crafting here too. There we go. Need to get rope. Need to make one rope. So that's perfect, and I run out of space. So grab this, and now we can make ourselves a bigger sack. And it takes, of course, 3 cloth plus the rope we just made. That's great. It's not the greatest, but it adds an extra bar here, which I really appreciate. All right, so where do I want to build it originally here? Maybe just a small shack in the middle here. And then we can expand back out afterwards. Sounds like a plan to me. All right, so let's do that. Let's go here and build those 4 foundations. I'm probably going to build them on land a bit. Right about here. Oh, high up. You have to be here. I want to be my base height. Yeah, I think it's going to be able to be up there. They float a little bit, so it's all good. Okay, so let's rotate this with mouse wheel. 4. Build. 3 of 4. Okay, there you go. Just took a while for it to show up. I'm probably going to do it a little bit bigger than that because we're going to put some
Star Wars
stuff
Jedi
together
Survivor?
here. So I'm probably going to do
I didn't think that would come to the,
3, perfect.
the fuck?
And at least 3 and 3.
Wow.
I'll feel a little better about this.
PS4?
We can always destroy this afterwards.
That is so fucking cool.
Alright, so we need to do what next they want us to do here.
50
Let's follow
bucks.
through and see what they have. Build research stable.
It's coming to the...
That research
Oh
stable
my god.
is coming up. Oh, man.
Oh, it's the sequel. Fuck. I didn't think they were gonna put it for the PS4. Fuck yeah. What the fuck? Pre-order for 50 bucks. What? Wow. Wow, hell yeah. Damn, that's only 17. Fallen Order, Survivor. Oh, fuck yeah, dude. I was shocked. New games. Gravitators. Martian supermarkets. Yeah. The fuck? Trying to look for some crafting things.
Super excited.
Hell no.
Cool. Alright, good. Build resource table is done. Simplified, simple purifier. Okay, for water and stuff. That means we're going to need to make a bucket too. I'm just going to make that bucket because we're going to need this in a few seconds. And it'll keep our water intake good. Simple purifier is going to need more components. So while we're waiting for this, I wonder if, let's see what happens if I, just out of curiosity, I'm build one of these buckets underneath here. I'll just and clip right through. What the hell? This is awesome. I know, maybe you're like, oh no, it's horrible. No, it's not. Because we need this. We're going to need the storage. Alright, and we'll just put this away, put that away. Put anything we don't really need currently on us. And then we'll put foods away for now. We're not desperate for foods. We're kind of hungry, but not super hungry. These will give you back, of course, when you actually gain these, you'll get some seeds sometimes. Look at it. Waters went back up, food went back up. We're in good shape. There we go. We got strawberry seeds in there in our backpack. We'll put that away, put that away. Okay, I don't know why I'm doing that. Just shove it here. We'll put a bandage over here. We'll put some worms in there. And these are health kits, so in case of emergency. If you have it on that they will attack us, probably going to just to see that helps in the chest. Okay, it doesn't take it off. Smart developers. Love it. So you don't have to follow that.
Probably gonna have to pre-order
the mushrooms. Roasted mushrooms, right, but that's for the grill. So let's go find ourselves some more loot. We need to find that right away. It's getting kind of dark, I think, and I'm not going to appreciate it. So we're going to have to do our best. We do have a torch. And of course there are sharks in here and marlins and a whole bunch of stuff we can fish out. There used to be right there. Oh, they're there. Okay, there's a marlin. I think that's, is that a shark or marlin? That's a shark, I think. So we have to be careful. We're not ready for that. We have, of course, an axe, but it's not good enough to do that. Did I get some components of that? Did not. Shit. Okay, I really don't want. There's a marlins over there. Let's drop some more metals here. And we'll go find ourselves some more land to, some more peat wise here to heat up. Okay, gotta be careful of my stamina. This is not great. I don't know if I can help.
Is Raph coming to? Is Raft coming to the PS4? Their team is way too small for quick updates and launching the game on other consoles. Win is fine. They haven't said anything about it, not sure if it'll even come since I don't think they'll continue the game. Yeah, because their team is too small for quick updates. Launching the game on another console. I'm not sure why they aren't expanded. I very love watching Raph someone play it. Like that, I like that.
Helps up for the stamina or not? I don't think it does. I think it needs rest. Okay, there's definitely not more. We hit up that house there? I don't think we did. That's pretty far in there. I think I remember that one. We hit up a little bit of movement here. Oh, I don't think we hit up this place either. Hopefully we'll find some goodies. Let's get a good air and some air. There we go. Good breath. Good. Grab this. No cloth. Damn it. Okay. There's something there. Yeah, I don't want to be stuck in the water freeze my butt off here tonight, so let's hope we can find something good here. Just metal scraps. Damn it, I thought so. Those red bushes, you're gonna need them. Little seaweed, coral, whatever you want to call it. We got one component out of that car. I thought we got components out of cars. I was like, I'm sure we do. But this one's not it. There was something red like that we had to find. It's not here. Alright, man. I gotta find more components. So one thing that's holding me back here. I guess I'm gonna have to go right there, dude. So that's just wireless, right? They're not gonna attack me. Honestly, if I was starting this over again, I'd probably go here. The apartments. Start heading down. Hopefully we'll find some stuff in here we can use. Cool. That. Thought that was maybe ore. I was like, what the hell? I'm pretty far down too. There's a bin right there. Okay, I don't think I might take it. Oh, just in time. It's super dark now, and we're gonna get super cold, so I really need to find some kind of component.
Okay, here we go. Ah, finally.
Transfer to this thing. We'll get lucky. Got a component in there, I think. Okay, I thought I lost something. It wasn't lost, it's just that thing exploding. Cloth. Okay. Oh boy, how many components did I have to do? Not great. Definitely not a good way to start, man. Feeling that pressure. Freezing, sit near fire. Yeah, we're starting to get on health. I need to get back immediately. And I'm pretty far out here. Get on land now, please. Thank you. Holy balls, that was dangerous. Okay, yeah, I spent too much time in the water and it's getting dark, so I don't think this helps at all. But it should give you a little bit of warmth, but I don't know. We're gonna have to make something here. Oh god. Grill. Okay, the grill doesn't take very much. Okay, I thought the components does not take components. Fantastic. Let's put the actually purifier closer here. My guy's freezing, so you got a little bit of shakes going on to make it a little more difficult. And the grill. Put that next to here for now. Okay, we're gonna probably have to change these and move them. There's better ones out there we can make. Okay, let's add some wood. Okay, and I need to make a fire. My boy is like freezing. Is there not just a fire? I don't remember at all if we had anything else here. Fires. I don't think we do. Do we? Fire bowls, bonfire. I don't think that makes a big difference. Boy, what's all red here? Oh, I'm out of wood. Yep. You always say choppy choppies. I need to make a bed. That's what I need to make. I can't see it. Where it is? There it is. It's tough to see the wood. I'll see if I get a bigger tree. I'll get more bang for my buck here. See if we can get those grilled mushrooms. I think they asked us to make them, so I can get a little better here. Hopefully the fire will help out. I think that's what they want us to make here. Use a craft fishing rod. Okay, simple bed, fire. Where's it again? Mushroom.
Fuck, I hate looking down.
Okay, I have mushrooms in here somewhere. Let's take that and move up here. Now you can select which ones you want to cook up here on with the Q and F. We have this. We're going to add food to here, and we're going to add a little bit of wood, and we're going to add some wood to this thing as much as we possibly can. We're going to grab our bucket, which is over here. Excellent. And we're going to put that right there on our hot bar. We're going to go pick some wood up here on the side and just, there you go, fill up. Oh, cold. Need a bed. Alright, and was it add seawater? So there we go. I don't think I need to get in the water for this. Just need to be close enough. There we go. I think I can do this from here. Beautiful. Just got purified, get rid of all its salt. We want all 5 of those in there if we can. Perfect. And I think we need to drink from here. Can we not drink water yet? So if we need to, we'll sip it here. We don't need it right now. We just want that kind of rolling and going. Fire roll shit off after you cook the mushroom. So no worries about that right now. And I think we just need to make ourselves after you cook the mushroom. So no worries about that right now. And I think we just need to make ourselves a bed if we can. A little resting area. We're going to do a simple bed because it's cheap and don't have anything else. So that's what we're going to make. We're going to sleep right next to our research table. Alright, and yeah, if you guys want to see what the research table's all about, now we got repair stations, we got paddle boat. My god. So not a little boat. Yeah. We can also research here a fishing rod. So we need to research that. Now it's unlocked. And we can actually craft it up, I think now, right? Where do we craft that up? Here it is. Need 4 wood. Alright, let's get some sleep so we don't have to worry about problems in the morning here. Let's just grab this. That should take it off the blueprint. Sorry, the mission. Where's the mushroom? Discover trading outlooks, right? Yep. I think we'll that too. And I think it's I'm not exactly sure what time it is in the morning right now, but definitely an issue. It's going to be the food and water right now. I think we're going to have to just right click on that. That's perfect. We don't need to go on your hotbar. A couple of these are going to help out. I do have some canned food, don't get me wrong. I'm just going to hold on to it as long as I possibly can, and drinks and stuff in case of emergency. Our health did go back up a tiny bit. I'm more worried about not having anything to fight with right now. So I'm going to make one of these, but first things first. My god, this axe doesn't seem great. Very happy about that. We're obviously going to need to get more components and stuff in here, so I'm going. I miss this game so much. I've been like jonesing to. I almost want. Okay, let's start another season, anyways. You know, but then I saw developers saying, "Oh, we're going to be coming out with a brand new update in January." And man, they're already on schedule. They're on schedule. And even if they were a little bit off, it wouldn't bother me. Most of the time, you have to worry about some developers who just don't reach that point. You know, they hit a mark or they don't communicate. These guys just absolutely communicate. I would recommend you pick up this game if you enjoy these guys. Just absolutely communicate. I would recommend you pick up this game if you enjoy Raft. Developers who just don't reach that point. You know, they hit a mark or they don't really communicate. These guys just absolutely communicate. I would recommend you pick up this game if you enjoy Raft and any kind of survival games. This one is a must have. I'm not sure if the berries are back early this morning. Probably not. Definitely go read up for more cans and stuff. Don't think they came back just yet. They do come back. I'm not sure if it's only way to reload. Not positive. But I do remember them coming back. Okay, we're just gonna grab as much of this as we possibly can. How much are we at now? 49. It's not bad. Just get rid of a couple more here. Stunning. And we can come back for some of this. Oh, there's some more mushrooms there. Beautiful. Nice. And the sleep definitely helped us out there quite a bit. We did wake up a little later, I think, than we should have, because I went to bed a little late. So that is something. I also had a, I forgot, I need to cook up my, I don't think it goes bad, but grab all this here. Maybe it does go bad. Shit. You're like, what are you talking about? Well, I killed something previously. Do you remember? Yeah. I look crap, and it's still in my inventory there too, and I don't want to lose them. I'm thinking, that's so bad because we had a fridge on point. I don't know if it's just for storage or not, but I don't think it is so bad. So let's just do F here. Bigger, better grills, you can cook more stuff. So
Johnny,
nice. So yeah, give a little bit of love there. And how we doing here? So this is great. That's good. What I'll do is let's just prepare myself for another bit. I want to get a spear going too. Oh my god, okay. Oh god, stop drinking the friggin' water. Oh god, no. Add seawater. Okay, for some reason I was hitting the wrong area while drinking water. Add seawater. I wasn't looking properly there, that's for sure. Okay. Good stuff. Okay, this is great. So that just got to make it good. And I don't know if it needs more wood or anything. Yeah, I might have got a few more pieces of wood. And the same thing this, we want to keep this topped up. Alright, so let's put this buck here. I could have got more water and put it in there. Not a problem. Alright, the seeds, by the way, are for planting. If you want to keep these, they're kind of handy. We can plant some stuff out. This is something we can sell here. You can also put decorations if you want to. Things with value is this one here. We're going to have to make this all boat. We have a whole bunch of goodies we need to do here. I need to put that away. I'll put this down here. Not starving right now, so I'm going to leave what I have on there. So let's just make ourselves a spear. Let's make me feel better. Do I need to make a bow? I think we do, right? We want me to make a bow. Crafting fishing rods next. Okay, let's get that done.
Sucks is I feel like I'm actually high up.
Fishing rod. Cool. That's where I need the worms, right?
My body feels like it's like nervous.
So let's put this baby out at number 4, and then we can put 4 out here and just shoot some stuff. Do I need to put the worms on here? I don't remember. Fishing bait. No, I don't think so. No, I just think we're fine. Alright. I think I didn't do it right. I don't think I remember fishing in this game, really. Okay, because I wasn't reaching water. Gotcha. I did fish once before. How long does this take, dude? Find something to do at night. Not a big job. Oh, crap.
Motherfucking dumbass.
I didn't see the mini game at all there. It just went off like really crazy.
I'm gonna beat you.
Okay, so you just have to hit it when it's not red. Okay, so we got a red one. Red. Oh, it's nighttime again? You can't be kidding me. I slept the whole entire day. Okay. Well, I guess I'll get a little night's sleep. I can't sleep right now. It's gonna take some time before I can do this. Alright, well, crap, I got a lot of energy. I'm probably gonna do doing is sleeping while doing a little bit of work on the island and try to remove all of the wood and stuff that we can get off here. And then tomorrow morning we're gonna head back out and do some work. I'm like super excited about this game. Oh, too fast. I don't remember this video game, I swear to God, but I also didn't fish a whole lot. But yeah, I can't sleep right now. It won't let me sleep. Yeah, I have to do it, I guess, at a certain time. But I realize it's like the entire freaking day. There you go. There's a sweet spot there. So we got a green fish. That's really nice sunset, dude. What I gotta worry about now is people coming to attack me. I didn't make myself spear, did I? I did not. Just gotta put that right here. There we go. Make me feel better. Come on, fish. Beauty. Alright, so we got a couple of fish, and we're good. Beauty. Alright, so we got a couple of fish, and we're good to go to relax, I guess, for the night. Gotta wait for this thing to happen. So I'm gonna do a little bit of work on there. I guess I'll just keep cooking some fish and stuff, just keep us going here. This will give you back 30 health and 10 nutrition. I'm actually gonna utilize that because I need that. And I need a little more health to move myself up. So we're probably gonna pick up a little bit more. I might use a little bit more. So it's something we're gonna have to worry about too. There's only so much worms you have. Don't be knocked out against your bushes and stuff. And we'll have to be patient. Anyway, thanks for being here. Thanks for being amazing. If you guys and girls, of course, are enjoying this, please take time, hit the like button, subscribe, all those wonderful things. You guys are the best. This game, I'll catch you guys on Flipside. Why, hello, thanks thank you so much for joining this game. I went back, of course, Sunken Land, the new update, SmackDown. If you didn't see last episode, go check it out. Put it in a playlist, get it all done. My God, I'm super excited. I really am. This game is one of my favorites, definitely, that came out. And the developers are very impressive. They have done such an awesome job. Now we've wait the night because unfortunately I could only sleep at a certain time, and I got to get this back in order, which means I don't have to go and sleep the entire day yesterday. So yeah. All right, so we need to do some stuff here, obviously, and actually, wait a second. I'm pretty sure they want us to do some more missions here, which I haven't done. Discover location, trading post, which I'm going to need something to get the craft up there. So yeah, we need one rope, and that's we're going to need some cloth and some wood. So let's work on that right away. And there we go. We need to make a rope. Bam. Takes 2 cloth. We're going to need more. How much does this cost? Oh, you see, we're going to get marlins and stuff. There's so much stuff needed right now. Oh, can't wait. Anyways, we got the bow right today. And that's fantastic. It's not the best of all weapons, for sure, for me personally. But you know what? It does an okay job. In the beginning, we'll have to make do with it. And we're going to make ourselves a couple of arrows. Let's go with that. That seems pretty good. I'm also now going to be running out of wood. That's great. I have some there, but you know, not as much as I'd like to have. That's for sure. So I am still cooking up. Things don't go bad. So I do remember that now. That's fantastic. So we're just going to put this stuff that's cooked in here and put this back in there. We have some arrows. We have some stuff. Put my bucket back. And yeah, what's we need to learn now? We actually have to look at this paddle boat. Initially, that is all we have. We're going to sailboat.
I look away and it's...
wait for your tiers to open up. Which take up quite a...
Is it possible to be afraid of heights from watching a movie or a game? I hope you can see if that's not. Scare language doesn't trigger even in VR. Scare of heights in video games. If fear of heights in video games isn't just incredibly common, it's what they are designed to do. For more immersive and realistic, today's developers have an entire arsenal of techniques at their disposal to make us experience intense emotion.
Resources including rubber, which we've not found. Probably going to find the apartment area there. Most likely 75 to 1. So just 2. Oh, whatever. I have 1 left. It's great. Research. Now I'm probably going to need another one, right? To make that. Yep. Yep, 2 of them. Okay, so we're going out and swimming. And then we'll find a trading post, hopefully. Which is not too far away. I can find a crab here, which is great. I think I'm just going to jump. Actually, should be done in about a second. I'd rather have this all cooked up and ready to go. We're going to need more planks and stuff there too. I'm not sure if actually you'll have enough to cook it. Oh, yeah, maybe we'll eat it by mistake. We're in good shape with food and stuff right now, so I'm not going to worry about that. And yeah, of course the lights. And everything else, yeah, we're going to take it with us. Okay, so we're going out there.
You know, hold on.
So we can hopefully buy ourselves some rubber. There should be some in there, containers and other things, tires lying around me. There we go. There's a big old truck right there. And we'll start off with this big old build right here. I'm not sure if we did this one. It was really late yesterday when, oh God, when we did that. And yeah. Beautiful. Okay. So anything else here? God, a mess leaves behind. I'm not finding a scallops or anything. That's odd. Usually there's always scallops around here and the red stuff. I think I saw it glowing at night when I was walking around, by the way. It might be just there. I just didn't see it yet. Nothing here, nothing there, nothing anywhere. Okay, this one I'm going to take. We're going to need the metals anyways. Oh God, scared the shit out of me. All these are the old ruins. Wait a second, is there sharks here? I don't remember if old ruins had sharks. By the way, it does show you a percentage. See a little map? Look up. Mass. Maybe it's even bigger than it was before. Holy crud. We're not even in the center anymore. It used to be like right up to here. Oh, wow. Okay, yeah, so there's so many areas. But it'll tell you how much you've actually looted in that area. and so you know if you like at 0% left or whatever. Some people used to like loot a little bit and leave some behind so you can come back and grab some. I'm not sure. I just prefer rolling as is and not go back for stuff. I just don't like that way of doing things. So just me personally, you play the way you feel like you're having fun, right? That's exactly it. For me, it's personal. I need it. All right, old ruins not doing too good. I'm not seeing tires. I really need to get a rubber and components. We getting components, nothing. Keep our eyes out for other things. Oh, there's some scalp. Those are beautiful. Those actually sell pretty well too at the vendor. So you do want to get these bad boys, and I have to learn to press control, get used to it. I'll get the car while I'm here. Might as well. There's also ores, mining stuff we have to do. Now we have sulfur too. We have to go get. Figuring most likely for. Oh, some more stuff there. Most likely for gunpowder and stuff. I'm pretty sure that's what that's for. But we'll see. We have a lot to learn, a lot to do. I'm so excited. So freaking excited. I hope you guys are too. If you know, of course you are, you know what to do with the like button, subscribe, all the wonderful things. Always appreciate it. You guys are absolutely awesome. Thanks for taking time doing that. It means more than you know, and helps out a lot more than you know. So there's more stuff there, but I'm going to just hit buildings first. So I don't get too confused, because I don't want to do these things like 3 or 4 times in a row. I do need wood. I have 50, but you always need wood and cloth. And thankfully enough now, when we first played this last year, was last year, 2023, it just came out late 2023. But when we played it last year, it was hard to get cloth and stuff, and they always kind of like listened to the community and found, okay, the gameplay's a little tough here, let's make this a little better, but they didn't overdo it, not to a point where I didn't get up there. Yeah, they didn't overdo it to a point where it makes it too easy, you know, you're like, boring. One component, it's gonna get dark soon. Well, not soon, but soon enough. It goes fast, days, man. The days go fast. Probably gonna have to go towards the apartments. I thought I'd see at least a tire here for something. Nothing there. Maybe there, these are components. Oh yes, I remember last time we found something here. Okay, we've got 3, that's not bad. I can make myself a paddle boat. That won't be so bad, right? Yes. The oxygen. Anything down here? Car. Grab it, grab it. Sometimes you get components out of these suckers in glass and other things. There's rubber. Up we go, fast, 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 fast. Oh god, I'm gonna take a licking for this one, right? Maybe not. Maybe not. For the win. Ooh, I felt good. Just roll in here. Yeah, just another building right there. Might as well do it while we're here. There's possibly some stuff inside that. Might want to go hit it up. Not exactly what I was expecting to go today, to tell the truth, but it's all good. Oh, there's a locker hiding behind here. I got some stuff. We're going to do that when we get up topside. Alright, let's get topside here. Alright, let's just put this in here. We got armor +2, boots 2. I'll take those for sure. And we also got a bandit neck +1 armor. And our armor shows up here what we're doing and how we're protecting ourselves. So very, very nice. There's also another vehicle there, so I might take a shot at that. Is there anything else inside here? Oh, there's something else here on the side. Like a savage. We're gonna get better weapons and better tools and better stuff soon. But it's gonna take some time. I thought there was something else there. Nope. Are we doing an auction? Let's get it. Let's go for it. Whew. Deep breath. You got this. Come on. Stunning, and a pickup truck right there. We also got fins and stuff. We'll be able to swim a whole lot faster. Oh, come on. Hit the wrong side of that thing, dude. Alright, we should probably get the pilot boat going right after this building here. I always say that, oh, maybe that building there, maybe that building there. How are we doing on loot? Oh, space, we're doing pretty good. Okay. Now I'm expecting attack any moment now from these massive assholes that are going to come up and try to attack us. Most likely mutants first. They do come around and do little attacks on you, so you gotta prepare yourself for that. That's why I have a spear going. Oh shit. Oh. I got a little piece there. I was like, that's not good. I have food on me right now. I just collected it not too long ago, so I'm really getting hungry and stuff. I can take care of myself in a second. Also water. Of course, I'm trying to keep those for afterwards if I can. Random place for a dresser. Oh, there's an oven right there. Okay, let's go back out. Doing okay. How many? Well, we got a pumpkin. All right. Not really for good time for that right now. We're not exactly in pumpkin time, but you know what? It's all good. Maybe, oh crap. Maybe we can sell it. Was it in a fridge or something? Oh yeah, there we go. Alright, one piece of food in there. It's okay as you can. Take it, love it, cherish it, call our own. Looks beautiful, this game. Absolutely beautiful. Right off the bat, you start off with an amazing game. Love the sounds, the game, the entire thing about this thing is just remarkable. What do you guys think about it? Get in comments, tell me. What's your favorite thing about this game? I mean, Raft was amazing, you're right, but I don't know, this water world kind of feeling to it, oh, it's more sketchy. Those things, I believe, do come back after a certain amount of time, so well worthwhile go and pick them up. Like I mentioned, they're good for selling and also eating if you want to in recipes. There's some marlins right there. I don't know if I'm good enough yet for marlin hunting. No, we can't hit arrows, shoot arrows underwater. We could do it on the surface a little bit. At least we could with the guns.
I just give myself.
Okay, we gotta be careful. We're getting close to danger. There's a shark there too. Okay, maybe we're not gonna go for them right now. Oh, truck. Go, 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 go. Some more rubber. Come on, component. Throw another component in there just for shites and giggles. Giggles and poops. You got this. Wonderful. I don't think there's anything much there. It's a little bit far out, man. I'm pretty far away from my building, too. That's where all these guys are. I'm sure that shark's gonna come in. I don't think I'm doing anything. Yeah. Didn't seem like react. Usually they have like glowy look to them. I think it's gonna keep it calm here and go do what we need to do. And fill ourselves up. We're gonna use all this stuff, trust me. Oh, a safe. Green safe. I don't think I've ever seen a green safe.
Found it.
Oh crap. Good auction. Did I get out? No, I didn't. Shit. Get up, get up, get up, get up. Okay, I can learn this here. Cannot. Here, okay, no. Right click use. So we're going to learn a double wardrobe. And a flare, which most likely will use sulfur for that too. And where did it go? Okay, another pumpkin. Not really what I'm looking for, but it's fine. Need to head back now. We're running out of room. I think maybe I can grab one more pile of this. Yeah, I can pick up another one. Oh god, auction! We're not too far off the surface though, thankfully enough. Getting close. That was a little closer than I wanted to be. There's a mutant island over there. Okay, you know what? We'll grab it because I'll probably forget about this place. Beautiful, stunning, love it, cherish it, call your own. I believe we did this place completely right. Just making sure. Okay, we're good. Alright, time to head back home. I know there's some trucks and stuff left. But it would be nice if we could actually get to there really quick, take the pedal boat out. Right now, no defenses. But I could sell maybe those pumpkins and stuff. Yeah, make my life a lot easier. Alright, yeah, build. Let's put put this baby in the water. Actually, it's the things on that side closer to make it easier for us. There we go. Cool. Got a paddle boat. We got some storage on that sucker. Sorry, I saw the wood. We're gonna go for it. Random wood. Probably also, if we get lucky, another crab. Like I said, we're gonna try to avoid eating the cans unless we desperately need it. Oh, there's one. Have room yet? Cool. You're drowning. I have room for that thing? I don't. Okay. Because I just saw the red stuff that we need to make our healing stuff, so that's gonna be important. Alright, let's double check to see if there's any more crabs here. Usually there's maybe one more on this side. Gotta kind of walk your island around. They do kind of move around the area, so sometimes you get lucky and see them. Sometimes I just, you know, right in front of you. I had it right in front of me before, completely lost them. So, yeah. Alright, let's go paddle our way there. Probably gonna be a long trek to there. But, take a eat this. And we're gonna do F to move over to this one and cook this one. Add food. Excellent. Add some wood. I'm going to add wood to this too. We're going to drink. Blow ourselves up a little bit. Beautiful. I need to get more worms or stuff, so I'm starting to get a little bit worried that I can't go fishing and stuff, so I might not sell that just yet. Okay for this. This is actually good.
Fucking nigger. I'm gonna cut your fucking throat. Goddamn you nigger.
Put this in here. That's good. Good cloth. Some rubber. You know what? Oh shit! No! I'm such an idiot. Oh god! I pressed E to take off. I meant to eat this thing. Oh god, it's okay. I guess we're gonna put components in here for now. We're gonna keep our duck though as our good luck charm. Sorry, pumpkins. You're gonna have to go. This is like level 1. Okay, so this I can sell to pumpkins. Don't use them.
Oh, motherfucker.
We have to make us another chest soon. There we go. There we go. Go. Put that in here. Okay. They'll leave me in some room. And you know what? Just eat the sucker and place this one on here. Okay. Cool. I don't need that. Don't need that. And I might keep that just for now. Let's see if we get desperate. Okay, so let's take our paddle boat out. A little bit late for this, but it's better than nothing. Oh, it drives on this side? I've never taken a paddle boat out. Be the first time I ever do this. Wasn't it? Where is she? Oh. Did they move it? Where did they move it to? Oh, dude, it's, we don't have... Usually she's right here, no? Oh boy, that sound is atrocious. Oh, there she is. How did I mess up on that one? The wrong side of the island. It looks like they moved at speed, but pretty sure it was on the back side over there. Near the mutants, but it looks like she's right in front of me. Sorry, 1 second. Gotta take that food before it gets cold. I don't know. I'll have to look at that again afterwards. Alright, I'll meet you guys at the trader. Oh, lights are not on. Well, those are, but the motel isn't on. Wasn't it never on? Alright, we did trading outposts. That was part of our missions anyways. We can always push this back. There's probably storage in the back of this ticket. So we can change colors also. And I need to get the hell out of here. Let me up, please. Thank you. Yeah, I think we can push this, right? Always good to see the push. Yeah, that's good. So yeah, perfect. And then you have the chest back here, so if you want to put some stuff back there, no problemos. All right, how you doing today? I'm interested in seeing how fair or better pricing you're going to see here. What's that? You These are quick. Limiting damage caused by radiation. Ooh. These are or better pricing. You're gonna see here. What's that? This no problemos. All right, how you doing today? I'm interested in seeing how fair or better pricing you're gonna see here. What's that? These for quick limiting damage caused by radiation. Ooh. Interesting. Did not know there was some radiation. Now you can't collect coins just by selling some stuff off. We don't really need some of this stuff. We'll find more as we progress, but we want to make monies, right? So what we can do is just put this in here. We have 1 coin. We're keeping that. This and see how much money she'll give me for this. See the deal's still showing up this good. Okay, so we would have 15 coins, or these will actually help me for breathing and stuff. These, I want everything here, dude. Significant amount of hit points. Oh, should I? Okay, wait a second. This is a better price than it used to be. Because I still have a deal for those. That's pretty good. Oh, I could actually have a can of food with that. Alright, you don't have a deal for that. That's cool. That seems like a good start. I would like to get the lungs things, but I just don't think I'm ready for that yet. To wasting on this here. I don't. How much does it cost for this? Let's see if I want all these. 8. Ooh. Yikes. No deal. Sorry, taking back my stuff. We're gonna leave that. Now the only thing I wish I could have, hold on to a torch or have a light on. Wait till later on, I guess. It gets hard at night to walk around. There is stuff here we could loot up. So might as well take advantage of all that beautiful stuff. Like my guy's super tired or anything. I think we can do anything with that. Cloth. Okay, we're gonna have to take this apart. Oh, looks like a light in here. Good. She's not using it. It's all good, right? Little clippings down there. What the hell is that about? Okay, some beans and I think a chocolate bar or granola bar. Test dummy. That's pretty cool. Can I grab anything back here? No, I'm looking to steal. I mean, buy. Yes, buy.
Bye.
Great. Now I got some stuck in here. She does have some goodies. I don't think the stuff comes back either for this. I think trees are the only thing that do come back. Oh, I brought the fuel with me. I'm going to need for my motorboat and stuff afterwards. Motorhead. Oops. Worst jump ever in history. Okay, that's jumps and fails. My torch won't last forever, but hopefully it'll last long enough. Glad she doesn't mind me just rummaging around here. Is that for women? Crew t-shirt. Nah, I can't wear that. I can wear the pants though. I can wear the shirt too. Alright, well that's something more, man. That's +2 armor, +1 armor. We can't be picky right now early on. I'll take whatever I possibly can.
Oh, you fucker.
I'll keep maybe a little bit of warmth too. Just, I don't think it really does anything for warmth except for just protection. Oh, this one I can take apart.
Fucking idiot. Get over there, goddammit.
Spam that out really quick. Okay. I've got another tree here. More metals. hope she wasn't in love with those trees. Yeah, this moved because that mutant place there. We were on the other side before. There's like a caged out mutant area, so yeah, this actually moved. Okay. Oh, rubber. Those are the tires I was telling you about. We get good rubber amounts. I think this comes back, rubber.
Oh my god. The buck.
a little glowy stuff at the bottom. I think those are the red things we don't pick up. They changed the way it looks. Inventory's full. There's a stack from there, so off. I actually got one of these for free once. There. Gas tank. We actually had some gas anyways, so there we go. Well, we're gonna have gas anyways because we got some beans. It was like daylight's coming. Just in time. Not for you especially. Might have taken some stuff from you. My apologies. Oh, is there a shelf there left? I'm sorry. I think I saw something. No, it's just piping. Something like that. Okay. Alright, well back here we go. I'm going to push this out a little bit. Okay. Oh, I didn't want to drive. Okay. And this horrible sound. Boy, this is making me want to upgrade this right away. Alright, we're back on the island. It's daytime, and it's, well, anything came back. I left a little bit, but it doesn't look like anything popped back in here. I'm seeing strawberries or anything else, and the mushrooms. I know they do come in periodically, I still don't know exactly when, but that's okay. Alright, what else we have to do here at a mission? So I think the Discover Location Machine Factory. Gotta be around here somewhere, probably one of those ones over there. Yeah, we're pretty much done, but we have a lot of stuff here, so let's see if we can actually maybe make ourselves was it two-handed axe in metals, one like this. Let's research that. I'd appreciate that. And I need some rope for this. So do we got enough cloth? We do have enough cloth. That's fantastic. Okay, let's put this away. Put some more foods. I know it's a big mess now. I'm gonna have to fix this all up afterwards. I did keep these because they're handy. They're handy as fudge. Okay, so let's just see here. Gonna need to get that. Let's get some rope done. Research. Beautiful. Did they give me both? Wait a second now. Okay. Oh, let's see about it. Oh, I just need some marlin skills for that. I gotta do that soon. And I think this is here now, isn't it? Get ourselves a pickaxe. We should get afterwards. Hammer. Weapons. There you go. 200 axe. 37 damage. It needs a crude axe with it. So the crude axe needs a stone hatchet. So I need to upgrade those. Nice. Okay. So if I make a crude axe, then I can make. Let's just upgrade that all the way, dude. Ridiculous not to, right? Died. This is perfect. Died an axe. This is an axe. Look at that. We're already on a roll for this one. Let's get a little helmet going. Oh, I'm going to need to make one of these pieces of leather. Okay, that's good to know. Got a sack, a bucket. I'd love to get this in. We're going to work on that. Pickaxe is going to be something we're going to have to look at for soon. Got that. And where's my spear? There she is. So you need to get your old spear, which is a wooden spear right here. And then you get the scrap, and then you get components. Okay, that's great. So now, we get stabby skin. I like that a whole lot. Okay, so we're going to have to make ourselves another chest, if we can. And I think it's under here. And we need wood, so let's grab some of that. And build that again. And we can make the bell chest, of course, if you want to. This is going to be cheap at the beginning. Trying to get as much done as possible. That's where shots which. Once we build that again, and you can make the bell chest, of course, if you want to. This is going to be cheap at the beginning. Trying to get as much done as possible. That's where shots which. Once we for food. Right there like that. That's good enough. Let's not overuse it. So I'll grab the food once out of here. Actually, I'm not hungry. Beautiful. I can do food and that. Materials and stuff. Oh, that's what I need to go and do right away. So I have some health stuff here, which is great. What I'm going to want to get done. Grab this bad boy, take food, and add food. Listen!
What?
Listen!
You might be wondering, have we been having more of them than normal? Well, we did get the answer for you tonight, and it is yes. We are having the most seismically active year in almost 4 decades, and experts say the shaking is likely to continue.
Another earthquake hit Southern California, this time near Lake Elsinore. It happened this morning around 9:30. The magnitude 3.9 earthquake rocked homes, but so far no damage has been reported. This is the third sizable earthquake in Southern California in just a couple of days.
Southern California has experienced multiple earthquakes this week, as I'm sure all of you know, and this is a good reminder. Now is the time to prepare for an even larger one.
Through the Northridge earthquake, so, the first thing I said is, I think the big one's coming, guys.
Judith Goldstein, the owner of Luca Natural Goods in Highland Park, remembers the progression of smaller quakes leading up to a very destructive one.
I know that this is the sign that a big earthquake is coming. I hope I'm wrong. It costs us, but usually that's how it was before the Northridge earthquake.
Breaking news, a 4.4 earthquake hitting the Las Vegas Valley tonight, according to USGS. Quake hit about 8:06, about 4 miles northwest of Indian Springs, Nevada. The quake was 5.8 miles deep. Indian Springs is home to Creech Air Force Base, is 45 miles northwest of the Las Vegas Strip. There were no media reports of any injuries or damage, as you would expect of a quake of this size, but it was felt in a wide area of Nevada.
The recent earthquake that jolted the Southland is sparking concern and highlighting a much smaller but potentially more threatening fault line. The fault running from the Pasadena area to Puente Hills has been very active in recent months.
All the way over in Santa Monica, a cam facing the pier shows the power of the large shocks.
Well, so far there's been a few aftershocks, but nothing significant. 2 months ago, there was actually a smaller quake that shook that exact same area here in LA.
A lot more recently, and did feel a few of those, but nothing as strong as what we just felt in South Pasadena.
From 2013 to 2023, Dr. Jones says there was an average of 5 magnitude 4 or stronger shakers. But 2024 has been a lot more volatile. Already this year, there have been 13 magnitude 4 or stronger quakes.
This year is now an active year again. 2024 has had more earthquakes than any year we've seen since 1988.
Your seismologist, Dr. Lucy Jones.
We had a 6 on this system in 1987, and it was like $350 million in damage and 3 direct deaths. So when we've modeled what would it be like to have a 7.5 on the Puente Hills thrust, we get 10 times as much damage as we see for a 7.9 on the San Andreas, because we have so many more buildings and people on top of an earthquake if it's Puente Hills.
Monday's 4.4 magnitude earthquake happened in the same area as a 3.4 magnitude earthquake June 2nd, and both produced aftershocks nearby.
So they're all in about the same location, somewhere within the Puente Hills thrust system.
So what should the everyday Californian take from that?
Not much. We have earthquakes. This is a great reminder that all of Southern California is earthquake country. Every one of us in the Los Angeles metropolitan area is within 5 miles of an active fault. And which one of those are going to go within our lifetime is random.
Scientists at the Yellowstone National Park telling us this was a random event happening without warning.
A wild new video showing an explosion at Yellowstone National Park. A geyser going off, sending tourists running for cover.
Park officials closed the Biscuit Basin area while they surveyed the damage. The area is home to several geysers and pools, including the Sapphire Pool, which had a similar eruption in 1991.
What happened is that an unusual event where a lot of pressure built up, and with so much pressure, it again forced its way out and it erupted.
Officials say there did not appear to be any signs of an imminent volcanic eruption. Well, that's good news.
Geologists are investigating what exactly happened. The scientist in charge with the Yellowstone Volcano Observatory says this is not connected to volcanic activity, which is often associated associated with the...
Well, David, scientists at Yellowstone tell us that this was a random event without warning. Still, they are investigating exactly what happened and what it might mean for the future of this area. David, the last time an explosion similar to this happened at Yellowstone's Biscuit Basin was back in 2009.
Yeah, that was really something to see, believe me.
We are the pioneers of American Wagyu.
Israeli intelligence believes Tehran is preparing to carry out a major attack in coming days. Defense Minister Yoav Gallant says Israel is ready to respond.
The growing tension has the United States deploying an unprecedented military assets to the region. Chris Mitchell reports from Jerusalem.
U.S. Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin ordered the
You might be wondering, have we been having more of them than normal? Well, we did get the answer for you tonight, and it is yes. We are having the most seismically active year in almost 4 decades, and experts say the shaking is likely to continue.
Another earthquake hit Southern California, this time near Lake Elsinore.
Monkeypox.
In our Health Watch this morning, there are growing concerns over an outbreak of Mpox, formerly known as monkeypox. Yesterday, the World Health Organization
Oh, my God, cool. Love him.
health emergency. More than 17,000 confirmed and suspected cases have been reported in Africa so far this year. That is more than the total from all of last year. Health officials are warning the potentially deadly virus could
From
spread
CBS
internationally.
News.
Dr. Celine Gallagher is a CBS News medical contributor and editor at large for public health at AFF. Good morning to see you. So, Lee, this is the second time in 2 years that the WHO has declared Mpox a global health emergency. What's different this time around?
This is a different strain. This strain is more mortal, so in other words, it causes more percentage of deaths. It's also more transmissible. It spreads more easily from person to person.
So, last time we were facing something like this, describe the transmission for that first strain and how it's transmitted this time around.
So that last outbreak that we saw about 2 years ago was primarily being spread among men who have sex with men, bisexual men, transgender people. What we're seeing this time is some 85% of the cases are among kids. And so it's the poor hygiene that you see among little kids playing with each other, skin-to-skin contact. That's how we're seeing this being transmitted now.
Given that kids, and I'm learning this now, bring home every single thing that they pick up at the playground or at school, how do you prevent it from spreading?
Right. Well, a lot of it has to do with some of the things we talked about earlier in COVID, which is looking for symptoms, testing, doing the surveillance. A lot of what we've been doing as the United States, including the Democratic Republic of Congo, which is where the majority of these cases, we've been supporting them to do that surveillance, to do that diagnostic testing, so you can isolate and prevent further spread, further transmission.
So if parents are worried about the spread, what do the symptoms look like? What should we be doing?
Well, so first of all, the risk here in the United States, at least right now, is very low. We have yet to see any cases here. So I don't think we should get too alarmed if you see a child who looks like they have the chickenpox. It probably is the chickenpox. But that's what the Mpox rash looks like. The disease is more severe in that you have worse flu-like symptoms. You might also have swollen lymph nodes. But the rash is quite similar to the chickenpox.
And what about vaccines?
We have a vaccine. It has been used in the prior 2022 outbreak. Even then, less than a quarter of those eligible in that outbreak have yet to be vaccinated or have been vaccinated. But we don't have nearly enough vaccine to cover the need in Central Africa. We would need about 10 million doses. We're not nearly there.
Wow. Well, after all these years, thank you, Dr. Gallagher. Always.
Hi, I'm JT, and I'm a Result Hunter, the search engine for conservatives. Let me just tell you what it does. First of all, big tech right now is run by a bunch of elitist people who all happen to vote the same way and who all happen to live.
fuck. You idiot. How the fuck do you not jump?
Pox more severe than chickenpox, yes. Symptoms include fever, fatigue, muscle aches, swollen lymph nodes, and rash. So what does that mean for us here in the United States? How scared should you be? Let's dig into that. Here's the answer.
The WHO, the World Health Organization, is calling it a public health emergency of international concern. In Africa, since the beginning of the year, more than 17,000 cases of Mpox and more than 500 deaths have been reported in 13 African countries. Mpox is a viral disease that can spread between people and from infected animals. Now there are fears the disease could further spread, possibly outside the continent. To help slow the spread in Africa, experts say there needs to be more testing to detect cases, improved public health messaging, Mpox vaccines, and medicines to treat the disease must also be readily available. The CDC says so far in 2024, a total of 1,122 Mpox cases involving a less severe strain have been reported in the U.S. There have been no cases reported in the U.S. of the deadlier strain spreading in Africa. The agency says the anticipated risk of this strain of disease spreading from Africa to the U.S. general population is very low. The CDC says it has testing, vaccines, and therapeutics if the virus does circulate here. And that's the answer. Back in July 2022, the WHO declared Mpox a global health emergency. That declaration was in place for nearly a year until May the following year. Time?
I never thought that the
Mpox more severe than chicken.
Hi, I'm JT, and I'm in our health watches. In our health watch this morning, there are growing concerns.
The fuck?
World Health Organization has declared a global public health emergency following an outbreak of a new strain of the Mpox virus in Africa. The virus, formerly known as monkeypox, can be passed on through close contact and causes flu-like symptoms and lesions on the body and can be deadly. It's now been detected in at least 13 African countries, but one country has been hit particularly hard, the Democratic Republic of Congo.
Mpox is surging across Africa, and this is ground zero. Thousands of cases have been reported in the Democratic Republic of Congo as a new outbreak grips the country. It's already claimed at least 450 lives, most of them children, and it's showing no sign of slowing down.
The detection and rapid spread of a new clade of Mpox in eastern DRC. Its detection in neighboring countries that had not previously reported Mpox, and the potential for further spread within Africa and beyond.
World Health Organization has declared a global public health emergency following an outbreak of it.
I'm going to tell you about how I reached a point when I was at my former church that I stopped inviting friends to church. I reached a point where I felt that I couldn't do this because it was actually doing more harm to them than good. And I'm going to tell you how I actually brought this up with one of the pastors, and I'm going to tell you what he said in response to my concerns. So, in short, when I was in my former church, the preaching, it took me a number of years to recognise this as I grew in my knowledge of the Bible, that the preaching was seeker-friendly. It was basically about how you can have blessing and favour and how God can help to heal you and your hurts and emotionally and all of that sort of stuff. It lacked balance and substance, basically about how you can have blessing and favour and how God can help to heal you and your hurts and emotionally and all of that sort of stuff. It lacked balance and substance in fiction. It didn't preach or emphasise essential elements of the gospel truth, sin, hell, judgment, repentance, or of Christian living, dying to yourself, taking up your cross, any of that sort of stuff. Now, before I get into this message, I just want to say that my heart isn't to put down churches out there. And in fact, I don't expect that churches are going to have the best preaching in the world. It's not about that. But it is about faithfully communicating through the power of the Holy Spirit. So that's where my heart is at. But as I said, in this particular church, as I've covered before, I would just sit there, and as I came to a place when I recognised more and more what the truth of the message of the gospel was, the Bible, the emphasis of it, I realised how far away the preaching in this particular church was. And I would bring friends along, and I'm wanting them to hear the gospel message, but they're coming along, and what they're actually hearing is that, Jesus has a plan and purpose for you. If you put your faith in Jesus, that He's going to help you, He's going to make your life wonderful, all of these sort of things. But there's a problem, right? This type of message mainly appeals to a type of person that is struggling. They've got things going on. They're hurting. It basically just appeals to vulnerable people. The type of people that I would go along to church with friends who were doing quite well in life, they were quite happy with their lives. And rather than hearing about the one need that they had, which was forgiveness of their sins because they're under the judgment of God, that all have sinned and fall short of the glory of God, Romans 3:23, and the wages of sin is death, Romans 6:23, and that man is appointed to die once, and then after that comes the judgment, Hebrews 9:27. They were just hearing about how God would bless them and have this plan for them and help them. The problem is that these people were quite happy with a plan that they already had for their life. So what happens is it turns Jesus into a want rather than a need. If you're struggling and you want this better plan, right? But you know what, if you've already got a great plan for your life, then you don't need that plan, because why would you need it? And then people can just turn around and sort of say to that, you know what, I'm good, God, I'm good, I'm happy with the plan that I have for my life, but thank you so much for offering, it's very kind of you. And they don't recognise their need for the Saviour. The greatest need is the fact that they are a sinner, and that they are on their way to hell. They can't save themselves, they need Jesus Christ to save them. So I came to a point where I had to stop inviting people to church, because I actually thought to myself, you know what? People are here.
The World Health Organization is very...
You might be wondering...
Oh.
Footsteps. There's more? No? Okay. Holy balls. Oh, I totally didn't see them swimming up here or anything. Oh. No? Holy balls. Oh, I totally didn't see them swimming up here or anything. Holy moly. That's a lake I'm friggin' called. Did they give me anything to get a cup of water? Guess we use that in case of emergency. We actually got some leather on that. Wait a second. What was that with leather? Yes, you need to make this to get that. So wrap that bad boy up. And we got scrap now, so wrap that bad boy up. And now we got defensive. Really nice. I need 2 more leather, so if they want to come back and do some stupid things like that, I can appreciate it. Oh man, my heart's just pounding away right now. I was not expecting that at all. I was just saying, okay, maybe I should keep some on me in case I get attacked. And out of nowhere. Gotta appreciate it, dude. Okay, yeah, let's put some stuff back that we might not need right here, right away. Components and stuff, this. Money I can put right in here. As long as I don't destroy it, we should be okay. And I'm gonna have to get some health kits and stuff soon. Ability to make up, get some pet food. Now, what is that again? Here, medicine. Oh, it's not researched yet. What do I need to that? There we go. I need to buy one of those red ones. So we'll do that. Holy balls, dude. I didn't put the gasoline in the flare away. I know. Thank God we did that spear. Does it? No. No. Okay. Do I need to mine them now or what? Or axe them? I need to axe them. something different. Worth a shot. Okay. Well, we'll find it. I guarantee you. Usually I find somewhere on this island. I've done it before. I know that for a fact. Let's see, get this here because I need these components.
Jesus, we going.
I really need to get the marlins too. There's so many things that... There, that looks like just like a pole. What we're gonna do, we're gonna grab this first of all, because metals and metals. You can see how fast it goes down. Don't kill the marlins. Don't want to know if I can hit them. If I can hit with a pistol, I'm just gonna blow. No, I think they took that off, dudes.
Oh, cows.
I think they're fins, dude.
We're gonna go find cows. We're gonna go find an island, and then we're gonna go to another island, like a plane wreck. Plane crash.
Okay, well, we got the marlins. Crap. They split me in half there. Oh, there's some red shit. Okay, I see it. Stop doing that to me. Like freaking chickens. Oh. One more. I might make 8 for each one of these money. You know you want to go in my pocket. Alright, we're not going to do too much looting here. We're just going to grab this that we need. So we're going to go down. And hopefully, if everything goes well, we can get some fins and medication. So the outfit is fun. You can see where I got confused with that. But there we go. Happy we found it. Maybe feel a little better. I see a dumpster. I can't help myself. Got a t-shirt. Not sure if it's better than the other one. There's also yeah, corn rip. I'm really deep, I think. Oh, I gotta take a hit. Yeah, no. Got a blackout. Up. Oh, God. Oh. Oh. Kind of, 1, 2 armor done. I can change that. I don't care. Okay. Come back. We'll come back for the rest of the stuff. I can't spend the whole day there. Woo! It's exciting. Yeah, dude. So I see on my number 7 hot bar on a bomb. That's what we're going to be able to make. And that gives us a little bit of health back. So we don't have to go get that pulse. The pulse obviously a whole lot better. We can attack Radio Island if I'm not mistaken. That is one of no, not there. There, I think, yeah. Yeah, because that's the capital thing. Yeah, they change it up. They move some stuff around a little bit. That's Radio Island up there, I think. Not mistaken. Radio. Alright, so let's open this up here. We're going to this research yes. I can just make those fins down. Now where's that gold? What's in their inventory? Inventory there. There we go. This one, the hoarding is good. Okay, that's good. And we got ourselves fins, so it makes it a lot faster swim down. So sweet.
I want this gosh damn game, damn it.
Special, I think. Yeah. Nice. Jesus, that's so much faster. Oh, I love it. So happy we have this now. Okay. That worked out good. Let's make us faster on land, but definitely in the water there. So note that on this. That would be nice to make too. I was ready to go hunting and stuff. And just research. You know what? I'm going to do that just because it's super important to have. And components would be nice too. The glass for this. this. And repair station, we're going to need that too. Okay, how much does it cost to build the repair station, by the way? Not much. We're going to take advantage of this. Cooking area is going to go there. I guess I'll put it right next to me. Just nice. Got little shards of metal all over me. Okay, so if I go in here, I can repair up all my stuff, right? That's what it is. It's repaired my gear. Anything else that breaks.
The fuck?
I'm not sure if this squares away, don't you? But still, pretty good. Shove that in there. I'll take a little bit of a bite of that. And I think we're going to leave the episodes here. We did pretty darn good for today. Thank you all for being here. Thanks for being amazing. If you guys and girls are enjoying this series, you know what to do. Hit the like button, subscribe, all wonderful things. You guys are the best. Just get much. Look at you guys on the flip side. Thank you so much for joining this giveaway. We're back in, of course, Sunken Land. We're doing update. It's fantastic. Hang on, what? No one did with that. We need to upgrade this sucker here soon. 50 components. There's no way I have 50 components. No, it's a fun part. You know what? I like the struggle. Also got
I'm surprised how easy it is to craft these, but I kind of wish it was the rabbits. They can still make it happen.
Slab in there. And actually, yeah, the food goes actually right there for now. We also put medications and stuff, which you can make actually on us, I think. Medication, and there we go. So we'll make 2 more of those. Always nice to have in case of emergency. We did get attacked yesterday. If you guys didn't see it, go check it out. Pretty amazing. Fun times. And yeah, well, we survived it. Wow, so that's good. Surviving is what we want to do here. I'm going to try and find this area. It's a little bit late in the day, so I'm not sure how long we have. We're up on the clock. That's fine. And keep this with us here on the hotbar. And I don't know if I need a flare. Yes, we don't have anything motorized. Okay, and everything's repaired. We're good to go. I think in possibly there. I gotta figure out the islands. We need to find Discover Machine Factory, which used to be there somewhere, I think. Pasture Drive. Can I get out? Nope. Okay, we gotta push this thing. Push. There we go. Oh, the sound of this thing is just atrocious. Now that is a cannibal place. Down the actual triggers next to us here. Those are the back stuff. The island's just great. Not hating that at all. Just like what's my stamina? It's like something's changing. Yeah, definitely my stamina.
I'm so happy about this.
It scared me for a few seconds. I thought there was actually something wrong with my water. But my stamina I still hope they change that. I don't like the stamina being so low. What is this place? We're in it. Doesn't look like machining. Village. Okay. Where would the machining part be? Possibly there? Oh no. Yeah, I think it's where that is right there. I think that might be it. If it is, we can do a quick little dive down. They obviously want us to go there for a good reason. It looks like some more of that red coral right here. But, Jesus. Machine Factory, that's the one, right? We did it. Awesome. Okay, let's go. Machine Factory. I gotta remember a little bit about the area. Oh, we got our fins on us now too, so we're super fast. Oh, super a lot faster than we used to be. That's for sure. Love that. That's good components right here. I'll take those.
Is Raft? Because I'll buy a Xbox One.
Components here. I appreciate it. Okay, up we go. What's that there?
Raft platforms.
Might find some blueprints here. I figure they're pushing us here for blueprints, possibly. And
Raft platforms.
Grab this too. It's all useful stuff. Might have to come back in the morning.
What platform is the game Raft for?
We're gonna have to make ourselves another storage soon. Is your money or something? I don't know.
What?
Iron ore nearby, but
Is Raft for the Xbox One?
still there. We have storage on there we can utilize. Let's check this out.
Oh,
Got
fuck.
the brick for floor. This one takes so long. No components, yes. Okay, let's look in there. There's a couple of marlins over there too. That could be pretty handy to come back for too. And we've got our big boy axe now. We'll just upgrade that. We have to make a pickaxe and see this stuff. I just upgrade to it. Don't have to worry about it. Yep, that's not real stuff. Oh, more components. Okay, this is a really good place to start off with. Okay, I'm gonna be greedy.
Will Raft ever come onto the consoles? Fucking idiots. Will Raft ever come onto the consoles?
I can swim a little faster against them, and I can pick this baby up here. This guy's coming right for me. Oh, he turned around. Little shit. Okay, you're messing with me. Stop messing with me. Remember, I'm your friend. My legs clean. Thank you. I need that Marlin stuff. Thank you. I need that food too.
Actively working on getting Raft onto consoles.
Thank you.
What are the best survival games for Xbox?
Why such a long face? You don't want to die?
Frostpunk, Minecraft.
Come back. There's some goodies, a whole bunch of goodies left. Including some vehicles and stuff. It's going to get a little dark and a little cold. Last thing I want to do is cause any kind of extra issues maybe tonight. So, I'm going to head back in. Alright, sunrise. It's time to eat. And yeah, add some more food. We're obviously just one smaller, but yeah, we got bigger ones than this. I have to stress.
State of Decay, No Man's Sky, Grounded,
Nothing great, that is for sure.
Power,
We can start maybe looking at some of the stuff.
On Dark.
I think that's brand new. I don't remember that being something. This is sellable. So, over here, put that in the chest. I guess we can. That's a little decoration.
Sheltered,
Yeah, inspired too. I don't really need it right now. And a bottle of wine will go there. Maybe we'll keep a couple of decorations here because we don't want them for our place. We'll find a whole bunch of them. There.
Ark Survival.
About it, but still, you know, it's always nice. Okay, so what else do I need to make here? What else can I make? I can do this. I need to unlock. I need 15 components. I have those already. I had 20 rubber and 25 wood. 25 wood and rubber. Do I have that rubber? I don't think I do. Do I have that rubber? I do not. I need 20 rubber. Okay, so that is something we still pick up. Part of my switch got this right. And yeah, put this back, and we got 10 rubber in total right now. Not horrible. Not fantastic, not horrible. I am liking to see all these components though. They're definitely nice. Find crap. Alright, we're gonna need to make ourselves another box. Utilize maybe some of this. And make ourselves another chest here.
Best survival games on Xbox. Oh, you fucking idiots. Oh, idiots. Best survival games on Xbox.
Survival games released over the past couple of years, from the massive Viking world of Valheim to the recent popularity of novel Power World. There are some certain ways which games get lost in. Xbox Game Pass is providing all those gamers with a few survival games, and today we notable names, especially within this genre. Ark Survival Evolved is the best pick, slightly different take on the survival genre, and is all revamped in a low fantasy realm surrounded by conflict. Your goal is to simply look after the band's interests, grow your troop in power and prestige by exploiting the realm's turmoil to your advantage. A long way since its inception over 10 years ago, and instead of solely trying to survive the site, there's now a boatload of creative options, worlds to explore, and rare ingredients to scavenge. We've seen multiple spin-offs of Minecraft over the past few years, but none have reached the heights of this survival juggernaut. It still looks fairly basic to most who've never played Minecraft, but the amount of depth and added features these days is utterly staggering. Valheim shocked everyone when it released back in 2021 and became the biggest new game of that year. This game arrived on Xbox consoles in 2023 and is a brutal exploration and survival game where you and up to 9 other players will trek and survive. Brutal exploration. This game arrived on Xbox consoles in 2023 and is a brutal exploration and survival game where you and up to 9 other players will trek and survive a procedurally generated purgatory. There is so much to do in this game. Will trek and survive a procedurally generated purgatory. There is so much to do in this game, from building, battling multiple different types of enemies, and conquering your way towards Odin's patronage. The open world itself is teeming with life and looks glorious on the Xbox Series consoles, and you will really lose hours in this addictive gameplay loop. This game is utterly fantastic, and words do not do this game justice, and I highly recommend it for any fan or Game Pass subscriber looking for a solid survival game. Now, this next studio got acquired by Xbox a few years back after the successful release of the zombie-infested State of Decay 2, and this game is nothing short of amazing. We are due State of Decay 3 sometime in the near future, but for now you need to try out this zombie survival game, especially with the huge updates and additional content that's now on offer. In this game you are dropped into a large open world that has been ravaged by a deadly virus, and you will have to decide who will agree to your team, where to settle your community.
State of Decay. State of Decay 2 is it for the PS4? It is State of Decay 1 and 2 for online only. Niggers. You guys are fucking stupid niggers. They need their throats slit. Fucking faggots. No excuse for that shit. Folks can cut your throats. God, I hope. Those fish look so fucking goddamn cool.
However, a few years later, it's easily become the de facto game that most in the survival space will certainly recommend. Generation Zero is set in the familiar but hostile open world of Sweden, and your once peaceful home has now been overrun by mysterious, deadly machine enemies. You must choose your battles wisely, as you will engage in adrenaline-pumping guerrilla combat against loads of different mechanical foes. The environmental storytelling and sense of mystery really drives this game forward. For me personally, I was always on the edge of my seat, wondering what contraption could find me and try to end my playthrough. You can expect the machines to destroy buildings and your supplies as they patrol the areas with their massive light beams and scanners. It really is an intense survival experience, and one I heavily recommend just to experience this tense atmosphere alone. One game taking the world by storm at the start of 2024 is the incredible Battle World. Many take a look at this game and think it's Pokemon with guns, and even though that is partially correct, it also has so much more depth. Think of games like Ark, Zelda and Pokemon and combine them all together, and you easily have a one-of-a-kind experience that is probably one of the most addictive survival gameplay loops you've ever seen. To give you a very brief overview, you are dropped onto a mysterious island where the monsters, known as pals, are roaming free, and it's up to you to survive by building bases, capturing and taming pals, and taking on the villains who are using pals for no good. There's so much to unlock in this experience with a large array of guns, skills to unlock and pals combined, while sucking you into this addictive base building experience. I have put in 30 hours already myself since the game's launched into early access, and this could easily be one of my favourite survival games of all time. Now, looking back a couple of years ago for Xbox, it was a pretty bleak year in terms of exclusive titles. However, we got the release which surprised many, especially coming from Obsidian Entertainment. Grounded finally released with its 1.0 update, bringing with it a fantastic story, a boatload of content, and some huge gameplay changes that were much needed from its early access period. This game officially made me terrified of spiders and creepy crawlies, but playing along with my mates and seeing us get swarmed by critters was absolutely hilarious. If you love exploring and crafting with friends in a Honey, I Shrunk the Kids setting, this is the game for you. There have been so many extra updates since the initial release, and now is the best time to jump into Obsidian's smaller but jam-packed little world. Before we delve into the remaining games, please consider subscribing to the channel if you're liking the video so far. The support has been phenomenal on the channel recently, and I can't wait to bring you even more Xbox content every single day. Today we have launched channel memberships for as little as $1, which gives you early access to videos, emotes, and more. Thank you again for your continued support. Let's dive into the remaining games. One game that I cannot believe is now over 10 years old, but got a console release back in 2019.
If you're new here,
Is the hardcore
subscribe to the channel.
Daisy. There are absolutely no map markers, daily quest, or scoreboards to help you create your story. There is only Tartarus, which is 230 square kilometers of
Y'all are doing good.
that was infected by an unknown virus, which turned the majority of its population into raging infected. There are also up to 60 players struggling to survive by any means necessary at any given time on the same server. The world is just so expansive, and you will have to scavenge for any resource possible, but if that doesn't make it hard enough, then you're also threatened with permadeath. It is a very hardcore experience, so when jumping into this game, make sure you have friends to help, or go to some smaller towns. If you want a game that is grounded in the era of sword slashing and thatched houses, then you will need to experience Medieval Dynasty. This game does fall under the radar, especially on Xbox Game Pass, and it really is a shame, as this really is a unique and very well done survival RPG. You do feel like you're living as a medieval peasant, surviving and striving to create and grow an environment that will benefit you and your townsfolk. There are a lot of quite unique elements, such as building a family and securing a dynasty, building certain facilities to automate supplies and food, and a very in-depth skilled system to not only level up your character, but also allow for building upgrades. The world that this game brings to us is stunning, and there are so many picturesque moments where you will simply be in awe. Definitely a survival game I can recommend, and it doesn't get as much attention as it certainly should. But No Man's Sky needs absolutely no picturesque moments where you will simply be in awe. Definitely a survival game I...
Damn, I want to play that one right there. Oh my god. I can only play blue.
It's a base building system that allows players to construct below ground as well as above. Another feature is sculptable planetary terrain, where you can create your own tunnels and caves. With multiple planets to traverse and explore, and several different biomes, Astroneer offers an exciting experience lasting as long as your imagination holds out. It's certainly a worthwhile title, especially on Xbox Game Pass. What is your favourite survival game of all time? Let me know down below, as I'm interested in looking into another game.
Boy, hell. I gotta watch that video again. I love her. She stole my heart. Damn it. Gosh, what's just happened?
Just 2 ice creams with 2 chewing gums in it. Yeah. For bloody £9 for 2 of them. £9 for 2? Yeah, £9. That is going to get nowhere. One that was my straight down with £1 a piece, or £2. That is going to get nowhere with that. No, he ain't, is it? No, he ain't. That's well bad, isn't it? You should know. And he only does bloody card. Stood there with my cash. Bloody hell. That's well bad, isn't it? Well bad. Yeah. Yeah, bet you can hear me. £9 for 2 of them. £9 for 2? Yeah, £9. That is going to get nowhere. One that was my straight down with £1 a piece, or £2. That is going to get nowhere with that. No, he ain't, is it? No, he ain't. That's well bad, isn't it? You should know. And he only does bloody card. Stood there with my cash. Bloody hell. That's well bad, isn't it? Well bad. Yeah. Yeah, bet you can hear me.
I love her. Damn. She's so precious. Oh, fuck yeah. Okay. Fucking hell, buddy. Just do my bloody car. She's a doll. Fucking love her. So happy. Ah.
Easy guys, here I am on my way home to the UK with my pilot, Mr. Beast, when suddenly Beast had an idea for a new video.
I just bought this private jet, and now it's crashed.
Here we go again.
Chlorophyll. Go check out his channel. CHLOROPHIL.
I went to check for Beast. Nowhere to be found. Damn it, Beast. I swam towards a nearby life raft, conveniently left right next to the plane, and climbed aboard. Then I blacked out again. Day 1. Waking up in the inflatable ramp, the plane had vanished, and I was stranded. With an island in sight and a curious hammerhead shark circling, I struggled to paddle towards the beach. I began scouring the sandy shore. It was teeming with crabs scuttling about, but I had no idea how to catch one. Following the tutorial, I scavenged resources and made my first basic stone tool. I grasped it tightly in my oddly contorted gammy gooseneck hand. My survival box displayed hunger, health, thirst, and some mysterious SPF value. It even boasted a list of my current skills. The step counter, a knockoff Fitbit for stranded castaways heading. Stabbing it round with my knife, I skinned it and started a fire to cook the critter. But as it turned out, I needed wood for the fire, and kindling was in short supply. And after some wood and kindling scavenging, lit a fire. The setting sun left me feeling unaccomplished. I plucked a nearby coconut, but confusion gripped me as I pondered how to crack it open. Did I need to select my knife? How did this work? Many in-game hours passed as I tried to figure out how to release the coconut from my grasp. The tutorial was frustratingly unhelpful, and as night fell, I faced the possibility of clutching this coconut for the next 99 days. Through the night, I aimed to build a shelter, needing an axe and fibrous leaves. It was a relentless quest, but I persevered. Day 2. With the rising sun casting a warm glow, I knew it was time to address a critical issue, a reliable water source. Coconuts had been my go-to, but I soon learned a peculiar lesson about moderation. Consuming more than 2 coconuts in succession was a surefire way to achieve brown trousers. I remained vigilant. My ever-tightening inventory space was an ongoing thorn in my side. I repeatedly found my backpack bursting at the seams, forcing me to dump many items on the sandy floor of my makeshift camp. The situation became even more dire as an unexpected storm rolled in. Realizing an opportunity to catch some water, I frantically worked to complete the water still. After brief success with the still, my tutorial guide nudged me to craft a hammer following the storm's departure. It was a familiar scenario by now, requiring yet more fibrous leaves. Day 3. Amidst the island's discoveries, I stumbled upon a peculiar plant named PP. Its purpose remained a mystery, but I couldn't argue with the benefits of having a large PP stuffed in my pack. I worked diligently through the miserable storm, gathering wood, and also learned placing palm fronds in the water still, increased the amount generated. With my trusty hammer in hand, I embarked. I opted to keep it near my belongings. The persistent beeping of my watch reminded me of my need for beacon in a large PP stuffed in my pack. I worked diligently through the miserable storm, gathering wood. I also learned that placing palm fronds in the water still increased the amount of water it generated. With my trusty hammer in hand, I embarked on the tutorial's final lesson, crafting a wood foundation. Uncertain about its placement, I opted to keep it near my belongings. The persistent beeping of my watch reminded me of my need for food and water, but the fading daylight forced me to leave the task for tomorrow. Day 4. I woke up early, and I no longer had the tutorial to guide me. When the sun rose, I started gathering fibrous leaves, grabbing them whenever I saw them. Some plants on the island were growing back, which meant more leaves for lashings later. I went on another "damn it, I'm starving" coconut run, feeling super hungry. I also thought about what to build next. Making a base didn't seem right. I had nothing to put in it, and far-off islands awaited my adventures. I could build a raft, but why would I make one when I had the inflatable one? I decided to give the raft a try. After I got the wood I needed, I had too many things in my bag, so I left some things on the beach. I found that I could craft things from materials lying on the ground as long as I was close enough. The raft I made could have been better, but it was my only choice. My watch beeped, reminding me to stay cool and drink water. Finding shade helped. The SPF value on my watch showed when I was getting too much sun. Lesson noted. I kept collecting materials for my raft, excited to explore new places. Day 5. With the dawn of a new day, hunger and thirst were my constant companions, and I knew the routine well. Another coconut gathering mission. Constant companions, and I knew the routine well. Another coconut gathering mission. Once the vital task was complete, I returned to my ongoing project of building the raft, dragging it to the waterside whenever I needed to add another foundation. As the hours passed, I continued to gather wood and fibrous leaves, aware that my persistent food shortage needed addressing soon. Then a peculiar discovery unfolded on the beach. A starfish-like creature I named Mr. Hansi. Naturally, my instinct was to try eating it, but this option was quickly ruled out. However, my gaze soon fell upon a more practical choice, a crab, a feast for the making. Before retiring for the night, I added the crab to my supper. Day 6. I combed the beach for crabs, but luck wasn't on my side. As I searched, an unexpected illness struck. I didn't know why, so I pushed on with my hunt for sustenance, continuing the raft project, gathering wood and hunting for fibrous leaves. Ultimately, I secured a crab for dinner before retiring for the night, still oblivious to the danger lurking from a painful sting. I'd been touched by Mr. Hansi after walking over him. Unless I acted quickly, I might die. Day 7. A new day began, and I was feeling hungry and weak. A coconut provided some relief as the sun rose before working on the raft. The large rocks on the island piqued my curiosity, but the knife proved useless for collecting anything from them. Persistent hunger and frequent watch beeps drove me to scour the beach for more food, to no avail. However, I couldn't ignore the increasingly low state of my health. Remembering how I fell ill the previous day, I browsed
you know what, I'm gonna see if I
looking for any.
I wanna watch. Can't even do it, god damn it. I'm gonna watch The Lost, but I don't have my
It was worth a
account.
shot, I suppose. I tried it. It needed a coconut and a PB plant, but my health remained alarmingly low. Perhaps I was too hungry to heal. Day 8.
Surviving in the woods. Castaway full movie. Fuck you, you deserve to get murdered. No, fine. Get that shit the fuck out of
here. Easy guys, here I am on my way home to the UK with my pilot, Mr. Beast. Beast had an idea for a new video. I thought compared to the wood ones, despite the slightly higher wood cost, I figured this would be beneficial in the long run. My next project involved improving the route. I aimed to create a
Fuck this, I'm out.
Cargo capacity. Eager to test new upgrades, I set sail towards the east, venturing to a new island. My goal was to map all the local islands, and while collecting resources, I encountered a ball for the first time. It proved quite challenging due to its speed and special flying abilities. But eventually, I managed to defeat it, obtaining raw
You better not fucking die.
thanks to the
God
new
damn it.
Day 26. Having a reverse sail on the raft was undoubtedly useful, although the obstructive sail masts affecting my view from the rudder were quite frustrating. I couldn't see where I was going. Another redesign was already on the horizon. Today I aimed to explore several shipwrecks. I encountered a few tiger sharks in the water around the shipwrecks, and I was unsure about how to deal with them. My spear couldn't reach them effectively from the raft. I cautiously entered the water to test the shark's reaction, and things seemed fine initially. However, I chickened out due to having no idea how much damage they could inflict. After throwing my only spear at one of the tiger sharks, I retreated to my makeshift shelter and decided to use a storage container from the shipwreck. The tiger shark pursued me for a while, spear still lodged in its side, and I wondered if it would hold a grudge in the coming days. Upon returning to the island, I considered expanding my base. I loved my half house, but it was time for more comfort, even if a base didn't really have a practical purpose for my survival. Day 27. I continued expanding the base. It was awkward because the things I had placed previously were now in the way. Dismantling them wouldn't give me all the materials back, and I couldn't move them without dismantling them first, so the base would have to be built around them for now. Day 28. I was low on food, so I went on a supply run in the raft, heading towards Northeast Island once again, which still had some natural palm trees left. As far as I knew, trees didn't grow back, so I needed to
You
keep exploring
motherfucking
new
bitch.
islands
I'm gonna
and the
beat you.
resources for my building projects. After stocking up my
damn
raft, I returned home and resumed work
I'm
on
gonna
the
beat
base.
you.
I also set up some solar-powered lanterns I had salvaged from the nearby shipwrecks, providing much-needed illumination during the night. Day 29. I made significant progress with some new technologies. Work on the base was in full swing. My shelter was no longer a mere half-house. I even added a roof. I crafted a regular shelf, even though it seemed more decorative.
I'm gonna kill you, motherfucking niggers.
There's no way to place items on it
I'm gonna fucking kill you.
Next on the agenda was a tanning rack, allowing me to turn rawhide into leather scraps. I also crafted a refined pick, finally enabling me to gather resources from the large rocks on the island instead of scouring the beach for stones. For now, I stored all my accessible logs at the back of the shack. These advancements made me feel like I was making significant progress, and I even set up a bird snare. Today felt really productive. Day 30. The first task of the day was addressing the lip at my front door. I added some wooden steps for convenience. After losing my only wooden spear to a tiger shark on day 26, I made as many crude spears as possible. I considered searching for wrecks, but a storm suddenly rolled in. On the bright side, my bird snare had caught a dump chicken for dinner. Ignoring the storm, I sailed out to a previously abandoned wreck and battled the tiger shark for the safety of my raft. Success! My first shark kill. I collected the rawhide and meat. With the shark gone, I explored the wreck, finding storage crates filled with loot. I headed home as the sunset rolled in. I lit the smoker and prepared 3 large shark meat chunks for dinner. My shack felt cozy.
Why is the rum gone? There's no other choice than to abandon ship
After
now.
having shark meat for breakfast, I headed back to Northeast Island. I found a wrecked plane. Was this the one I
You said rack, so I was thinking T-Rex.
couldn't find Mr. Beast, but managed to retrieve another storage container. My raft was already fully loaded. I checked other shipwrecks, looting their storage compartments, and enjoying my raft's newfound maneuverability. At the next ship, I found barrels. I knew I could use these for my raft base, but I needed help transporting them. I tried pulling the barrels onto my raft, but stopping them rolling around was difficult. To make matters worse, it was getting dark. My raft was showing signs it was tipping over. I did my best to centralize the barrels in the middle of the raft, but in frustration, I knocked all the barrels in the water again. I couldn't put barrels in my inventory. How was I supposed to move these things? Even on land, the barrels eluded me, rolling into the sea. Frustrated, I tried to build a raft base, but for some reason, despite being sat on top of them, I couldn't do it. Tired, and miserable, I gave up and headed for home. Day 32. That night, I had nightmares about barrels. In the morning, I set course for North Island. On the way, I spotted an intriguing structure on the horizon. What was that? A massive shipwreck. I made a mental note to explore it later on, and continued towards the land. There were numerous sharks guarding the wrecks. I tried to reduce their numbers, but they swam away, taking half my spears with them. With one shark still guarding the wreck, and not enough spears, I had to retreat for home. Day 33. I cleared shelf space on my raft by removing a few containers and placing them in a corner. I returned to North Island, encountering no sharks this time, and recovered another container of goodies from the wreck. During a brief visit to the island, I encountered a survivor from one of Mr. Beast's videos. I collected his belongings, continued to spread Wally. I took care of him now. I also gathered additional items from the beach, such as stones and a PP plant. As evening approached, I headed back home and left PP plant in one of my crop plots. Hopefully, I get to see my small PP grow bigger. Day 34. Wally found a new home on the shelf. I planted the PP plant in one of my crop plots. Hopefully, I get to see my small PP grow bigger. Day 34. Wally found a new home on the shelf, providing some welcome company among dead seagulls and coconuts. I returned to North Island to gather more wood. I chopped until evening, filling my small shack with collected logs. Half the island was bare, but I had enough wood for my next raft project. Day 35. I cut yesterday's wood into sticks and expanded the raft's width. I used corrugated scrap for raft flooring and widened the storage shelf to accommodate extra containers. I also removed the old sails. I relocated one sail to the right, one to the left to improve my visibility straight ahead. At first I was curious if this would work, with the raft move in circles with sails laid out like this. I added a canopy to provide some shade over the rudder on sunny days. My goal was to make the raft more suitable for long-distance cruising, with added storage for survival supplies, including a bed for a good night's sleep and saving my progress, regardless of my location. Day 36. I headed north again to explore shipwreck. I came across a large wreck with a couple of storage containers. Soon a hammerhead shark appeared. I was better prepared with crude spears this time, and the shark was defeated, lending me a few extra resources. I found tires, but barrels I left behind, as I was having flashbacks of day 31. Instead, I focused on getting the tires back to my home island. Back at my base, I collected numerous vehicle parts from shipwrecks, although I was still trying to figure out what to do with them. I prepared the hammerhead meat for supper, and with a spare lashing, I built a raft base using the tires I collected. Day 37, I found a label maker in one of the wrecks. It turns out I could use it to date my crates. Afterwards, I headed out, bringing lashings in the raft with me. I attempted to create a raft base from the 3 barrels I had left behind earlier, and this time it worked immediately. Go figure. I added the extra base to my raft, collected more wood and fibrous leaves from the island, and returned home just as the storm began. I added another coconut to my growing stash and went to bed. Day 38. After my recent success, I headed out on the raft at first light, no longer avoiding uncooperative barrels. I retrieved more I had left behind at the shipwreck a few days ago. Once again, the barrel raft base was crafted instantly, and I expanded my raft once more. I explored the wrecks around the island, collecting more barrels for my raft, even though a passing storm made things quite challenging. Day 39. I farmed the yucca, regularly pruning them. The longer they sat there fully grown, they weren't growing another batch of fibrous leaves. I decided to create more farming plots for fibrous leaves and attended to my daily chores, ensuring the palm plants. I headed north on the raft, eager to explore the massive boat wreck I had spotted last week, which looked like a giant boat had crashed into an island. I encountered some finicky barrels, but eventually managed to create another raft base, although it was getting late. I scavenged what I could from the island, prepared my overnight bed on the raft. Day 40. I continued exploring the island and made my way up the ramp into the jacked vessel. There was only one way to go, up. Inside, I spotted a plane.
Do you think you could survive in the middle of the ocean, hunting fish and crabs for food, and snakes and other deadly animals, even repairing a plane in order to escape? Today I'll be Dragging my raft up to the shore, then decided if I was going to have a chance at surviving here, I was going to need something to eat, somewhere to sleep, and take note of my surroundings to prevent getting lost, since I'm not allowed to use it. Thus I started to explore the shore, collecting some cloth and rocks that had washed up, before using a rock to break down into a tool that I clipped in my backpack, completing 2 achievements, seconds of dry rounding here. See, in Strand Deep there are 37 achievements, including surviving 100 days and never using a compass. So I'll
beating bears, bitches.
I continued to gather some resources before looking out into the ocean, seeing 2 islands in the distance, and I couldn't get to those now, and if I was in Australia, I had to get my phone. So I made a refined out before checking out my watch. This fancy wristwatch can tell me a range of important information. For now though, I needed some food. That's when I saw a crab. Sorry, little one. I skinned the crab, giving me another achievement, but I would not be able to eat this raw. So I needed a fire. With my knife, I cut down one of the palm trees, which dropped a coconut out there. And with my wood, I set up a campfire, only to see I was now sunburned. So I would have to manage my
you
time
motherfucker.
carefully or risk getting
God damn
sick
it.
or sunstroke.
God damn it.
Allowing me to place my crab meat on a stick or to start cooking, but I was also getting thirsty. So with my knife, I was getting ready to break into the coconut as my meat finished cooking, giving me another achievement. I cracked open my coconut to drink the water inside, quenching my thirst temporarily at least. So at least now I had something to eat and drink, but this wasn't sustainable. So I have to find a way to make a farm and water still if I'm going to survive this forced holiday. For the entire 100 days I have to be here. I'll also have to find a way to escape at the end. But for now though, I didn't want to be sleeping without a roof over my head. Thankfully that palm tree I cut down earlier, I was able to hack at the palm fronds with my stone knife, eventually breaking them apart and found something amazing. I found a potato. You know, maybe this island isn't too bad. I cut down a ficus tree for sticks that I used with the palm leaves to set up a small shelter, which would keep me dry for the night. But I wasn't ready to sleep just yet, so I had to look what I needed for the water still.
Piranhas?
Now I knew how to get 4 of the ingredients, but because I've never played Strand before, it does take me a bit longer than expected to get the final ingredient, the coconut flask. But it was getting dark, so I lay down in my makeshift tent and slept all night.
Get the fuck
Waking up, I saw my fire had gone out.
I am not doing this shit.
I was getting thirsty. I didn't have it still ready yet. I climbed a nearby tree to grab it, breaking into it some kind of tree. But I wanted to figure out how to make that coconut flask. So after spending some time harvesting resources and even breaking a coconut in half, I finally found that you can actually cycle through different options for crafting. Yeah, I never claimed to be smart, but now I and some more rope. Rope, I needed more leaves. And this is when I started to realize how limited my island was. As I made a bundle of rope called lashings, but needed a second batch, and I kind of struggled to find enough to use in my but at least I now had enough to set up the water store, giving me a somewhat consistent supply of water. I also then made myself a new rock tool, which I used to punch down a tree, so I found palm fronds, as using the fronds I could put them into my still to create me more water. It then started to get late in the day, and I wanted to see if there's anything around my island that looked interesting. So that meant going into the water only to not spot the sea urchin, which ended up giving me a nasty rash. A rash that was way worse than I initially expected. I had to be more careful. So not wanting to take any more risks with it getting dark, I headed inland and made myself a hammer that I used to build a wooden foundation. I could build myself a much better house later on, as making this foundation completed the tutorial, giving me another achievement. Much faster than when I tried to beat Palworld without using Pal Spheres. Though now I was truly on my own. Any decisions I make going forwards would truly be my own, and boy did I have a lot I was going to have to learn.
So after reigniting my campfire so I could have some light, it was still too dark to do anything, so I lay my head down to sleep for the night. But I had gone to bed too early. Waking up before the sun had even risen, relighting my fire, I decided to have a second look at my life raft, and there was a storage on board, with some rations, a compass, and a bandage. The compass I was not allowed to use, as for one of the achievements, you can never use one. So I left it there, but the rations and bandage would be helpful, as I wanted to explore that nearby shipwreck to see if I could find anything useful. So knife in hand, wading into the water, there were some barrels on the ship that I couldn't free, and a wooden crate with some rusty parts I could maybe use. Pocketing the crate to continue exploring, I found a flashlight and some flares I could use to signal a plane or ship if I spot them to save me, but there wasn't anything else, so swam over to the other ship and climbed aboard, finding another crate with some useful tools, and then found a fishing spear in the cupboard. This would be super useful for catching a sustainable food supply. I checked the other room and was about to leave, but I wasn't alone in these waters, as a huge tiger shark came right at me and bit me. I immediately swam aboard the ship to get out of the way, but now I had a shark problem. I tried to shoot it with the flare, but that didn't do anything, so I was going to have to risk it to swim back to shore. Doing one last check of the boat before speeding back with my fishing spear, even catching a sardine on the way. I managed to get back where I was able to cook my fish, and found one of the items I got was a spyglass. Using these I was able to check out the nearby islands. From what I could tell, that one had a lot more trees on it, and likely a lot more supplies. But I wasn't going to leave my supplies here, and thankfully I had these crates now to help me carry everything. I wanted to see if there was a third crate on the ship, but the shark was waiting for me, forcing me back to shore before I even left. At least I had one of those rations to eat to regain my strength. Waking up in the morning, I had a look at my watch and saw the rash I got from that urchin was still plaguing my skin. Even my watch told me I had a poisoning status effect. This wasn't good. So I spent some time catching fish and crabs, skinning them for their meat as I needed the food to be able to get off this island. Cooking some on my fire, but the weather started to turn. Rain started falling from the sky. Waves were ramping up inside while lightning lit up the sky like a firework. I was in the middle of the storm. And if that wasn't bad enough, even my potato had spoiled. I also needed water, so harvested a couple coconuts, even falling out one of the trees, cursing myself even more. I had to be ready to leave this island after the storm passed, so I loaded up my containers on the raft as first thing in the morning I would be leaving this island, dragging my raft into the water before the sun had even risen. I had to be careful of the sunburn, so couldn't let this take long. I started to paddle and paddle, slowly pulling my boat through the water, going up and down in the waves, till finally reaching the shore. This island seemed magical, but it was not going to be my savior. I cut down a palm tree to set up a temporary shelter, making sure to aim it at the island I had just come from since I wasn't allowed to use a compass. I began to explore, and there was a giant crab nestled in the trees that I was able to take down from a distance using my spear, giving me 2 nice chunks of steak I could cook, but my health was dropping. I had a tiny sliver of health left according to my watch, so when I saw another giant crab, I was extremely careful to kill it while backing away with my spear, thankfully never getting hit. So I set up a fire to cook the crab steak that I found, only to die before I could even eat it. You see, remember that sea urchin I got hit by? That urchin poisoned me. The only way to cure poison is by making an antidote. But to make one, you need a people. I never found one of those on my island, nor on this new one. So when I spawned back in on my save, it was before I had fought the crabs, still poisoned, destined to die, over and over again. Even when I tried visiting different islands nearby in search of a pippin pot, turns out this game actually harder than I first thought, so I had to restart, but I won't bore you with that. Now welcome back to a new playthrough. I'll give you a quick tour of my island before we continue the quest of exploration. I did get one achievement this run, and that was to catch 10 fish. So 9 down, 28 to go, and they only get harder from here. So with that out of the way, here is my base. This is my storage system, my house, my water, my foundation, my items, and my watch. So let's go grab my raft, as it's time to explore some more of these islands. I dragged it into the water and began to paddle across the ocean, finally landing on the island. I started to collect what I needed for shelter, only for my watch to warn me of my impending sunstroke, but I collected everything I needed to set up the shelter, making sure to face my original island so I could safely explore without losing it. But as I ventured into the island, I spotted a giant hog and it attacked! So I saw it as a meal, but I needed a weapon. Using my axe to cut down some trees for sticks that I sharpened into spears and began to run at the hog, throwing 3 of them before holding the 4th to start to poke at it until it died, giving me the freedom to skin it with my knife and throwing out my lantern for light as the sun set. But with the skin and meat in my backpack, I needed to get back to my shelter. Chucking some supplies into my raft storage before I was going to set up a fire as a giant crab attacked. I may have thrown a spear at it first, but I don't think that's really relevant. With it dead though, I was able to strike up a flame to start cooking some meat for the day to end, and my meat was ready to eat in the morning. However, I was out of water, and with me being the smart professional YouTuber you know, forgot to bring a canteen. Maybe I'm not such a professional. Since my second steak was cooked to a perfect medium rare, I pushed my raft back into the ocean to begin paddling home. Even had a little shark friend to swim along for the ride. I think we'll call him Bruno. We'll call him Bruno. Finally arriving at my home island. Sweet water. And with my thirst quenched, I had a look at these palm logs as surely there was something I could do with them. Had a look at the different forms of rafts you can make, so cut down a couple of ficus trees for sticks, then lashed them all together to make a wooden raft. It was honestly smaller than I expected, but it had a great personality. But I was going to need a lot more sticks to be able to upgrade it. That just means I would have to explore even more islands in order to gather the resources, as I couldn't find any left on mine. It was then day 9 when I was transporting some logs to my storage, but it was so hot. So took a dip in the water, and this time I spotted that evil sea urchin. Not going close to that. So I kept swimming around, staying in the shallows, eventually leveling up my physical. See, not only do I have to complete every achievement, but I also have to level every skill to max for this 100% run. So I kept swimming for exercise, spotting a stingray. Now I wanted to avenge Steve Irwin, but my spears did nothing to it. So I just kept my distance and headed back to shore, where I spent the rest of the day handling my logs, even cutting them into more manageable sizes. But all that log work had drained my food stores. So on the morning of day 10, I took my fishing spears and began trying to catch some breakfast. Skinning them up and cooking them. Now 2 of the achievements involved not eating fish and being a vegetarian for over 10 days. So I had to look into farming to be able to sustain myself. And I wanted to do that by paddling to the next island, but I hadn't quite realized how late in the day it was. So decided I would head out in the morning instead. So I took an early night's rest sleeping in my shelter to wake up and see the achievement for 10 days survived. But it was going to continue to get harder when I need to start hunting down the bosses. So that meant dragging my raft back into the water as the sun was rising, since I could see in the distance what looked like a massive ship. As I paddled closer, it came into focus, and I saw my guess was right. But not quite the way I expected. Beaching my raft, I pulled it onto the coast before beginning my ascent onto the wreck. Walking all the way up to the top and pushed open a door, revealing an old broken plane. This could be my way off the island.
Damn it, where are you?
But the plane appeared to have multiple parts missing from it, and I would need to find all these missing parts. But for now, there was nothing more to gain here, since a storm was also rolling in. I spent some time chopping up driftwood, finding a wooden crate, and running from crabs. So in the morning, I began to paddle out to begin my trip home. But if only I had kept proper track of which direction home actually was. Beaching my raft on the island, I thought to be home and running in only to find none of my stuff here. All of this would have been made much easier if I was allowed to use a compass, but sadly I would need to figure out a different way to find my way home. So I simply spent some time gathering a few supplies, including exploring the island's local wrecks. Eventually pushing back out only to end up right in the middle of a storm. Waves were crashing over my raft, so I was forced to deploy my sea anchor to stay upright. life just was waiting on the
Pizza, pizza.
Walk in for all your favorites during Little Caesar's Summer of Hot and Ready. Pizza pepperoni pizza for $7.99. No need to order ahead. Just get here ASAP. Stuck the landing. Walk in for your hot and ready favorites like $7.99 thin crust.
And the storm to pass by overhead. Thankfully, it was a short one, freeing me to finish the paddle, arriving at an unknown island in the dead of night. So glad I could find a coconut for a little food and water. But I'd never been on this island before, so I had no clue what I might find here. And running on low food and water, I cut down some palm trees to set up a water stall, then went off to spear some crabs, igniting a fire to cook them up, then witnessed a beautiful sunrise, with shining sunlight all around me so I could begin exploring. I found some cloth in another crate, then was climbing over a rock only to fall straight into another giant hog. I quickly made myself a spear to try and take it out, but I was not in a healthy enough state to be taking these hits, as I barely escaped with my life. I ended up eating one of my emergency rations, topping up my food and water so I could start to recover, but I needed to rest. So I set up a shelter before just hanging out in the shade while I regained my strength, and then enough time had passed as the storm began to brew again. I, however, wanted revenge against the boar, so spear in hand set off to take it on. I took many hits but managed to defeat it, then began to skin my prize for hide and flesh. I started cooking my juicy hog steak in the morning before swimming out to the nearby wreck, only to spot a shark circling close nearby, and thankfully it couldn't get to the nearby wreck, only to spot a shark circling close nearby, and thankfully it couldn't get me on the boat where I found a crate with a compass. I immediately listed it in the ocean, then went to the deck of the boat where I found some buoy balls. What did he say? I could use these to make a much better raft, so after grabbing the rest of the loot of the wreck, I just swam back to shore. Using my torch so I could actually see, I decided to keep exploring the island, dragging some logs back to my campsite, collecting some rocks only to keep walking when I spotted something slithering across the beach. There was a deadly snake here. Making sure to keep my distance while grabbing the rock nearby before making my way off as it slithered away. I got back to my camp when a giant crab came crashing over my boxes towards me, so pulled out my spear to take it out. However, I needed to get off this island and find my way home. So I collected all my crates, dragging my raft back into the water to begin paddling out. I could even see what looked like a swordfish swimming along by me, but I got back to the island with the aircraft carrier, as this was my best bet of finding my original island. Dragging my raft right to where I first landed here and pushed it in, and I could see an island in the distance. I remembered how far away the ship was, so I decided to take a chance and begin the long paddle, but the sun had set and deadly creatures lurk in the night. Something was in the water, and it had found me. Doof. 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 It kept knocking into my raft, trying to knock me off, when I finally got my first glimpse of it. It is a massive fucking shark.
Gonna need a bigger boat.
I was now stuck. It was the middle of the night with a shark trying to knock me off my raft. My sea anchor was the only thing preventing my raft flipping over, only for my watch to beep. I needed water. I couldn't wait around here forever as it bumped into my raft again, so I pulled in my sea anchor and started paddling, only for the next bump to nearly tip me over, so I redeployed my sea anchor once more. I was going to wait until the sun rose and pulled out my fishing spears. Where are you, shark? It kept bumping me, but that brought it closer as I threw my spears. Multiple spears thrown, and I was pretty sure I hit at least one spear, but I was out. I now had nothing else I could do besides begin the paddle to the nearest island. The shark thankfully left me alone so I could land on the shore, and saw my stick raft on the left. I was home. I'm now glad I didn't try using the stick raft. So dumping all my belongings, I began to fill up on food and water before lashing all those boys together to make a raft, strapping a wood platform to it, but I was running low on sticks, so I did dismantle my stick raft and used them to build a rudder and sail for my boy raft. See, now I could harness the power of wind to sail across the oceans, rather than being reliant on using paddle power. I also made a new fishing spear, which gave me the achievement for having crafted 20 tools, then went off to try and catch myself some dinner, but fishing at night was not very effective in the slightest. Even getting attacked by a small crab, but hey, at least I could eat those. Remember how with low sticks? That just meant I couldn't eat the crab I had just caught. Great. I know I need to be vegetarian for 10 days as one of the challenges, but I wasn't ready yet. I did manage to find a stick in the middle of some bushes so I could cook the meat. Not starving today, but I was going to need a lot more fish, so spear in hand I swam out once the sun was up. We did see a large grouper that I was able to stab and drag back to shore before skinning it for some steaks. Great timing too, as a storm rolled in, so I made sure to drag my raft away from the waves, as I didn't want to lose it before I even got to use it. So once the storm cleared, I was prepping to sail off in order to liberate more islands of their resources. But the sun was setting, so rather than risk another shark bumping me off my raft, I simply began to prepare for bed when I found a pippy plant. The plant that could have saved my first playthrough. So it's good to know where to find one, should I need one. So with full food and water, I dragged my new raft into the water and set sail. Like a true explorer, gliding over the water, over the waves. Even outpacing Bruno who tried to catch my raft, but I was too fast. Landing on the island safely, and I began to explore, looting the wrecks and gathering a massive bundle of sticks, even amidst the storm that rolled in while I did so. Fighting off a crab with my axe so I could cook some more food on the island to lengthen my stay. If only I had remembered to bring along some additional water. I guess I wasn't a professional explorer just yet. But feeling like my mission was a success, having collected a ton of sticks and other resources, I dragged my raft back into the water to sail home again. And this new raft really did feel like a massive upgrade. I made sure to catch a bunch of fish before building a massive fire to cook them all up. I felt like I was no longer just surviving, I was thriving. I decided to treat myself by making a better axe that helped me harvest even more resources, including setting up a bundle of ropes and even a hoe. So now I had a good boat and a good hoe. Hopefully I can get to doing some crop farming for an additional food supply. And it was then day 20, and it could get boring on these islands. So I made myself a fishing rod. It didn't help much with the boredom of spending the entire day with my rod in my hand and catching nothing, and my spear was just way more effective for that. Then in the morning of day 21, 3 weeks since my plane crashed in the middle of the ocean, and 79 days until I get the achievement for surviving 100, and I can attempt to escape these islands. I still had a long way to go, but I was ready to take on the challenge. So I did set up a plank station which allows me to cut logs as planks, giving me a sustainable resource I could use to build a house. But it used up my axe, so I had to make myself a new one, and with the axe cut the trees into more manageable log sizes for planks. I wanted the planks though to set up my first farm, even getting an achievement for planting my first crop. But there was another goal. With these, I can grow myself a renewable supply of resources. There is also an achievement I need to get by planting every single crop. So I grabbed a few on my island, even the pippy plants, in case I needed it in the future. I also set up a tanning station, as with the structure I can convert the skin I get from horse into leather. And I also set up a loom which can turn palm frond into cloth. I was truly starting to enter the industrial age of renewable resources. But with that required some more organization. Stacking my rocks into a pile, then crafted a refined pickaxe. Mining the large boulders was another useful rocks, but all that did was work up an appetite. I headed out to do some spearfishing, even leveling up my hunting and physical skills. I was making good progress leveling, but still had a long way to go to get to max. Cut up the fish at my fire, then lit the fire to start cooking, only to see my plants had actually died from lack of water. Hopefully it rains so I don't need to use my limited resources to grow the vegetables. For now though, I kept chopping down some logs, gutting some fish, then made a water skin so I could keep some water on hand. But hoping it'd rain soon, I set up some extra crop plots in anticipation. And with my base feeling in order, I picked up some of my empty crates, dragged my raft into the water, sailing off to a new island. I even had a whale shark swim alongside me, unloading my stuff on the new island, and this trip was purely for resources, chopping trees and dragging logs back to camp, only to run straight into a boar that chased me to the raft to hide in the water, but thankfully my spear was able to kill it before it killed me. and checking my watch in the morning, I was running low on water. So I was about to go grab some coconuts, only to almost step on another snake. But this time, I was ready, throwing spear after spear after spear, killing the snake. So 3 spears would kill it. I harvested its skin and was going to continue my way into the island, only to see another snake. 1, 2, dead. With the snakes dealt with, I needed to heal up. So I threw the boar steak on the fire when a baby boar came charging into my camp. I wasn't sure why until a giant crab came chasing it in, and it hurt. I checked my watch to see only a sliver of health left, so I snacked on my emergency ration so I could start to recuperate. Later in the evening, I did find a shipwreck to scavenge, and got home to see my clock hit midnight as I munched on a steak. But I had gathered a mass of new resources, so I was ready to leave in the morning, dragging out my raft and set sail. Even spotting a whale breaching in the distance. Arriving home where I unloaded all my stuff, then saw my yucca plant was fully grown, so now I had a renewable supply of leaves, which gave me the fantastic idea to set up a second water store. It was the best idea I ever had. What excited me most about today was the storm started to brew again, and this was exciting as the rain in game will water your crop plots. I decided to take the opportunity of good weather to plant some potatoes and destroy my original foundation, since I planned to use all my logs to build a proper house. But then on day 26, I literally stood AFK because I forgot to log out. So while I stand here, hit the like button. Don't worry, I'll wait. Okay, thanks. Let's keep going. And since I had wasted an entire day AFK, my food ended up draining completely. So I spent the morning fishing only to spear a lionfish. Now lionfish are one of the deadliest fish in the world. So honestly, I was scared to touch it. So I carried it out the ocean on my spear, dumping it by a rock where I could fill it till to be eaten. Then set up a second fire and cook it to double my food production. For fish anyway. As later on I'll have to survive without eating fish or meat for 10 days. But I had a plan on how to do that. For now though, I enjoyed my fresh water and fish steaks. Then in the morning is when my building officially started. Chopping up logs, crafting them into planks. I leveled up so much I even saw I could now craft the spear gun. This will be useful later when I have to start fighting the bosses. With my planks mostly ready, I began to plot out a small 2x2 foundation. What? Resources are expensive. I'll build a much better house later on. But it started to get dark and I remembered I had this lantern. So set it up on my tent to be a good spot for light, before lighting a fire that I used to ignite a torch. A torch I did accidentally fling across the island, and fortunately no forest fires were started. And in the morning I wanted to upgrade my weapons, so crafted myself a refined spear, which should help deal with those pesky boars. Then spent some time organizing my palm fronds into a pile, and I needed to start making piles more as there is an achievement I need to get regarding them. So I set up my sticks in a pile as well as my leaves. Sweet organization. But I was getting stir crazy on my island and sailed off to go explore a new one, collecting dozens of sticks, logs, and palm fronds, and exploring the island's wrecks and sorting every item to fit into my containers so I could begin the sail home. Emptying out the boxes back at camp and using the newfound resources to finish crafting my hut, but I hadn't realized how much exertion this much work had put on my body, draining my food, water, and giving me sunstroke. I needed to rest. I at least had a backup supply of sardines I skinned and threw on the fire to allow me to get back to work as the storm was rolling in yet again. Finally finishing most of the structure and celebrating by setting up a metal table so I'd have somewhere to eat. In the early hours of the morning, I expanded my potato farms so they could start growing. I set out on my raft in search of new islands, heading north. Far along the way is when finally I spotted some strange poles sticking out of the water. So I set my raft in as I got a pop-up. The Great Alfire. This was a large sunken boat. I wanted to jump in and explore, but with no anchor for my raft, I headed off to the island when I saw a shark friend following along, but it rammed into my raft, flipping it completely. I scrambled to flip it back upright, flailing in the water as the shark grabbed me, dragging me away, but my knife managed to break me free. I scrambled back up and onto the boat, dropping the sails to speed onto shore as the storm rose around me, darkening the sky. I was bleeding, and badly. I I needed a bandage, so had to find some cloth and rope. There was a piece of cloth halfway down the beach, allowing me to cut down some bushes for the leaves to string into rope and make a bandage to stem the bleeding. I was now trapped on a random island with less supplies than I planned and had no idea how I was going to survive and get back to my home base. I began to cut down trees for sticks so I could set up a fire to warm myself up, but I needed food. The easiest source of that is crabs. Hunting in the dark had me stepping on them too many times. But with my torch to guide the way, I eventually found some crabs I could spear to take home and eat. Breaking through their shell with my knife so I could cook the meat inside, I at least had my water skin to replenish some water. With me stranded here, I would need to set up a much larger camp than usual. Dumping the resources I found back at the raft, I set off with my fishing spear to see if the wreck had anything of use. Collecting some of the buoy balls and crates hidden within the ship's hull, I was about to swim back, thankfully spotting the tiger shark lurking in the shallows. So using the boat as cover until it grew bored so I could swim back to shore and drop off all of my findings. With my loot, I needed to cook up some more food, so cut down some trees for sticks to light up my fire again. When I spotted there was actually a second large wreck. I knew the shark was around but took my chance anyway to swim over with torch in hand and begin exploring. This was certainly the largest wreck I had seen yet. If I don't include the aircraft carrier, where I'll be trying to repair the plane to escape after the 100 days. But the wreck had more buoy balls I collected, accidentally breaking my axe in the process. Unfortunately though, I had lost track of time, and the sun had set. I shined my torch in the water to see if there was no shark waiting for me, then dived in to swim back to shore and warm up by the fire. And I saw on my watch all this work had completely dehydrated me. Since I didn't have a still, I ran around collecting some coconuts, breaking into them with my spear to get the husk inside and drink some water with them. Feeling more rejuvenated, I began to collect some palm fronds to set up a small tent for a place to save. Then spent the day sipping on coconuts before heading out to go finish exploring the wreck, only to see that the tiger shark had gotten itself stuck. I pulled out my spear before climbing on the container where it was stuck to begin spearing it in the head in order to kill it, allowing me to freely skin the shark for its hide and flesh. And with it dead, I cut free some tires on the ship, as these can be used to make a raft, throwing them off the boat to float to shore, when I found another crate to claim on the wreck, then swam to shore, thankfully seeing none of Bruno's friends before getting back to the camp. And when I was making a new axe and got the achievement for 40 tools crafted, that's 14 out of 37 achievements so far. We've slowed a lot on how many I'm getting, but that's because each achievement will continue to get harder to get. The hardest ones, I haven't even started working towards yet. I made my new axe so I could continue the exploitation of this random island, collecting resources and even set up a water sill, since it seemed like I was going to be here for longer than planned. I then found my tires and was washed up to shore to begin dragging them back to camp, only to remember I still had all those voids. Now while I did want to make a better, more stable raft, I didn't want to waste the resources on a tire raft. I'd rather get one full of barrels. For now though, to prevent getting flipped again, I tied on some more buoys to my raft, expanding the platform to make it more stable, even placing a second sail on it in hopes it'd make the raft faster. But I've learned later on this doesn't actually work, and finished off the raft with some platforms as another storm started to brew. I used the cool weather to chop down trees for their logs and palm leaves. Chopping logs, harvesting palms, and cutting down trees, gradually building up my store of loot to take back with me, until all my crates were full to the brim with resources, and dragged my raft out into the ocean, but a storm was brewing. I couldn't afford to wait another day, so it was me on my makeshift improved raft against the elements and setting sail. Lightning striking around me, crashing over waves, shaking me from my rudder as the sun set, engulfing me in darkness. I sailed all through the night once the storm finally cleared, feeling lost until the first island I beached at happened to be my original one. Talk about a stroke of luck. But the voyage had drained me as I ran in to drink water from my stills and munch on one of my potatoes that had fully grown. I began to empty my crates and cut up the palms into fronds for storage, ultimately deciding I should start working towards the 100 piles achievement. Placing down multiple piles of palm fronds, and I wasn't exactly sure how many I placed, but if I had to guess, I was at about 30 piles in total so far out of the needed 100. I also needed food, so went to do some spear fishing, even scoring 2 large grouper. It was a good day for fish. Cooking up the steaks on the fire when I saw I had gotten some extra lanterns from one of the wrecks, and set them up around camp to improve the lighting situation. I then used the loom I had made a few days ago to string together my first bit of cloth, completing another one of the easy achievements of which I was running out. And with the fresh cloth, some leather and sticks, I made a bed for another easy achievement. At least now I had a mobile way of getting some sleep, so I could in theory travel even farther than I have so far, and I will need to in order to get some of the harder achievements. One of which was to make 10 sets of corrugated metal furniture. The cheapest piece I could make was a shelf, which I made all before running out of supplies. But that just made me realize I should probably finish my house. I cut up some logs, set to plank before building up the remaining 2 walls, and cut up more logs into sticks this time, and use those to build the roof. Finally carrying my lantern into the small hut to finish it off, making it feel very homely. I also turned a stick into a light hook to place my other lantern more securely down, and finished off the day making a bow and arrow, only to instantly lose the arrow. And I started the next morning by harvesting some of my crops, gathering a ton of leaves, which I used to make some rope in order to craft a tool belt. You need tool belts in order to place items in your inventory on a hotkey, something I admittedly had not used up until now. However, I figured now is better than later, so placed some things onto it. Whether or not I remember to use it is a different story. I was then out fishing when one of Bruno's friends almost caught me when I was fast enough to get onto the rock, catching another grouper as they were an amazing source of meat, before heading back into shore with my haul, skinning them by the fire to begin cooking. Soon though, I would have to go for 10 days without eating any fish in order to get one of the achievements, so I couldn't rely on fishing forever. And I spent
so I'm gonna go here, but I'm gonna go to another island.
Then dumped all my leads
I
into
don't
a
know,
pile
why am I
as
making
the
a
water
bridge to go
source
straight across with the room in the middle?
off with some fishing as Bruno's hammerhead friend was waiting for me, immediately biting me. More and more sharks were starting to surround my island. I would have to defeat one of the bosses in order to reduce the number of sharks spawned soon. Knowing there were a couple achievements for staying on a single island, so I was going to need to manage my supplies carefully. Heading out to do a ton of fishing with my spear, dropping off the haul at the fire to start cooking them up, before refilling my water stills, then went off on another fishing spree, as I still hadn't maxed my skills, which is a necessary requirement to 100% at Stranded Deep. I even dragged grouper onto the shore, but looking at my watch I had made good progress. So after dragging some supplies back to my camp, and munching on the meat I had cooked, I decided if I was going to be stuck on the same island for a while, I may as well find a way to pass the time. That's with my fishing. Waking up, I thought it'd be a good day to use this time on my island for some spring cleaning. Emptying the containers and placing the useful ones around my base, giving a few of them some questionable names. The work continued throughout the day, so I had dumped the empty ones next to my shack, and I had to move my bed into my shack before having a tasty potato breakfast as I decided I should also be completing the 10 days of being a vegetarian and no eating fish challenges, and spent some time having a swim in the ocean, even making my first use of the oxygen tanks, as these can refill your oxygen while underwater. It will be useful later on when fighting some bosses, and I did have a swim in with the hammerhead shark, but we kind of just let each other go. Though all the swimming tired me out, so I just headed to bed. And it was then day 44, when I realized if I was going to be only eating veggies for 10 days, then I needed more crops. So I set up an extra plot and had some coconut halves for lunch. Then spent some time harvesting a bunch of yucca leaves to add to my collection. We had a bit of fun eating a juga plant far into the ocean. But the days were barely enjoyable here on the island. Waking up with a nice early morning swim, doing some tending to the gardens, harvesting taters, and planting more when I realized, thanks to all my wooden crates, I could play an epic game of Jenga. So I started started to stack the crates on top of each other until it got a bit burnt, so it hid in the tree's shade until it got dark.
Jenga.
I could play an epic game of Jenga. So I started to stack the crates on top of each other until it got a bit burnt, so it hid in the tree's shade until it got dark. And I went to bed.
No.
Then waking up to see I had completed a new achievement. That's about 10 days without leaving the same island. I guess I'd forgotten when I stopped here. So at least I can go exploring again where I started finding any fish or meat. I am allowed to eat aloe, which clears your sunburn. Not exactly how that's meant to work, but it is what it is, I guess. And I then spent some time watching the seagulls and tried to drop some fish for them, but I guess they're on a diet as they simply weren't interested. So I had a lunch snack of some potatoes before heading back to my game of Box Stack, where I played until it got dark and called it a night. And in the morning I continued my daily chores of filling the water still so I'd have plenty of hydration, then went to place one more box on the tower as it came crashing down all around me. Be a lesson. Don't place too many wooden crates on top of each other, else they fall. Truly a profit, I know. But then simply else they fall. Truly a profit, I know. But I then simply spent the rest of the day munching potatoes, harvesting leaves, and preparing my raft as I needed to head out in the morning to gather some more resources.
Really?
Dropping the sails to begin cutting through the wood, hopping to the nearest island. There was a giant hog that I hunted down so it didn't sneak up behind.
Let this be a story
Took
from
my
actually.
time raiding the rigs, dodging the sharks, and chopping up the driftwood into sticks, ravaging the island for its natural resources. Then set off to begin the sail back home. As the sun began to set, getting back just in time to lay my head down for the night. And waking up fully refreshed, I had some potato for breakfast, only for a storm to start to brew around me. But I still went for my swim, diving through the very choppy water with my flashlight in hand, dodging the sharks that were using the rough water to hunt. It had finally hit day 50. Halfway to the achievement of surviving 100 days. I still have 20 more achievements I have to get, like fighting every boss, making a motorboat, and crafting one of every single item. One resource I needed for that I hadn't found yet was clay. So I swam into the ocean to begin searching for some, finding a large node in the afternoon that I started to chip away at with my pick in order to get more manageable sizes, collecting a whole heap full of it throughout a storm that had been rumbling on the surface. And with the clay I was able to craft a furnace so I could craft a clay flask, giving me another achievement. Set up a brick station and a fuel stove. Here I can ferment potatoes into fuel for my future motorboat. But with it getting late, here I surface. And with the clay I was able to craft a furnace so I could craft a clay flask, giving me another achievement. Set up a brick station and a fuel stove. Here I can ferment potatoes into fuel for my future motorboat. But with it getting late into the day, it finally hit midnight, completing 50 days survived in stranded deep. 10 days without eating any fish, and 10 days without eating any meat. I would be allowed to eat my fish steaks again. Feeling a bit weaker after my 10 days of cloaking, I started my morning right, filleting a ton of fish to chuck them onto the fire, even deciding to butcher 2 of the grouper I had caught previously. Igniting the flames of my kindling so it could start cooking, then while waiting for it to cook began to harvest up more yucca leaves until the food was ready. Munching on the steaks I had cooked to perfection, and they were so good, but I had a trip planned. So pocketed some of the fish I had caught to take them with me. But before I left, I needed a stronger weapon, so after some tinkering, combining an air tank, some sticks, leather, and duct tape, I made a spear gun. This was going to be glorious. And leaving my shack in the morning, I grabbed my steak off the fire, then made up some extra spears. Dragged my raft into the water, but I realized with where I was going, I needed an anchor. I lashed together some leaves into some rope, collected a couple of rocks from my pile, fastening it all together into a makeshift anchor, then set sail, eventually arriving at the Great Fire. But this time, I was going into the water. Now admittedly, this was incredibly terrifying, but with the sun starting to set and it's getting dark, I decided to tackle this another day and jump back onto my raft to beach at the nearby island. An island I had actually been on before and found all my stuff here. Guess not cleaning up after myself was helpful, so I headed to sleep. While here though, I spent some time to continue building up resources, even creating a couple of piles of items. I still needed to get the 100 piles achievement. I then filleted the fish I had caught and cooked them up on the fire, but I was running low on water. So I drank from some coconuts while my still collected up the water. I also grabbed a crate nearby before munching my fish and drinking the water. Survival on these islands was truly a constant battle. You have to be so careful to manage your supplies or risk dying. With that, I continued to build up the resources, but also made sure to eat an ajuga plant to the sea gods, and then dinner was a tasty grouper steak. And with food, water, and supplies filled up in the morning, I set back out on my raft to finally investigate the Great Albaya ship. Now let me tell you, I was not ready. Anchor was deployed as I jumped into the water, and I started to swim around looking for something. I didn't even know what until a health bar popped up. Ooh, that giant eel. It jumps off the water. Oh no, I'm not set up for this. No, I'm dying. I'm leaving, I'm out. I dropped the sails as fast as I could to get the heck out of there. My spear gun did nothing, and I would need a lot more equipment if I am to take this on. I got to the nearby island, parking my raft so I could explore the wrecks. Thankfully, having not been followed by the eel, but while exploring it got fairly dark and sailed off to another island. Beaching nearby, and quickly I had to get a shelter set up, and this island was infested with snakes. So I took it out using my spear gun so I could craft a drag lock over to where I wanted my camp, crafting everything I needed so I could head to bed. And waking up having felt defeated by the eel, I spent my morning collecting some resources, crates, and grouper. And I did also have to deal with another snake, then decided that I had been on this island too long and sailed over to the next one, where I quickly set up a new shelter in order to sleep through the night. But I planned to spend some more time on this island, so I swam over to one of the wrecks for a resource run, only to discover some barrels here. Thus, I broke the chains apart, freeing the barrels, dragging them over to the edge of the boat to swim them to the shore. With them all by my camp, I needed to get some stone, and my pickaxe was great for that, so I could then set up a new water stall, something that had become a very common and necessary addition to my camps. Throughout the day, I did have a snake I had to deal with, when I set up a new campfire, giving me another achievement. The achievement for making 5 fires on 5 different islands. Admittedly, I thought I was far beyond that, but I guess being stranded makes it difficult to keep track of how many islands you've actually been to. With the fire, I decided to give myself a nice upgrade, and used one of the barrels to make a hobo stove. Also another achievement. 23 down, 14 to go. But after lighting the fire below the stove, I couldn't figure out how to use it. And while trying to work it out, I did have a giant crab come to attack my camp, but I dealt with that after it got stuck in my tent. And I figured out you can just drop the meat right onto the fire. I left the meat to cook while I went out to catch more fish. I wanted to cook a ton of fish steaks on the fire, and as a South African, I can safely say this was a lack of rye. Well, that was a fun barbecue for everyone else. Heading inland though, there was another boar, and using my spear gun fired into it, only to get chased away into the water. Only for the boar to run off and the sun to set, so I made the choice to just spend the rest of the evening at my camp, then headed to bed. I at some point broke my axe again, so after spending a bit of time harvesting sticks and roping it all together into a new axe, I was at least once more able to chop down trees and drag them back to the camp. As soon I was going to need a lot of weapons and a bigger boat in order to fight that Great Albaya.
Hey guys, how you doing? My name is Gianni Paolo. You may know me as Brayden in our universe. What I love about the Fit Home Gym is that
the next morning was spent harvesting fish for food, drinking water from the still, and cooking all the meat on my braai.
Fit Home Gym. Fit Home Gym. Fit Home Gym. You fucking niggers. Fit Home Gym. I'm gonna kill you, Google. I'm gonna slit your goddamn throats. Fucking niggers. Fucking niggers, man.
On top of each other until it got a bit burnt, so hid in the tree's shade until it got dark. Then I went to bed. Then waking up to see I had completed a new achievement. That's about 10 days without leaving the same island. I guess I'd forgotten when I stopped here, so at least I can go exploring again, though I still have a few more days where I can't eat any fish or meat. I am allowed to eat some aloe, which is not exactly how that's meant to work, but it is what it is, I guess. And I then spent some time watching the seagulls and tried to drop some fish for them, but I guess they're on a diet as they simply weren't interested. So I had a lunch snack of some potatoes before heading back to my game of Box Stack, where I played until it got dark and called it a night. And in the morning I continued my daily chores of filling the water still so I'd have plenty of hydration, and went to place one more box on the tower as it came crashing down all around me. Here, listen, people. As it came crashing down all around me. Here, listen, people. Don't place too many wooden crates on top of each other, else they fall. Surely a profit, I know. But I then simply spent the rest of the day munching potatoes, harvesting leaves, and preparing my raft as I needed to head out in the morning to gather some more resources. Dropping the sails to begin cutting through the wood, hopping to the nearest island. There was a giant hog that I hunted down so it didn't sneak up behind me, then took my time raiding the wrecks, dodging the sharks, and chopping up the driftwood into sticks, ravaging the island for its natural resources. Then set off to begin the sail back home, as the sun began to set, getting back just in time to lay my head down for the night. And waking up fully refreshed, I had some potato for breakfast, only for a storm to start to brew around me. But I still went for my swim, diving through the very choppy water with my flashlight in hand, dodging the sharks that were using the rough water to hunt. But it finally hit day 50. Halfway to the achievement of surviving 100 days. I still have 20 more achievements I have to get, like fighting every boss, making a motorboat, and crafting one of every single item. One resource I needed for that I hadn't found yet was clay. So I swam into the ocean to begin searching for some, finding a large node in the afternoon that I started to chip away at with my pick in order to get more manageable sizes, collecting a whole heap full of it throughout a storm that had been rumbling on the surface. And with the clay I was able to craft a furnace so I could craft a clay flask, giving me another achievement, and set up a brick stage craft a clay flask, giving me another achievement, set up a brick station and a fuel still. Here I can ferment potatoes into fuel for my future motorboat. But with the few days of the day, it finally hit midnight, completing 50 days survived in stranded deep. 10 days without eating any fish, and 10 days without eating any meat. Finally, I would be allowed to eat my fish steaks again. Feeling a bit weaker after my 10 days with no food, I started my morning right, filleting a ton of fish to chuck them onto the fire, even deciding to butcher 2 of the grouper I had caught previously. Igniting the flames with my kindling circuit to start cooking, then while waiting for it to cook began to harvest up more yucca leaves until the food was ready. Munching on the steaks I had cooked to perfection, and they were so good, but I had a trip planned. So pocketed some of the fish I had caught to take them with me. But before I left, I needed a stronger weapon, so after some tinkering, combining an air tank, some sticks, leather and duct tape, I made a spear gun. This was going to be glorious. And leaving my shack in the morning, I grabbed my stake off the fire, then made up some extra spears. Dragged my raft into the water, but I realized that where I was going, I needed an anchor. I lashed together some leaves into some rope, collected a couple of rocks from my pile, fastening it all together into a makeshift anchor, then set sail, eventually arriving at the Great Albaya. But this time, I was going.
I'm gonna beat you. Idiot. Boy, it would have been a nightmare. Is black mold deadly? We're gonna cut a series of this, I guess. However, prolonged stroke can lead to death by damaging the brain and incapacitating the immune system. Black mold can also cause How long does black mold take to kill somebody?
Now, admittedly, this was incredibly terrifying. But with the sun starting to set and it getting dark, I decided to tackle this another day and jump back onto my raft to beach at the nearby island. An island I had actually been on before and found all my stuff here. I guess not cleaning up on myself was helpful. I headed to sleep. While here though, I spent some time to continue building up resources, even creating a couple piles of items. I still needed to get the 100 piles achievement. I then billeted the fish I had caught and cooked them up on the fire, but I was running low on water. So I drank from some coconuts while my soul collected up some water. I also grabbed a crate nearby before munching my fish and drinking the water. Survival on these islands was truly a constant battle. You have to be so careful to manage your supplies or risk dying. So with that, I consumed all of the resources, but also made sure to eat an ajuga plant to the seagulls. And then dinner was a tasty grouper steak. And with food, water, and supplies filled up in the morning, I set back out on my raft to finally investigate the Great Albaya ship. Now let me tell you, I was not ready. Anchor was deployed as I jumped into the water, and I started to swim around looking for something. I didn't even know what until a health bar popped up. Ooh, oh, that's giant eel. dying. I'm leaving, I'm out. I dropped the sails as fast as I could to get the heck out of there. My spear gun did nothing, and I would need a lot more equipment if I am to take this on. I got to the nearby island, parking my raft so I could explore the wrecks. Thankfully, having not been followed by the eel, but while exploring it got fairly dark and sailed off to another island. Beaching nearby, and quickly I had to get a shelter set up, and this island was infested with snakes. So I took it out using my spear gun so I could start to drag logs over to where I wanted my camp, crafting everything I needed so I could head to bed. And waking up having felt defeated by the eel, I spent my morning collecting some resources, crates and grouper. I did also have to deal with another snake, and decided that I had been on this island too long and sailed over to the next one, where I quickly set up a new shelter in order to sleep through the night. But I planned to spend some more time on this island, so swam over to one of the wrecks for a resource run, only to discover some barrels here. Thus, I broke the chains apart, freeing the barrels, dragging them over to the edge of the boat to swim them to the shore. Before by my camp, I needed to get some stone, and my pickaxe was great for that. So I could then set up a new water stall, something that had become a very common and necessary addition to my camps. But throughout the day, I did have a snake I had to deal with, when I set up a new campfire, giving me another achievement. The achievement for making 5 fires on 5 different islands. Now, admittedly, I thought I was far beyond that, but I guess being stranded makes it difficult to keep track of how many islands you've actually been to. With the fire, I decided to give myself a nice upgrade and use one of the barrels to make a hobo stove. Also another achievement. 23 down, 14 to go. But after lighting the fire below the stove, I couldn't figure out how to use it. And while trying to work it out, I did have a giant crab come to attack my camp, but I dealt with that after it got stuck in my tent. And I figured out you can just drop the meat right onto the fire. I left the meat to cook while I went out to catch more fish. I wanted to cook a ton of fish steaks on the fire, and as a South African, I can safely say that was a lekker braai. Well, that was a fun barbecue for everyone else. Heading inland though, there was another boar, and using my spear gun fired into it, only to get chased away into the water. Only for the boar to run off and the sun to set, so I made the choice to just spend the rest of the evening at my camp, then headed to bed. I at some point broke my axe again, so after spending a bit of time harvesting sticks and roping it all together into a new axe, I was at least once more able to chop down trees to drag them back to the camp. As soon I was going to need a lot of weapons and a bigger boat in order to fight that great albaya. The next morning was spent harvesting fish for food, drinking water from the still, and cooking all the meat on my braai. Even getting a satisfying ding sound every time a steak was cooked to perfection. I also wanted to see if I could use these barrels to expand my raft, but since I had used one for the braai, I was short 1 barrel for a raft foundation. So I'd need to leave this island soon to continue exploring around and build up a bigger boat. And I'd drag my raft to set off in the morning, sailing across the ocean, even seeing Bruno again. Or maybe that wasn't Bruno. But I'd drag my raft onto the island, dumping off my crates to start the new camp setup. Cooking the coconuts, palms and more, setting up the tent and water still, which pretty much took the entire afternoon. So I got ready and just headed to bed. With day 61 starting, I chopped up some logs into sticks as I had an epic journey planned. I wanted to begin exploring every island I could, as there were a few achievements I needed for finding stuff. So most of the morning was spent preparing a ton of resources, packing them into crates, doing final checks of the wrecks on the island, and gathering up the junk which had washed ashore. Then dragged my raft into the ocean to begin sailing farther than I ever had before. Landing my raft in the evening, where I immediately began to scour the island. And there were 4 main achievements I was now working towards. I needed to make 10 fires on 10 islands, I have to find Wally, and I have to find all the survivor wrecks, and I wanted to find the remaining 2 boss locations so I know where to go when I want to fight them. But with every island I had to set up a camp, as survival was still my ultimate goal, as I couldn't afford to restart again. But I eventually got my shelter set up so I could head to bed. I did spend the next morning gathering resources to build up the campsite, carrying the rocks I needed back to the tent to set up the water stall, and cutting the logs into sticks to set up the fire, harvesting crabs for steak to cook, and also slowly working towards the 100 piles achievement by placing down everything I had into neat little bundles of items. I made sure to collect all the trash on the beaches while heading to explore the wrecks, as the scrap metal would come in handy for completing the 10 scrap metal furniture pieces achievement, even if I did have to drag some of the pieces back to camp to stuff in my boxes. But it was remarkably peaceful here on the island, where I cut down the trees for the farms and logs, then feeling full of food and water, did do a night dive on one of the wrecks. But this turned out to be a mistake, since while I was swimming back I did see the sea urchin which stung me, poisoning me. I was now on its hunt. I began to scour the island in search of a pippy plant, since I had to make an antidote, and got real lucky to find one on the very last corner of the island I checked. I also found a bunch of a potato to fill up some extra hunger, and using a coconut and some lashing to make a coconut flask, I stuffed in the pippy plant and drank it, curing me of my poison. Hopefully it doesn't happen again, as there isn't another plant on this island. So I made sure to rest up, as tomorrow was going to be another day. And I packed up all my stuff into the crates in the morning, as I had to keep exploring for those achievements, and set sail. I even saw Bruno swim by the raft to wish me well on my journey. On the next island there was a hog I hunted with my spear to kill for its meat, dragging it back to the campsite. Then for a giant crab I took out. Then diving onto the nearby wreck, it did have a compass I had to litter in the ocean. It's one of the achievements and challenges I've been working towards, is surviving without ever using a compass. Though it started to get dark before my camp was even ready, I did thankfully find a flare gun I fired into the sky to light up the area, then worked away under the light of the flare, fighting off crabs until I could set up a fire and shelter to sleep through the night. But sleeping just made me run out of water. So giving me a short break of dehydration by drinking a coconut, I started to collect everything I needed for the water stall, only to see I was incredibly drained of food, water, and health. So quickly set up the stall for water to start gathering, while I harvested the ball for the meat to start cooking. That had been a really close call. I needed to be more careful. As the sun was getting closer to setting and I continued gathering supplies, I was no longer on the brink of starvation and thirst, but my health was still pretty shocking. I needed to get my stats back up and fast, or even a small crab would take me out. While my crab-born water slowly refilled my stats, I even munched on some coconut to push me over the edge, allowing my health to start regenerating again. And waking up in the morning feeling much better rested, I decided to have a rather chill day. So what's the point of being stranded on a desert island if you can't enjoy it? Thus I just ate some steak, dived around the nearby wrecks until deciding to head to the campsite and sleep in my tent. I couldn't hang around here forever though. So after some much needed resource sorting, I collected my boxes, dragged my raft into the water and set sail. So far I continue to go in the same direction I had been so far, hopping from island to island as I explored. Landing at the next one, I made sure to quickly cut down the trees I needed to set up my camp, when I started to hear the distinct hiss of a night adder. But just hearing one isn't enough, as I stood on it getting bitten and now I was poisoned. Again. Great. I dragged my raft out of the way to see it had been hiding under it, and did my best to kill it quickly with my spears. But I now had to find another pippy plant. I'm just glad I'd taken the time to fully rest up and heal before coming here. So started exploring and grabbing the scrap as a hog attacked me from behind. I used the water to escape. Twice. I ran around the island where I did find the pippy plants I needed fairly quickly, so at least that wasn't an issue. But I needed to make a new flask as I began to gather the leaves to turn into rope. Gathering enough to lash together and attach to the coconut so I could make the antidote I needed. I've been pretty lucky the past 2 days, but this incident had set me behind on setting up my camp. So I collected all the stuff I needed to set up the stall, and then ended up spending most of the day just hanging out on the beach until the sun set. And I wanted to try and improve my raft in the morning, so broke off one of my sails, then checked if I had all the required parts to make a motorboat, only to be short of duct tape. Just duct tape. That is all I needed. I wonder if I could survive 100 hours in real life if all I was given was duct tape. But it started to storm, so as a sacrifice to Poseidon, I yeeted a compass as far into the ocean as I could, then did my usual chores before I headed to bed. Waking up on day 69, nice. I set sail once more to the next island in the chain, beaching my raft and dumping off my supplies, finding a crate, yeeting a compass and chopping a tree. Camp setup had become fairly efficient. but all I set up here was a campfire, giving me the Columbus achievement. That's 1 out of 4 of my goals for this expedition done, so feeling motivated I set off again. No need to waste any time, as I only have 31 days left. I did end up spotting a whale shark following me along, who I named William, only to then spot a yellow buoy in the distance. Getting closer, Lusker the Great appeared. This was the second boss location. Lusker the Great made me think this must be a great white shark. I didn't stick around to find out. And landing on the next island and defeating the local crab, my food and water was now completely drained. So I gathered everything I needed to make a fire, lighting it quickly so I could see, and munched on one of my emergency rations, as I had dropped way too much in health for my comfort. I quickly set up the rest of camp to end off the day. Then in the morning I did something I almost never do. I took my time and simply watched the sunrise. Most of my time is sleep so far, and it's barely 30% left before I have to leave this place. I still felt like I had a ton I needed to do. There's 13 more achievements I have to get, but in actual fact 3 of them I'll get on the final day. So long as I can average an achievement every 3 days, this should be a piece of cake. But some of those still required me to keep moving, as I set sail for the next island, ever searching for Wally and the survivor remnants. At the next island though, I wanted to spend the rest of the day here to completely restock my supplies. With that, however, I began to explore a large shipwreck nearby, where some more tires were tied to the deck. I may as well just expand my raft whenever I can, as I was going to need a huge ship to fight some of the bosses later on. I just had to gather the leaves to craft into rope, then tied the tires to the raft, giving me a now 4x1 platform. I planned for it to get a whole lot bigger now that I knew you could just attach any pieces to your raft. Now with my new knowledge, I wanted to upgrade my raft. So after I killed the crab harassing me, I cut down some trees to break the logs into sticks, lit a campfire so I could cook up breakfast, then continued to harvest what I could before pushing up my raft and attaching a stick platform to it, showing me that I could not just build the raft wider, but longer as well. I would need a lot more resources, however, to do so, thus I dragged my raft into the water and set sail, till I got to the next island and there was a massive shipwreck. I emptied all my junk onto the beach before climbing aboard the wreck and began to toss barrels and tires overboard to float to shore. The sun set soon after, but I dragged the remaining few pieces to shore, and with the small bit of moonlight I was able to cut down a tree and build my shelter to sleep through the night. I was then back on the wreck in the morning, where I dumped tires, barrels, exploring the entire wreck, even almost running out of breath at one point. I could then simply loot the rest of the ship, even breaking the buoy balls that I threw towards the shore so they could float in. I did almost fall and break my neck on a ladder. Thankfully only mild injuries were felt, and I just now had dozens of bits of trash floating around I had to get to shore. But I was getting thirsty, so headed in and set up a still to quench my thirst, before laying down my head in order to sleep. I spent the first few moments of the morning collecting the buoys I had thrown overboard, but that was the easy part. I just first had to eat, so I lit the fire to begin cooking, and with my strength coming back to me, I used some of the tires to start expanding my raft, tying them to the side of it along with some barrels. Now though, I needed to go collect the remaining barrels I had littered in the ocean. Dragging them and the tires back to shore, building up a neat little pile of floaties to add to my raft, then headed to bed. In the morning, I had to build the raft. I used 2 of my crafts to make a jack of sorts, holding the raft in the air. Then using some rope I had found on the wreck, I tied all the barrels and tires to the raft, using my planks and sticks, creating the floor of it. I even set up the canopy with some sticks and tires to help with the sunburn. I did destroy my old sail to move it into the center, only to start to load the crates I had on the raft. And it was then day 75, where I cooked up some more meat and just spent most of the day chilling on the beach. Building that raft had been tiring. The next day I loaded up all my boxes. I even realized I could just destroy my still to take some of the resources with me in order to speed up the camp setup. Then drag my raft into the ocean, setting sail. It felt so good to be able to sail the high seas without getting a sunburn. Even sailing all around an island, looking if there was anything of interest, but not spotting anything. Though with the sun setting, sailing was much harder as I crashed onto a rock, getting my raft stuck. I now only had one thing I could do, and jumped into the water to swim the raft ashore. I had to deal with the crab hiding on the beach, quickly setting up my camp. It was too late to sleep, so working through the entire night until I finally got a shelter set up in the morning, but my health was bad. I was severely injured from all the boars. Thankfully, the boars are a good source of meat I was able to cook. Making sure to take no risks, I went to a nearby wreck and did have to yeet none of the comforts into the ocean, but that's when I found something I had desperately wanted. I was searching another crate and found duct tape. Glorious duct tape! I instantly grabbed all my vehicle parts, smashing them together into a working motor. Achievement done. Now, all I needed was some fuel. I guess I need to head back to my main camp soon. And I had a tasty steak for breakfast, then loaded up everything I could, including the water stool. Dragged the raft out to continue my adventures, but this journey had been fruitful to the point that my raft was starting to sink below the water from all of the loot. Even after upgrading it, I pulled the crates into the middle of the raft to balance things out a bit better so I could safely sail ahead, and I dragged my raft ashore then used a flare to light up the sky, only for a boar to charge at me to begin attacking me. With my spear in hand, I fought off the hog, finally killing it. But the fight had weakened me, so hastily set up camp, sleeping through the night. I made sure to loot the ships on the island, refilling my food and water, and even finding some potatoes to snack on. And with every one of my supplies refilled, I packed everything I could onto my failing raft and pulled it into the water. It was dangerous to sail like this, making the harsh decision to dump some of the empty boxes into the water so I'd halt the sinking. And I had not planned on stopping at the next island, but I spotted something, and parked closer to get a good look at it, and this was a survivor remnant. A person who had been trapped in these islands before me had never left. Don't worry, buddy, I'll get out of here for the both of us. I figured if Larry here had camp, I chose to set up right next to him, ending off day 80. Slowly falling behind my goal of an achievement every 3 days, as I'd only gotten one in these past 10. 20 days remain and 12 achievements to go. I truly had a challenge ahead. Waking up in the early hours of the morning, I made sure to loot everything I could on the island, even having a close call with Harold the Hammerhead. But me being a true loot goblin now just had so many boxes I didn't even know how I'd get them on the raft. If only I could attach them to it. But then as I kept hunting and foraging, I ran straight over a snake, poisoning me. Great. Just what I needed when I was preparing to leave. My health was super low as well, but I did fortunately find a pippy plant nearby and was able to craft an antidote. Now though, I definitely had to get off this island. One final rest, loading all the crates onto the raft in the morning, dismantling my camp and dragging the raft into the water right over. I was getting careless with these damn things. Even a crate full of the back. So stacking them back up, I sailed to the nearest island, set up the water and was searching for a pippy plant, but actually found one right where my ship landed. So quick antidote was made and drank. It was now the middle of the night, and all they wanted to do was roll up the shelter and sleep through it. I didn't intend to stay on this island for long, but I did find another compass to yeet into the void, before preparing to set sail only for a storm to roll in, so I made the wise decision and simply waited it out. Pushing my raft into the ocean as the sun was rising, nearly losing some crates as the waves pushed us up and down, searching for more survivor remnants, and I hadn't planned on stopping at the next island, but I crashed into a rock. So pulled in my raft and figured I'd explore a bit, and Poseidon must have been smiling back so remnants, and I hadn't planned on stopping at the next island, but I crashed into a rock. So pulled in my raft and figured I'd explore a bit, and Poseidon must have been smiling down on me as I found some more loot. It was smart to not grab the crates this time. More importantly though, I found a guava plant. You see, one of the achievements I need is to plant every crop on the same island, so this was incredibly important. Not only that, but I found a Cura fruit nearby too. The last two plants I needed for the achievement. Admittedly, I'd forgotten about it, but these were super useful to me. So this was a great island to have crashed on. So feeling pleased with my haul, I set sail once more to the next island, when I spotted a structure on it. There was another survivor remnant here. Billy here had some great stuff I was able to claim. He wasn't going to need it. But most importantly of all, he had a friend. Wally. A friend! I've got a friend! Here's something. And with Wally the volleyball, my new best friend, I decided to set up camp here working late into the night with a flair for light. setting up the shelter, having some rations in the morning, since I couldn't be bothered to go and hunt down anything. Then as I said, it's a whale! Whale, hello there! A truly majestic sight. It started to get dark though, so parked on the nearest island to set up camp and sleep through the night. In the morning, I found another kuawa fruit I munched on for breakfast. Then I continued my sailing adventures, going around some islands. See nothing interesting until in the distance I spotted something. Something floating on the surface. It was the Meg, munching on a whale carcass. I pulled around for a closer look as its health bar appeared and it dived into the water. So using the wind, I sailed out of there as fast as I could in fear it would destroy my raft. Eventually just spending the night on a nearby island, so in the morning I would be heading home. And sailing off when I spotted the giant ship off in the distance. I now knew exactly where I was, sailing for the entire day until I spotted it. Home! Home, sweet home! Landing on my original island, seeing all my stuff was still around, and sleeping in my comfy bed once again. I ate some potatoes for breakfast, then grabbed all my scrap metal, using it to set up some crop plots to plant the kuawa and kura fruit for the horticulturist achievement. I now had one of every farm crop planted. With the rest of the scrap I made up container shells to get the industrial fashion achievement. 28 done, 9 to go. The hardest of which is to craft one of every single item. I spent a bit of time making random stuff in my base like the bird snare and fish trap. Also gave Wally a nice spot on my shelves in the house. Don't worry, I'll grab them when we repair the plane to escape these islands. Then lit up the fire on my fuel stove to begin mashing some potatoes into fuel for a motor. As I collecting it with my jerry can, and this is where things might get a little confusing. As I save the game at my bed. You'll understand why this is important soon. Then in the morning of day 90 of an alternate timeline, I grabbed all of my car parts and raft, using the motor to zoom across the ocean towards the giant aircraft carrier. Climbing all the way up the stairs where I was able to collect the gyrocopter parts. With these parts, I was able to use the vehicle parts that had been collected and build them all together to the gyrocopter. I'd forgotten some fuel to be able to start its engine, so quickly sailed over to the car. I was able to refuel the gyrocopter and took off into the sky. Now this is why me saving was so relevant. And if you look on the gyrocopter here, there is one small it's a compass. One of the achievements I need to get is to beat the game without ever using a compass. For as fun as it is to fly this copter through the sky, I am not allowed to use it. Landing on the island next door, I exited the game. I am not allowed to use it. Landing on the island next door, I exited the game without saving, before loading back into the correct timeline at the end of day 89, just before I went to sleep safely in my bed without having ever made the gyrocopter. Waking up from the strangest of dreams, I had somehow built a working helicopter that didn't let me escape from these islands. I had to take the fish, which had been lying on the island for like 30 days and never spoiled, tasty. I also did some gardening before continuing my random item building like the smoker, a wood hook, and a container shelf. A shelf which allows me to attach my boxes to it. I of course wondered if I could place these on my raft, and I could. You can only imagine how many of you have really commented that I should have made these many days ago. So with my new knowledge, it was time to begin preparing to take down the sea monster bosses. So it was time for many days of refining hides to leather, breaking stones into spearheads, traveling to nearby islands where I cut down trees to break into sticks, working late into night. Early morning harvests of leaves to be made into rope, all while tending to the fires of my fuel stove so I could use my motor to get around. But the grind never stopped, as I crafted dozens upon dozens of spears. Day in and day out, it was a glorious preparation. And I dragged my raft into the ocean on day 94, setting course far west. I planned to take down the Meg. But I had forgotten
I need to get a hold of that.
detail. I had forgotten to craft a new anchor. I didn't have the supplies I needed to make a new anchor, so had to sail to a nearby island, where I spent the day fighting off wild animals, fighting wild bushes for leaves, and stealing rocks from their stone families on the beach, only combining them all together in order to make a new anchor, then sailed back to the floating whale carcass as it was time to take down the Meg.
You put it here. You put it here. You can. This is heaven to look at. Get the fuck over, cunt. God damn you. I'm gonna beat you, motherfucker. I'm gonna fucking kill you. You bitch. Fucking faggot. And kill you Google shits.
No, my spears! No! With the Meg defeated, achievement claimed, loot acquired, I had a long sail back home since I had run out of fuel. So once back I refilled my store with potatoes, then filled up the engine and motored far southeast to begin the fight with the Great Afire. Stormy weather and dozens of spears, finally the eel was defeated. But the fight didn't stop there, as my journey continued, arriving at Lusker the Great. However, as I got there, it was the middle of the night, and not a chance was I diving into the depths of an unknown forest. So once the sun had risen, I swam down and threw my spear into the depths, causing a massive squid to emerge and attack. hardest fighter yet, Lusker, was dead. All 3 sea monsters defeated and all 3 trophies claimed for another achievement. 6 more to go. But the fights and the traveling had taken longer than I planned, as I finally got home, since now I had the absolutely awful task of crafting every single item in the game. So stuff like the wooden table, a container wall, crafting all of the items until the end of day 100, giving me the achievement for 100 days survived. So I ended up going over 100 days, but I needed to explore more islands collecting resources. When I did find the remaining survivor remnant for another achievement, then continued the absolute crafting escapade, smashing clay rocks, making bricks, breaking up structures for more resources, and also worked on making 100 random little piles of items for another achievement. But that's when I realized the final items I needed to craft I already had, but in another timeline. So I instead spent my days gathering food, water, and fuel, then set sail to the island of the aircraft carrier. I made sure to save, then grabbed the gyrocopter pot and built it up to finally get the achievement for one of every single item crafted. That took forever, but for you it was maybe like 2 minutes. And with the last 2 achievements being left, I gutted all the fish I would need, cooking them up on the fry one last time, before sleeping all night. And I ascended to the top, where I stocked up on the food, water, and fuel. And then went the propeller, engine, and rudder. This was it, buddy. We were going home. Then climbed into the plane. Here we go. Hopefully this thing works. Come on. Come on. Okay. Let's close up. Probably gonna close that flap. I'm sure I'll be fine. Okay, what next?
We're going towards the ocean now.
Engage the rail. It automatically goes. Fantastic. Oh, I probably should have cleared that stuff at the end of the runway. Too late now. Check right mirror. Check left mirror. Okay. Good. Launching.
Oh, that might be snowing a little bit.
Thank you so much for watching. Remember to leave a like and subscribe. See you next
Can't stand this idiot. It's a disgrace to those who are named Jason.
There we are. Look at us.
Yeah, it's not hard.
All right, I'll turn that down. Look at us. I look all cool with the books behind me, and well, you look like you're hovered over the microphone, like you're ready to. Yeah, you got it.
Hello, everybody. I'm Larry King. I've smoked way too many cigarettes in my life. I'm the Barbro Man.
Anyway, okay. All right, so I'm. This is interesting. Okay, so everybody's getting on here, so that's good. We have a normal crew of
I kind of don't want to watch that actually. You know what? Fuck it.
So somebody touches somebody.
I gotta wait for it. Can everyone hear me now? I don't see anything yet because this is on delay, right? 12-second delay. I don't have a cool intro like you. I've been waiting for Luke to make me one of those. When I grow up, I'll have one of those.
It's not hard.
There we are. Look at us.
Yeah, it's not hard.
All right, I'll turn that down. Look at us. I look all cool with the books behind me, and you look like you're hovered over the microphone, like you're ready to. Yeah, you got it.
Hello, everybody. I'm Larry King. I've smoked way too many cigarettes in my life. I'm the Barbro Man.
Anyway, okay. All right, so I'm. This is interesting. Okay, so everybody's getting on here, so that's good. We have a normal crew of about anywhere from 50 to 75 people, sometimes 100. It just depends if I'm talking about something weird. But since I have you on here, it's going to be weird for sure. So anyway, say hi to everybody, Pastor.
How's it going? It's Pastor Mike Hoggard, that's the Church Pastor of Missouri. A lot better at these days.
Amen. I agree with him. He's way more professionally, but he is older than me. He's had a lot of years to do this, so he's a lot older than me.
Never been afraid of the camera. Never been shy of the camera. Never. Yeah. So it's a joke that I have when people come to our church and they say, "Oh, Pastor Mike, can you please?" You were kidding, weren't you?
Yeah, he's not shy. We know that for sure. This just in, the Tokyo Olympics postponed. Well, that's too bad. I don't know what that is. That might be a little light, or maybe it's for ozone for you to breathe in. I don't know what that is.
It's coronavirus making it pause the Olympics.
Yep, that's what it is.
And my wife sent me a text, said the Surgeon General is coming out today saying that this week is going to be far worse because nobody's taking this seriously. And I believe that. Everybody thinks I'm not going to get it. I'm immune, or I'm not touching anybody. And what I hear, it spreads by the virus can stay alive on a surface like 3 or 4 hours. So somebody touches something, like you go to the gas station. Somebody's got the virus on their hand. They pick up the gas pump. You come by 2 hours later, pick up the gas pump. You are now.
I mean, it's almost impossible.
Yeah.
Like, what are you gonna do?
It's a virus. That's what viruses do. They're designed. It's a capsule of DNA or RNA, and that capsule is just like what's in lemon
capsule. It has a little packet of DNA or RNA, which is single strand. And once that it stays in the air, I think, an hour. So people going through Walmart, coughing, gagging. We went to, me and my son, Caleb, went to KFC before we came here, and we had to walk up to the drive-thru because our van was too tall for it. We had one of those Ford Transit. And we're in there looking in the window, one of the workers packing the food in the boxes going, I like that, and I'm just going,
oh no,
goodness,
it's over.
Yeah. So people don't. If the health officials tell you take it seriously, then trust that. What is it going to hurt?
Right.
What is it going to hurt to not go to the mall? Of course, the malls are closed. You know, if you absolutely need something, go get it. Go back home. They're telling everybody to stay indoors. So my wife is at home. My daughters that work for me, I told them do what you can on a computer at home. And our office, I think my secretary was there for a little while today because it's the day after Sunday.
Right, minimal.
Making the deposits, doing a minimal thing. Nobody else is there. She's going to do her job. She's probably back home by now. And, you know, what has to be done, do it, but keep it down to a minimum. And I like what, I can't remember what official or somebody on the news said, you know, if you're young and healthy, these people get the virus and they get sick, you know, whatever, and then after that they're fine. But you got to think of grandma, you got to think of grandpa, you got to think of little kids who might have asthma or something like that. So to keep grandma's going to stay home, but you're going to go check on grandma, but you've been out touching everybody's everything. So, you know, if you can stay home, I recommend stay home.
Yep.
It's not, we're Americans, we're not used to that, but
we don't like people telling us what to do.
No, we don't.
Because you're ignorant.
We don't.
You're not even
We're
American.
not Europeans.
Yeah.
Okay, this is how we are. We don't. We're not Europeans.
Yeah.
Okay, this is how we are. But it's time to start thinking a little bit differently. And of course everybody's afraid. This is the apocalypse. This is it. This is going to start the new world order. And you know, tanks in the streets and bodies laying everywhere. I don't think that that's it, but I just think it makes sense to sort of pay attention to what's going on.
Well, here's my take on it. I think that what he said, what the Surgeon General said is right. You're going to see an uptick in numbers, but I think it has more to do with the fact that they weren't reporting everything or testing people, and now the testing is finally coming out, and you're going to see. But you are going to see an uptick in numbers, just like you do when these things happen. I'm not saying this is. I think this is more severe of a virus than others. I think that's probably true, and for some people, it's going to be very severe. You know, it's going to be very severe. So I get the you know, the urgency to talk about it, to deal with it, to make people think, and if anything, being more cleanly and making sure you wash your hands.
I put on. My wife sent me with a box of gloves.
Yep.
Medical gloves. I put them on when I filled the tank up on the van. I put them on when I went to Walmart. You know, I have masks to wear, but I put the gloves on so that everything I touch, you know, I'm clean. Go back out to the van, throw the gloves off, throw them away. That way I don't have to. I minimize it. Did I touch something? Possibly. But I minimize the danger. I minimize it, and I think that's probably the smart thing to do.
Yeah, and I think your groups that are very apt to get this, if you're walking around healthy, you know, not by your own accord or anything, but you're just sick, you know, you've got infirmities and things, then I think that you should really be the ones to take extreme precautions about limiting your space with others and all that kind of stuff. But also those that are older, I think they should, in any type of season like this, especially when it gets bad, you should be careful.
Oh, Bear, I'm going to beat your ass.
you what though, I know some old folks that, man, my dad's ornery. I mean, he just is.
Come on, give it to me.
My dad's
bring it on.
He's just like, this is the 80-year-old man was in the store the other day, and he's just like, I'm supposed to be 6 feet away from you, and he's just laughing his head off. You know,
How old is your dad?
My dad, he's 70. He's 76.
He ought to run for president. He's 4 years younger than Joe Biden. He's 4 years younger than Bernie Sanders.
Bernie.
And Joe Biden can't think straight sentence.
There's no way that guy's getting elected.
There's no way he's getting
these are false
elected.
prophets, too.
But
Because he got elected.
I mean, they have him reading all his speeches. Did you see Biden when he was doing his live podcast, his live stream? They had him in front of a background. He's got an iPhone up to his mouth like this. He's talking in it, and he's talking out of the side of his head. And then he wanders off camera. He's like half on camera, half off camera. And finally, whoever's running the cameras just took him off camera and put a graphic up, Joe Biden for president, whatever. Because he doesn't think. We need somebody who thinks for a living.
Yes.
Instead of somebody that just...
And someone that doesn't like...
economy!
And somebody that doesn't like hugging and touching
Little
girls
girls.
all the time.
Little girls.
All the time.
Look up Joe Biden touching little girls.
It's weird, man.
The guy is nasty, dirty, old man. I've watched him in videos, not just pictures, videos, where families will want to take a picture with him. He will reach over and grab the girl.
Little girls, yeah.
And drag them over right in front of him. And he's got like one girl in front of him, and he's just like massaging her head. And I'm going, you pervert.
It's weird.
You are.
Who does that?
He goes, there's gotta be flight logs to him and Epstein Island. Gotta be.
Could be.
Anyway.
Could be. Anyway, look, there's going to be a lot of rabbit trails today. I'm sure of that one. Creepy Uncle Joe. Yeah, that's right. He's creepy. Anyway, dude's a weirdo. But anyway, I'll say this before we get started on our topic here. That Trump did say today, which I thought was interesting. He said today, we got to make sure that the cure for this is not worse than the actual disease. And what he meant by that was he said, I don't know how long we're going to be able to keep the economy off the books, like this.
Yeah.
That we got to get, people are going to have to sooner or later get back to work and start moving. So I don't think this is something that he likes in that sense, like he wants to keep doing this. I understand all the conspiracy stuff, and I get it, and I talk about some of those, but I'll tell you, at the end of the day, if somebody out there tells you they know what's going on, and they got it all figured out 100%, and this is it, and Trump's the Antichrist, and Obama was supposed to be too, and so was Bill Clinton. Well, he was just a pervert.
And Ronald Reagan.
And Ronald Reagan, yeah.
And Richard Nixon, and
right.
Who was the guy that was Secretary of State under Nixon, the Jewish guy?
I forget. That's before my time.
Well, but he's still around. He's the guy that came out in 2008, New York Stock Exchange, said this is the bring in the move.
Oh, not Kissinger, is
yeah,
it?
Henry Kissinger.
Oh, that guy. You know what I think about his voice?
People were saying he's a Syrian-born Jew, so therefore he's the Antichrist. And I'm going,
I don't think so.
You don't have 7 heads.
And every time you hear him talk, I just think he's like, oh, you babies. That's what I think about that guy. That's what he sounds like he really does eat babies. Anyway, that's just my... I'm telling you, the guy's got a bad... The guy is creepy. I'm telling you. He's creepy. He's creepy, man. He just is. Alright, anyway. Alright. So, Trump is smart. Yeah, he is smart. I think he is. I think he knows how to play people, too, which makes him even smarter.
Yeah.
But that's another story for another day. You all know how I feel about that. I didn't vote for him, so, but...
Okay,
you know.
well, let me bring this up, okay? And I'll just run this by you. Have you heard of Q?
I have. Now,
Okay.
is this what we were going to talk about?
Well,
Okay.
we'll spend a few minutes.
I'm fine with it.
Okay.
No, I'm fine with it.
Because you brought up Trump, here is, I'd heard about it. I had a guy that is a friend of mine. We were at a meeting, and he said, "Have you heard of it?" No. And so he explained a little bit about it, and I didn't look at all at anything Q related until last, I think, November, October, somewhere around in there. And just briefly, what Q is supposed to be, and again, I don't know if any of this is true, but here's what Q is supposed to be. The story is that I think sometime at the time Trump said he's running for president, or maybe even before, there were some top generals, and again, this is the rumor, there were some top generals and some NSA guys, patriots, good guys, love their country, don't want anything to do with UN, New World Order, it's America first. They've been monitoring the Obamas, the Bidens, the Clintons, the Pelosi's, the Bushes. So it goes both ways, Republican and Democrat. They've been monitoring these people, knowing, I mean, it's no secret, Hillary Clinton was selling United States foreign policy and money from the United States Treasury. She would go to Syria, or make a phone call to Syria and say, hey, we'll privately back you, we'll send you $1 billion loan that you'll never have to pay back, but you kick back $15 million to the Clinton Foundation. The Clinton Foundation is a slush fund.
Oh yeah.
Everybody knows that because they launder the money, they dip into it however they want to. This is how the Clintons became multi-millionaires off of a politician's salary, really? Okay? So did the Obamas, so did the Bidens. They're hooked in with Ukraine and Burisma, no doubt about that. Pelosi is as well. So is Mitt Romney. Okay, that's why he turned and voted against Trump in the.
Because he was connected to that.
Connected to Burisma.
Yep.
So anyway, these guys, these military guys, they hated Obama because Obama was anti-military, and he was destroying our military. These guys, because the word was, when Trump gets in office, he's going to start a war immediately. Well, these guys went to Trump when he became president, and they said, we don't know if this is true. They're saying you're going to start a war. We're begging you, don't start a war now. We don't have ammunition. We don't have what it takes to win a war right now because the last guy depleted our military. So supposedly Q is a guy there is a Q clearance in the government. It's a top secret security clearance called a Q clearance. And supposedly that's what it's based on. But these guys at some point went to Trump and said, we think we can trust you. We want to know if you're pro-America, if you're going to do what you said you're going to do. If you said you're going to drain the swamp, we think we know how to do it. Because we've got all the phone records, everything Obama did, Pelosi did, Clinton did, we've got you got to understand, we've known that the NSA, which stands for No Such Agency, because nobody knew about them for years. Right. They didn't operate. We've known that we've known this for the last 15, 20 years, that they've been, since the Patriot Act at least, they've been collecting data, been collecting phone records, text messages, emails, web browsing, flight records. They collect massive amounts of data, okay? And we're as Americans going, we don't like this, but what if they focus on what the bad guys are doing, okay? So anyway, Q started, I don't know anything about anonymous postings, I don't know anything about that, but apparently there was a thing called 4chan, where you could go and make these anonymous posts, and Q started posting things about what was going to happen. Scooter, my son. Yay! I would hit the button that where everybody's going.
I don't have that button.
You need a button.
I need my own sound effects.
And yes, I eat poison. Okay, that's not. So anyway,
look, you told him to bring the whole store full, so
Q has been posting things since what am I in the 90s? Since 2017, somebody named Q, that's their online identities, just the letter Q, has been posting these drops, and what it is, it's little messages informing people, whoever would read it, that they have the intelligence on the Bidens, the Obamas, the Clintons, the Pelosi's, and the Bushes, and all of these, what they call the deep state people who have been running the show now for the past 30 years. Just one?
Guys, I'm gonna go.
50 of them.
I'll be right back.
So anyway,
Like, comment, subscribe. Hold on.
Q has been putting out and leaking
Start all over.
some of the things that these people, the deep state, has been
On
doing. Some of the things they've been involved in, like, and they're
Everyone
linked
with the
to Jeffrey
bundles.
Epstein.
Like, comment, subscribe. I'll see you in the
Because
next
they've
video.
got
Peace out.
multiple
Thanks and
pictures
God
of
bless.
Epstein Island. They've got, and they said, here's one of the things Q said.